Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Luffy and Zoro went back in time part 4. Luffy and Zoro awaken in two different parts of East Blue, both with the same thing on their mind. Protect the crew. There would be no failures this time around, Captain's orders. As bits and pieces of the unknown past that the two comrades share are gradually revealed, the rest of the crew can only speculate. For all their absolute resolve, they're hiding something. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. You know, I can't help but think this was rigged somehow. Usopp pointed out. He's right. What are the chances that the two weakest crew members would have to deal with those idiots? Nami asked, jerking her thumb at the sputtering duo of enforcers. Oh come on. How could I rig rocks paper scissors anyway? Luffy asked. If you want to blame someone, blame the lost samurai. Nami and Usopp simultaneously turned towards Zoro, who grimaced in annoyance. Not me. He sputtered. Oh dear, that wall just came crashing down, Robin commented. Chopper looked up at her in question, not following the present conversation at all. What wall? He asked innocently. The fourth one, Sanji muttered. I still don't get it, Chopper thought. Hotori and Kotori, having had enough and enraged by the earlier insult, lunged at Nami, who yelped and dove out of the way. Sanji took a step forward, seething, but was held back by Zoro. Don't cook, they need the experience. Even our training won't be enough if they don't fight any real battles. Battle my ass. They tried to gang up on her. Sanji shouted. If Nami-san gets hurt, I'll blame you, shitty swordsman. If either of them get hurt, blame me, Luffy interrupted. But they won't. Meanwhile, Nami was having trouble forming a lightning cloud while trying to fend off her assailants' attacks. Usopp had been quick to take one of them after their initial assault and was now using hit-and-run tactics against a disorganized Hotori, or Kotori. Really, who knew? But strangely, though almost all of his attacks were hitting dead-on, some of them were being harmlessly stopped by the enforcer's hand as if their kinetic energy had suddenly vanished. At the same time, Nami was fending off attacks with her staff, and although she parried with a grace that belied her lack of confidence and constant shrieks, each block she was forced to make interrupted her efforts to form a cloud overhead. The entire crew had been warned about the strange devices that the priest had worn on his hands by Sanji. Robin had speculated that it was a prevalent form of combat in Skypiea, so both Nami and Usopp were wary of getting too close. You can't dodge forever. Kotori taunted as he lunged for Nami again. Nami was forced to block his blow with her clam attack, but to her surprise, it wasn't a normal blow. When the enforcer's open palm met her staff, a metallic clang was heard, and a sharp pain traveled up her arm from the force that would have resulted in a grievous wound had it landed. Kotori's eyes widened as the recoil left him off balance. The axe dial couldn't cut it? What's that thing made of? Nami, wincing in pain but not to be deterred, quickly capitalized on the opportunity, twirling her staff and swinging it directly at his head. Upon impact, the staff released a force far greater than the blow itself would bestow, and Kotori was blown off his feet by the gust of wind, only to be stopped by a tree. He rose to his feet in a daze, and when he touched his head, he felt a warm red liquid. Angered, he prepared to use his flame dial to roast Nami from a distance, but could only stare in shock as she disappeared from before his eyes with another twirl of her staff. Looking around frantically, he could find no trace of her. Unnoticed by the duo, the cloud overhead now began rapidly increasing in size. Stand still, you little coward. Hotori's high-pitched and frustrated voice rang out. Once he realized he couldn't get clear shot to his torso or head, Usopp had started aiming for his legs. As a result, Hotori was now limping heavily due to his knees having taken damage. As it was, he could barely position himself well enough to block with the impact dial, much less land a hit with it on the constantly retreating sniper, who by the way, was much faster than he looked. An opportunity presented itself when Usopp backed into a tree. Kotori, not one to waste it, lunged at Usopp, although noticeably slower now, with impact dial at the ready. Usopp, Thinking fast, aimed another shot at his head, forcing Hotori to abort his assault in favor of blocking once again with the dial, and thereby missing Usopp, who ducked out of the way and rolled before gaining more distance. The sniper's eyes bulged as he surveyed the damage done to the tree he had backed into by the dial. The trunk had been blown apart, causing the tree to topple over. He had been right to be cautious and not get hit by that. Hotori, realizing he had to switch tactics, used his other dial, the breath dial. A hissing sound was heard, and Usopp's eyes widened as he realized that some form of gas was being released into the area. Although it was clear, his keen sense of smell was able to pick up on it. But this guy's dials were the shock wave one and the breath one. Could he use flames as well? He had to assume at least one of them could, otherwise the gas would be pointless. It was then that he noticed Hotori's eyes drifting to the side to meet Kotori's, and inwardly cursed. The other enforcer, forgetting about his fruitless search for Nami at the moment, instead aimed his open palm at Usopp, who realized he had to get out of the gas now. Knowing they wouldn't set themselves on fire, he ran towards the two enforcers. He wasn't quite fast enough. As it happened, Nami was. Usopp only had time to register the strong gust that blew past him, not strong enough to lift him off his feet, but enough for its purposes. He let out a relieved breath as the subtle smell of gas faded, and rolled out of the way of the oncoming flame, making a mental note to thank Nami for the save once this was over. Ignoring the explosion of flame that, while close, didn't reach him, he let an uncharacteristic smirk manifest on his face. This fight was almost over. Casting a subtle glance upwards, he noted that the lightning cloud overhead still wasn't ready due to the constant interruptions. He also made a note to find a way for Nami to multitask with the clam attack. What was that? Your aim is terrible, he said to the shocked duo. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. I'll send it back to you twice as strong. Funny how you're talking trash when you're about to die. Kotori shouted. In their anger, the two enforcers foolishly obliged Usopp's request, readying another combination attack. Usopp silently prayed to whatever god was listening other than Enel that Nami had gotten the message he'd been trying to convey. His trust was rewarded when, after T-gas was released, he felt another strong breeze, this time blowing in the opposite direction, back towards Hotori and Kotori. The two must have noticed, because their eyes widened comically as they realized what was happening. The cloud overhead was formed by the humidity in the area, Usopp said with a smirk. As a result, the air is much drier. They say those who play with fire get burned, he sighed, aiming his slingshot at the enforcers and letting his exploding star fly. It detonated inside the small area of gas, resulting in an explosion twice as big as the previous one, which swallowed the two enforcers whole. Luckily for me, I'm not playing. As he turned around and walked away, he felt something that felt a lot like Nami's staff impact lightly with his head. As he rubbed the aching bump, Nami materialized in front of him. You sure seemed confident that the explosion wouldn't hit me, especially for someone who didn't know where I was. Nami yelled, glaring half-heartedly. Well, I trusted that you would get out of the way in time since you were the one directing the gas. Usopp defended. Whatever, Nami said, though Usopp thought he saw a ghost of a smile on her face. Just remember you owe me one, Nami huffed. Usopp sighed. Yay, okay. Suddenly, his head perked up and his eyes widened. Nami only had time to wonder why he had grown pale before he raised his slingshot and fired a pellet over her shoulder. Nami turned around in time to see Kotori, or Hotori, really, who knew? Clutching his face in pain as he fell over just short of reaching her. They both leapt back instinctively, noting that the enforcer, while covered in third-degree burns, hadn't taken nearly as much damage as he should have. Nami, getting over the fact that she probably would have died had Usopp been any slower, raised her staff to the sky. Looks like I'll get to use this after all. Thunderbolt tempo. The massive bolt of lightning reached the ground where their opponent was struggling to get up faster than one could say overkill. Needless to say, he didn't get up again after that. Damn, that was close, Usopp said. He must have used that weapon he had to absorb the force of the explosion and most of the flames. Nami nodded, a little shakily, then smiled lightly. "Thanks, Usopp." Suddenly they heard clapping, and turned to see Luffy and the rest of the crew making their way towards them. "See? Not a scratch," Luffy said, a little too smugly, only to be kicked in the face by Sanji. "That was too many close calls. What would you have done if they weren't fast enough?" The chef grumbled. "I would have intervened, obviously. But I didn't need to," Luffy argued, before turning to Usopp. "Hey, let's go loot them. Those weapons they were using looked useful." Getting an enthusiastic nod from Usopp, the group took the dials from the two unconscious enforcers. "Hotori and Kotori have been defeated," Enel said in a bored tone, much to the surprise of his servants. "First one of the priests and now this." One spoke up. "Will you intervene, God? Now why would I do that? The survival game has already begun. If my forces can't even handle a group of Blue Sea dwellers, they don't deserve to come with me to the dreamland." He smirked. "Of course, that's not to say I'll stand idly by. I am a player in this game as well." And with that, Enel disappeared in a bright flash. As the Straw-Hats made their way through the thick undergrowth of Upper Yard, Luffy couldn't help but feel amused. They were in the middle of a philosophical debate, something that didn't happen often. It had started when Chopper asked an innocent question, "Is this place the real heaven?" And from there, it had escalated quite satisfactorily. "Like I said, there's no this place is actually heaven," Nami argued. "I could just as easily put a sign up over Kokoyashi village that says the same thing, but that wouldn't make it true." "I agree with Nami-san," Sanji announced with ease of practice. "To be fair, Navigator-san, your home island isn't floating on clouds 10,000 meters above the sea," Robin said with a smile. Nami glared at Robin, knowing full well that she didn't think this place was the heaven either. "I agree with Robin-chan," came Sanji's predictable response. "Hey, you can't agree with both of them," Usopp sputtered. "Not when they have differing opinions. And really, we shouldn't be talking about this. Enel could rain lightning down on us at any time." It was a valid point. The only reason they were willing to have this discussion was that they had Luffy and Zoro on lightning patrol. Once they had been assured that Enel wasn't even bothering at this point, the debate had dragged on for the next 5 minutes, in which Usopp would argue that Skypiea was heaven, most likely so he could brag about having gone there later, and Nami, ever the voice of reason, would argue the opposite, while Robin would play devil's advocate in order to keep the debate going, most likely because she found it funny, and Sanji would agree with whatever Nami and Robin said. "Look, all I'm saying is that we already know we're not the first Blue Sea dwellers to visit Skypiea," Usopp stated. "Who's to say that the name heaven didn't come from here originally? For all we know, this could have been the inspiration for it. That would mean that for all intents and purposes, this place is heaven." Chopper listened on curiously. "What did I start?" "I guess it's possible," Nami conceded grudgingly. "But it still seems unlikely." "Luffy, Zoro, what do you guys think?" Usopp asked. The two hadn't said a word yet. "Don't care," they replied in unison. "Really?" Usopp asked. "You guys aren't curious at all?" "I don't believe in God, so I couldn't care less," Zoro stated. The rumble of thunder overhead either went unnoticed or was ignored. "What about you, Luffy? You always seemed like the type to believe things for no reason," Nami said with a smirk. Luffy grinned. "I don't pretend to know either way," he replied. "If he exists, that's fine with me, but if he doesn't, I won't lose sleep over it. I'll just do my own thing like always." "That's an interesting viewpoint, Captain San," Robin said. "So you're an agnostic? What now? Are you guys so captivated by your meaningless conversation that you wouldn't notice a giant snake sneaking up on you?" Zoro drawled. The Straw-Hats stilled. Luffy's grin only widened as the others looked around cautiously. Sanji reached out with his observation haki, and the cigarette fell from his mouth. "Son, oh, dear," Robin commented as one of the oversized vines nearby started slithering. Soon, a colossal python was looming over them, jaw wide open. "Scatter!" Luffy shouted, before grabbing Nami and leaping out of the way. Usopp was unceremoniously kicked out of the way by Zoro, while Sanji and Robin leapt aside and Chopper scurried away in walk point. The crew looked back and shivered. The snake's fangs had left a huge indent in the tree behind them, which continued to erode from its venom. "That could be a problem," Robin stated. "I hope none of us get eaten or skewered or liquefied." "Stop it!" Usopp shouted. "Come on, we need to retreat." Luffy had other ideas as he walked straight up to the python and looked it in the eye. "Hey, snake!" The snake's eyes narrowed as it hissed at Luffy. "Isn't he going to use Conqueror's Haki?" Usopp whispered. That thing could really eat him alive. But Luffy's next words stopped the snake short. "We're looking for a golden bell. Have you seen it?" Before the Straw Hats could fully comprehend the idiocy of the question, they were taken aback by the snake's reaction. It was still staring at Luffy, but its eyes were wide. It seemed to have a faraway look in its eyes. Luffy smirked. "You're looking for it too, right? If you want to find it, go wait for us under the giant beanstalk. I assume you can find your way there." The snake evidently understood what Luffy was talking about better than the Straw Hats did. It looked at Luffy suspiciously for a little while longer before raising its head to the sky and letting out an unusual hissing noise. "Zooyla ala ala ala." It hissed loudly, almost as if it was trying to say something, or perhaps imitate something that had been said. Immediately afterwards, it turned around and started slithering rather quickly towards the Straw Hats' destination. "What was that all about?" Nami asked. "Tell you later," Luffy replied, still grinning. Robin's suspicion that the captain knew something about this place that the rest of them didn't was now solidified, but she let it go for the moment. As they made their way deeper into the forest, the crew began to hear the unmistakable sounds of conflict far off in the distance. "It sounds like there's a battle going on here," Sanji commented. "But how? This is Upper Yard. Aren't we supposed to be the only intruders?" Usopp asked nervously. Zoro closed his eyes for a moment. "The status quo has changed. There are around 80 people on the island at the moment. They're all fighting. Some of them are already down for the count." He opened his eyes. "It's war." "War?" Robin repeated. "So it's a rebellion against Enel's reign?" "It's unlikely that all of Skypiea would accept his rule," Zoro replied. "You're right. Most likely, the conflict was already in the making. It could be that our presence here has galvanized the resistance," Robin speculated. "I don't think it was just us," Luffy spoke up, drawing the crew's attention. His brow furrowed. "Do you guys remember what that weird night guy said? There was another group of Blue Sea dwellers that caused trouble here recently. And now, we come along and take down a priest. It kind of mucks up Enel's image, don't you think?" Sanji nodded. "It makes him look vulnerable. That's why they're acting now. Whoever showed up before us must have been a Grand Line pirate. Our own success aside, they were no pushovers if they did so much damage." Luffy's frown deepened. "And whoever it was, they weren't here last time. I have a bad feeling. I hope I'm wrong." "It couldn't be." He looked at Zoro, who met his eyes for a brief second. His countenance was nearly as grim. This did not bode well. "Hey, we've got incoming," Sanji said. Luffy snapped back to attention. There was another aura approaching them. Relatively weak, but stronger than the last two. He smirked. "So, who gets this one?" Chopper stood frozen in shock. "Oh, no. Did he just win? That's not fair. I have hooves. I can only choose scissors. How did I win?" "Looks like it's all you, Chopper," Luffy said, grinning. "Give him hell." Chopper nervously turned toward the priest Jeditsu, who had been watching them in amusement. "What is this? You're choosing a tanuki to fight me? Why do I feel that you're not taking me seriously? Shows what you know." "He's not a tanuki," Luffy retorted. "He's half reindeer, half tanuki, half human." "Shut up, Luffy!" Chopper cried hysterically. "Well, not that it matters. If you so wish, I will take you all down one at a time." "Don't hold back, Chopper. You can do this," Luffy encouraged. Just use the rumble ball and do what you usually do. You'll be fine. Chopper gulped and nodded. He held up a pill, and with barely a moment's hesitation, popped it into his mouth. Rumble. What's this? Eating during a fight? How careless, Jeditsu admonished. Chopper didn't bother to respond, knowing his time limit had already started. He quickly approached the priest and walk point. Jeditsu's eyes widened at the unexpected burst of speed but managed to dodge thanks to his mantra, floating above the ground using the dials on his feet. Chopper went into jumping point and pursued him, but the priest managed to propel himself out of the way again. His increased mobility in tandem with his mantra was proving a problem, so Chopper landed on the ground and went into brain point as his opponent was retreating. Scanning Jeditsu for weaknesses, he quickly came up with a plan before the priest capitalized on the opportunity. Jeditsu's hands started leaking a milky white substance which formed a cloud. He hurled it at Chopper, who went back into jumping point and leapt out of the way. Although it was just cloud, he didn't know what it was supposed to do, and decided to play it safe. Before he could get close though, Jeditsu followed up using the jet dial on his elbow. Jet punch. Chopper was barely able to dodge, even in jumping point, and looked on in worry as the attack blew a hole into a nearby boulder. Gauging the strength of the attack, he decided to take his chances. As the priest turned around and used another jet punch, Chopper launched himself forward in jumping point before quickly switching to arm point and meeting the blow head-on. Kakutai, Rozo. The clash resulted in both combatants being blown off their feet. Chopper went into guard point to cushion the impact, but Jeditsu took the full brunt of it as he collided with a tree. Chopper wasted no time and went back into walk point. Hoisting himself back onto his feet, Jeditsu tried to propel himself back into the air, but Chopper jumped after him, switching into heavy point and grabbing him by the feet. He pulled the dials off of his shoes, effectively grounding him, and they both plummeted to earth. As Chopper rolled away, Jeditsu slowly got back to his feet. He used another jet punch, but Chopper went into horn point and caught the blow in his antlers. Digging his hoof into the ground and gritting his teeth through the pain, Chopper slowed to a stop and bucked, sending Jeditsu flying through the air to collide painfully with the ground. Before he could get up again, Chopper capitalized on the opportunity and ended the fight with another Kakutai, Rozo. Confident the priest wouldn't get up again, Chopper let out a heavy breath and turned back towards his comrades, who all congratulated him. Luffy smiled to himself. Everyone's training was really paying off. They would have to keep this up. Scowled. Jeditsu's voice had just fallen silent. The idiot had personally volunteered to subdue the 7 Blue Sea dwellers whose voices now continued to approach Giant Jack, and now he had been taken down, easily in fact, if the lack of any other voices falling quiet was any indication. It was one thing to be the only competent priest left, but to be the only priest left period? At times he actually missed Shura, if only for his success rate, and that was just worrying. He'd always hated that string bastard, but at least he'd the job done a good 97% of the time. It wasn't quite up to par with his own 100%, but it was a level of reliability he didn't make a habit of expecting from the other two. Well, and matter. He was the only one left, which meant none of their enemies would be escaping from this point on. Enel may have been omnipotent, but he was far too lax at times in Ohm's opinion. He didn't really care for avenging his fellow priest. The miserable being was better off dead than continuing his wretched existence, as were all human mortals. But letting that crew of insolent misfits escape just because their foolhardy leader had survived a couple dozen half-assed health hours. The stubborn ones who clung to life were the ones that needed to be freed from their misery the most. If he didn't know any better, he would say the god Enel had been afraid. Good thing he knew better than to think that, much less say it. Oh, well. It was not as if he could go after the Blue Sea dwellers yet. They were most likely coming to him anyway, so there was no reason to abandon his post. He extended H mantra and noted that the Shandians were making their way to God's shrine as well. Soon it would be time to save some wretched souls. Enel looked up from the scorching form of the Shandian warrior, Kamakiri. Absent-mindedly noting that his attack had unwittingly hit several others traveling on the Milky Road, both foes and allies, he extended his mantra towards Giant Jack. Ohm was still there, but Jeditsu was gone. Oh wait, there he was. Unconscious, on the path to the altar. He must have run into the Blue Sea dwellers who were now nearing the ancient ruins. That was another priest down. That left himself, Ohm, Holy, Yama, Skypia's former god, the master of the sky, the 7 Blue Sea dwellers, the war demon Wiper, and a handful of Shandian warriors and his own enforcers. Not to mention the Shandian child who had been born with mantra who was sneaking about. 24 participants in total. This game was getting interesting. Luffy? Nami's deceptively sweet voice addressed the Straw Hat Captain, causing him to sweat a bit. Yeah, Nami? Cities of gold. They usually have gold, don't they? She questioned rhetorically, in that same dangerously mellow tone. Not in my experience, Luffy replied, boldly evading the question. The thing about Nami was that when she asked you a rhetorical question, she expected you to answer it, and answer it right. As it happened, his answer, while truthful, he had only ever seen one city of gold in his life, and being the exact same one, it had no gold either, was not the right one. This was what he liked to think of as the calm before the storm. And the retort had barely left his mouth before he realized that he was essentially poking the storm with a stick. The thought alone made him drop the stick he was still carrying. As Nami's eyes darkened, Luffy hastily pointed in the direction of the nearest Tora. Hey, look, there's a guy over there. We should go beat him up. He can probably tell you where the gold is, unlike me. Nami's eyes narrowed. The distraction was weak at best. Navigator-san, Robin cut in, struggling not to erupt into a fit of giggles. It's been 400 years since the City of Gold was last accounted for. It makes sense that the gold would have been moved. But seeing as Skypia is relatively small and this land is a restricted area, there are only so many places it could be. I suggest we take Captain San's crudely phrased advice and question one of Enel's underlings as to its whereabouts. Nami hummed. So, in other words, Enel probably took the gold. And to get it back, we'll most likely have to kick his ass? Did I mention you'll need me in One Piece for that? Luffy saw fit to ask. Not really, Zoro disagreed emotionlessly. I could beat him nearly as easily as Zoro. The next time you start wandering off in a random direction, I'm letting you get lost. Zoro scoffed. As if I'd get lost with this huge-ass beanstalk as a landmark. You would get lost even if you had a walking compass following you around and trying to get your attention. As the two bickered, Robin observed the ruins closely. They weren't nearly as large as she'd imagined. Was this really everything? As she surveyed her surroundings, inspiration struck her. They were still standing on Cloud, and this was upper yard. That meant they weren't at ground level. There was more underneath. She was about to pass on this information to her crewmates when they heard a loud crash. She turned and noted with dread that a Shandian warrior had just crashed into one of the nearby ruins. That was ancient history lost to mankind. She might have attacked the man if not for the knowledge that it had been someone else to send him crashing into the artifact. And the fact he was now unconscious, his cannon lying useless on the ground next to him. She turned with a cold glare towards the heavyweight man who was approaching them. Luffy saw the look on her face and winced. You know, Robin, I think we can just skip the rock paper scissors this time. Only a nearly imperceptible nod of agreement indicated that the archaeologist had heard him. So, you are the 7 illegal entrants who have caused so much havoc on Upper Yard. The priests must have been slacking. What a disgrace. Even Satori was defeated. He snarled. As God Enel's chief enforcer, I, Yama, will end this little nuisance now. Yama charged recklessly at the Straw Hats, but Robin used her devil fruit powers to grab his legs and trip him. He fell face first, but quickly bounced back onto his feet and turned towards Robin with a furious glare. You first, then? Very well. Show some respect. These ruins are priceless, and you're stumbling around destroying them like a Neanderthal. Robin said coolly. Yama snorted. The ruins? You think I care about the past? Here's what I think of your damn ruins. He made to kick at a nearby slab of rock, but a couple dozen hands sprouted out of the ground and held him in a chokehold. Grunting in pain, he tried to break out of the hold. Robin, who was exerting herself keeping hold of the giant brute of a man, realized that his size made a simple clutch impossible as she couldn't get a good enough hold on him. Seeing as she had no qualms about the method used to incapacitate a hostile, several more arms sprouted out of Yama's back and continued choking him. Yama, gasping for air, did the only thing he could do and fell backwards. His dead weight was too much for Robin to support, and most of the arms dissipated, lest they be crushed beneath him as he fell. She concluded that this was a wise decision as the ground split apart beneath him. Noting that he had axe tiles on his back and abdomen, she summoned more hands to hold him down. This time, however, Yama caught one of her sprouted limbs and attempted to crush it. The flash of pain disrupted her focus and the rest of the limbs disappeared along with it. Now free, Yama rose to his feet and looked at Robin cautiously. Luffy grimaced. Robin wasn't fighting as she usually would. She was trying to protect the ruins from being damaged any further. Robin. Don't worry about the ruins. I've got it covered. Just focus on kicking this guy's ass. Robin turned to Luffy in surprise, but then nodded to convey that she trusted him. She quickly scurried away from Yama, leading him towards the rock formation without any markings on it. Yama chased after her, but as she suspected, the brute had a one-track mind. Once he realized she was determined to protect the ruins, he was persistent in his attempts to exploit the disadvantage. Which is why he veered off to the right and flew headlong into a ruin. Robin's eyes widened. She tried to use her devil fruit powers, but was too late as he collided with the stone structure. And was repelled violently. He fell back onto the ground, cursing in pain and clutching the newly formed bruise on his head from the collision with the stone, which, upon closer inspection, was now blackened like volcanic rock. Robin followed the trail of black across the ground and met Luffy's eyes curiously. He had one obsidian hand on the ground, which acted as a medium for the physical manifestation of his will. He grinned at her. Continue. Robin turned back to Yama, and several arms appeared on the ground next to his arm. A couple seconds later, the arm was broken at the elbow, eliciting a new round of curses from the heavyweight, who charged at Robin in a blind rage, all thoughts of the ruins forgotten. Axe Mountain. The brute shouted as he attempted to body slam the archaeologist. Robin activated her power while dodging out of the way so that the only thing in Yama's path was the large boulder she had chosen. Yama seemed unconcerned with the impending collision, but this was proven to be a rather poor decision as blood spurted from his stomach where the axe tiles had been turned around to face the wrong way. Yam coughed up blood as he lay in the pile of rubble. A dozen arms now sprouted around the defenseless man, who was unable to resist the hold this time. Clutch. Robin's emotionless voice broke the silence, followed by the cracking of bones. Satisfied that the man was not getting up under his own strength anytime soon, Robin walked calmly back toward her crewmates. After thoroughly exploring the ruins, Robin was able to decipher some of the writing, and the straw hats were led below the veil of clouds to the city of Shandia underneath. They couldn't find the golden bell, which meant that either it didn't make it to the sky, it was lost during the ascension of Jaya, or Enel had it. Luffy was still determined to ring it, and Nami was still determined to find the gold, but neither had objected to Robin teaching Yama a painful lesson before they could question him, oddly. As it turned out, this wasn't much of a problem, since another of Enel's minions met them at the base of the beanstalk, along with a giant dog. Welcome, Blue Sea Dwellers. I am Om, the last of God's priests. The ordeal of iron has begun. You will not leave here alive. The last 5 guys all had the same idea, Sanji said. Can we just get on with this? Om adjusted his glasses. As you wish. Several things happened in the next minute. A bearded man who the straw hats recognized as Yanfall flew in on his winged horse. The Shandian warrior who had assaulted them when they first arrived in the White Sea also made an appearance, along with a couple other Shandian warriors. Most shockingly to those who weren't the Straw Hat Pirates, a giant snake slithered around the base of Giant Jack, attracted by all the commotion. The snake looked at Luffy expectantly, and the Straw Hat captain gestured towards the other arrivals, who were staring each other down. The tension was palpable as Ohm readied his sword, Wiper his bazooka, Brahim his flash guns, Ganfall his lance, and the snake her fangs. Strangely, the snake, whom the Skypians knew as the Master of the Sky, was hovering over the Blue Sea dwellers almost protectively. "So, you're all right," Ganfall stated, greeting the Straw Hats. "That's good to know. I was beginning to fear the worst. I'm surrounded by people I'd love to kill," Wiper growled. "But first things first." He turned to Ohm. "Where is Enel? I'm here for his head." "Foolish mortals. You will all be freed from the illusion of life's grandeur soon enough," was all Ohm said. "Sila ala ala ala." The Master of the Sky hissed her input. "So, then," Luffy spoke up. "I guess it's a battle royale. How exciting," a new voice, accompanied by a crackle of lightning, drawled. "I do hope I'm invited." Everyone turned to face none other than God Enel, who was smirking at them all. Of the original 80 participants, 16 fighters remain. How frustrating. Let's trim that number down, shall we? There was a moment of calm under Giant Jack as the 16 participants stared each other down, waiting for someone to make the first move. Between the Shandians, the priest, the Knight of the Sky, the Master of the Sky, and the God of the Sky, tensions were high. The Blue Sea dwellers, on the other hand, had varied reactions to the new development. Zoro looked utterly bored, Sanji was needlessly assuring Nami and Robin that he'd protect them, Nami was rolling her eyes at Sanji, Usopp was holding his slingshot above his head in a sign of false bravado that belied the trembling of his legs, Chopper was asking Luffy what a battle royale was, Robin was looking utterly bored, and Luffy was explaining to Chopper what a battle royale was in a rather grandiose manner, utilizing the term man's romance multiple times. As amusing as this little byplay is, Enel continued, raising an eyebrow in amusement, you all really should focus on the matter at hand. You see, only 5 of you can come with me to the Holy Land. The rest of you will be returned to the Blue Sea along with the rest of Skypia. You may either decide amongst yourselves, or battle for the right. It is your decision. The Shandians and Ganfall were silent as they took in what Enel had just implied. Ganfall had already had a sneaking suspicion, but this confirmed it. You demon. The knight growled. You plan to destroy Skypia, along with all of its inhabitants? That is the natural order of things, is it not? Enel replied, sounding almost bored. God is a destroyer. His job is to restore order. For mortals to live above the clouds, to thrive in the sky like gods. It's heresy, don't you think? It is only right that I return them to their natural environment. Most of the Straw Hats stared incredulously at the declaration. He spoke so casually about what could practically be considered genocide. Even Ohm looked surprised at this new, having heard nothing of it beforehand. Now, Enel continued, which of you will come with me to Fairy Varth, and which of you will return to the Blue Sea? The tension skyrocketed as all parties involved gripped their weapons. I'll return to the Blue Sea, a voice spoke up, and everyone turned to stare at Luffy, who was cracking his knuckles. After I kick your ass from here to Fairy Varth, of course. Enel looked amused. How insolent. But before that, I have a question for you, Luffy continued. Who was the other Blue Sea dweller that came here before us? Enel raised an eyebrow. Why does that matter? Do you presume to know him? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You both have a tendency to provoke powers far beyond your understanding. You can tell me, or I can beat it out of you, Luffy said nonchalantly. Enel stated laughing. Oh, I'll definitely enjoy beating that out of you, mortal, he exclaimed. But if you really must know, I am not aware of his true name. Only that, if I remember correctly, he went by the moniker of Blackbeard. Robin's eyes widened, while Zoro's narrowed. You know, I can't help but think this was rigged somehow. Usopp pointed out. He's right. What are the chances that the two weakest crew members would have to deal with those idiots? Nami asked, jerking her thumb at the sputtering duo of enforcers. Oh come on. How could I rig rocks paper scissors anyway? Luffy asked. If you want to blame someone, blame the lost samurai. Nami and Usopp simultaneously turned towards Zoro, who grimaced in annoyance. Not me. He sputtered. Oh dear, that wall just came crashing down, Robin commented. Chopper looked up at her in question, not following the present conversation at all. What wall? He asked innocently. The fourth one, Sanji muttered. I still don't get it, Chopper thought. Hotori and Kotori, having had enough and enraged by the earlier insult, lunged at Nami, who yelped and dove out of the way. Sanji took a step forward, seething, but was held back by Zoro. Don't cook, they need the experience. Even our training won't be enough if they don't fight any real battles. Battle my ass. They tried to gang up on her. Sanji shouted. If Nami-san gets hurt, I'll blame you, shitty swordsman. If either of them get hurt, blame me, Luffy interrupted. But they won't. Meanwhile, Nami was having trouble forming a lightning cloud while trying to fend off her assailants' attacks. Usopp had been quick to take one of them after their initial assault, and was now using hit-and-run tactics against a disorganized Hotori, or Kotori, really, who knew? But strangely, though almost all of his attacks were hitting dead-on, some of them were being harmlessly stopped by the enforcer's hand as if their kinetic energy had suddenly vanished. At the same time, Nami was fending off attacks with her staff, and although she parried with a grace that belied her lack of confidence and constant shrieks, each block she was forced to make interrupted her efforts to form a cloud overhead. The entire crew had been warned about the strange devices that the priest had worn on his hands by Sanji. Robin had speculated that it was a prevalent form of combat in Skypiea, so both Nami and Usopp were wary of getting too close. You can't dodge forever, Kotori taunted as he lunged for Nami again. Nami was forced to block his blow with her clam attack, but to her surprise, it wasn't a normal blow. When the enforcer's open palm met her staff, a metallic clang was heard, and a sharp pain traveled up her arm from the force that would have resulted in a grievous wound had it landed. Kotori's eyes widened as the recoil left him off balance. The axe dial couldn't cut it? What's that thing made of? Nami, wincing in pain but not to be deterred, quickly capitalized on the opportunity, twirling her staff and swinging it directly at his head. Upon impact, the staff released a force far greater than the blow itself would bestow, and Kotori was blown off his feet by the gust of wind, only to be stopped by a tree. He rose to his feet in a daze, and when he touched his head, he felt a warm red liquid. Angered, he prepared to use his flame dial to roast Nami from a distance, but could only stare in shock as she disappeared from before his eyes with another twirl of her staff. Looking around frantically, he could find no trace of her. Unnoticed by the duo, the cloud overhead now began rapidly increasing in size. Stand still, you little coward. Hotori's high-pitched and frustrated voice rang out. Once he realized he couldn't get clear shot to his torso or head, Usopp had started aiming for his legs. As a result, Hotori was now limping heavily due to his knees having taken damage. As it was, he could barely position himself well enough to block with the impact dial, much less land a hit with it on the constantly retreating sniper, who by the way, was much faster than he looked. An opportunity presented itself when Usopp backed into a tree. Kotori, not one to waste it, lunged at Usopp, although noticeably slower now, with impact dial at the ready. Usopp, thinking fast, aimed another shot at his head, forcing Hotori to abort his assault in favor of blocking once again with the dial, and thereby missing Usopp, who ducked out of the way and rolled before gaining more distance. The sniper's eyes bulged as he surveyed the damage done to the tree he had backed into by the dial. The trunk had been blown apart, causing the tree to topple over. He had been right to be cautious and not get hit by that. Hotori, realizing he had to switch tactics, used his other dial, the breath dial. A hissing sound was heard, and Usopp's eyes widened as he realized that some form of gas was being released into the area. Although it was clear, his keen sense of smell was able to pick up on it. But this guy's dials were the shock wave one and the breath one. Could he use flames as well? He had to assume at least one of them could, otherwise the gas would be pointless. It was then that he noticed Hotori's eyes drifting to the side to meet Kotori's, and inwardly cursed. The other enforcer, forgetting about his fruitless search for Nami at the moment, instead aimed his open palm at Usopp, who realized he had to get out of the gas now. Knowing they wouldn't set themselves on fire, he ran towards the two enforcers. He wasn't quite fast enough. As it happened, Nami was. Usopp only had time to register the strong gust that blew past him, not strong enough to lift him off his feet, but enough for its purposes. He let out a relieved breath as the subtle smell of gas faded, and rolled out of the way of the oncoming flame, making a mental note to thank Nami for the save once this was over. Ignoring the explosion of flame that, while close, didn't reach him, he let an uncharacteristic smirk manifest on his face. This fight was almost over. Casting a subtle glance upwards, he noted that the lightning cloud overhead still wasn't ready due to the constant interruptions. He also made a note to find a way for Nami to multitask with the climatic. What was that? Your aim is terrible, he said to the shocked duo. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. I'll send it back to you twice as strong. Funny how you're talking trash when you're about to die. Kotori shouted. In their anger, the two enforcers foolishly obliged Usopp's request, readying another combination attack. Usopp silently prayed to whatever god was listening other than Enel that Nami had gotten the message he'd been trying to convey. His trust was rewarded when, after gas was released, he felt another strong breeze, this time blowing in the opposite direction, back towards Hotori and Kotori. The two must have noticed, because their eyes widened comically as they realized what was happening. The cloud overhead was formed by the humidity in the area, Usopp said with a smirk. As a result, the air is much drier. They say those who play with fire get burned, he sighed. Aiming his slingshot at the enforcers and letting his exploding star fly. It detonated inside the small area of gas, resulting in an explosion twice as big as the previous one, which swallowed the two enforcers whole. Luckily for me, I'm not playing. As he turned around and walked away, he felt something that felt a lot like Nami's staff impact lightly with his head. As he rubbed the aching bump, Nami materialized in front of him. You sure seemed confident that the explosion wouldn't hit me, especially for someone who didn't know where I was. Nami yelled, glaring half-heartedly. Well, I trusted that you would get out of the way in time since you were the one directing the gas. Usopp defended. Whatever, Nami said, though Usopp thought he saw a ghost of a smile on her face. Just remember you owe me one, Nami huffed. Usopp sighed. Yay, okay. Suddenly, his head perked up and his eyes widened. Nami only had time to wonder why he had grown pale before he raised his slingshot and fired a pellet over her shoulder. Nami turned around in time to see Kotori, or Hotori, really, who knew? Clutching his face in pain as he fell over just short of reaching her. They both leapt back instinctively, noting that the enforcer, while covered in third-degree burns, hadn't taken nearly as much damage as he should have. Nami, getting over the fact that she probably would have died had Usopp been any slower, raised her staff to the sky. Looks like I'll get to use this after all. Thunderbolt tempo. The massive bolt of lightning reached the ground where their opponent was struggling to get up faster than one could say overkill. Needless to say, he didn't get up again after that. Damn, that was close, Usopp said. He must have used that weapon he had to absorb the force of the explosion and most of the flames. Nami nodded, a little shakily, then smiled lightly. "Thanks, Usopp." Suddenly they heard clapping, and turned to see Luffy and the rest of the crew making their way towards them. "See? Not a scratch," Luffy said, a little too smugly, only to be kicked in the face by Sanji. "That was too many close calls. What would you have done if they weren't fast enough?" The chef grumbled. "I would have intervened, obviously. But I didn't need to," Luffy argued, before turning to Usopp. "Hey, let's go loot them. Those weapons they were using looked useful. Get in." An enthusiastic nod from Usopp, the group took the dials from the two unconscious enforcers. "Hotori and Kotori have been defeated," Enel said in a bored tone, much to the surprise of his servants. "First one of the priests and now this." One spoke up. "Will you intervene, God?" "Now why would I do that? The survival game has already begun. If my forces can't even handle a group of Blue Sea dwellers, they don't deserve to come with me to the dream land." He smirked. "Of course, that's not to say I'll stand idly by. I am a player in this game as well." And with that, Enel disappeared in a bright flash. As the Straw Hats made their way through the thick undergrowth of Upper Yard, Luffy couldn't help but feel amused. They were in the middle of a philosophical debate, something that didn't happen often. It had started when Chopper asked an innocent question, "Is this place the real heaven?" And from there, it had escalated quite satisfactorily. "Like I said, there's no this place is actually heaven," Nami argued. "I could just as easily put a sign up over Kokoyashi village that says the same thing, but that wouldn't make true." "I agree with Nami-san," Sanji announced with ease of practice. "To be fair, Navigator-san, your home island isn't floating on clouds 10,000 meters above the sea," Robin said with a smile. Nami glared at Robin, knowing full well that she didn't think this place was the heaven either. "I agree with Robin-chan," came Sanji's predictable response. "Hey, you can't agree with both of them," Usopp sputtered. "Not when they have differing opinions. And really, we shouldn't be talking about this. Enel could rain lightning down on us at any time." It was a valid point. The only reason they were willing to have this discussion was that they had Luffy and Zoro on lightning patrol. Once they had been assured that Enel wasn't even bothering at this point, the debate had dragged on for the next 5 minutes, in which Usopp would argue that Skypiea was heaven, most likely so he could brag about Haven gone there later, and Nami, ever the voice of reason, would argue the opposite, while Robin would play devil's advocate in order to keep the debate going, most likely because she found it funny, and Sanji would agree with whatever Nami and Robin said. "Look, all I'm saying is that we already know we're not the first Blue Sea dwellers to visit Skypiea," Usopp stated. "Who's to say that the name Heaven didn't come from here originally? For all we know, this could have been the inspiration for it. That would mean that for all intents and purposes, this place is heaven." Chopper listened curiously. "What did I start?" "I guess it's possible," Nami conceded grudgingly. "But it still seems unlikely." "Luffy, Zoro, what do you guys think?" Usopp asked. The two hadn't said a word yet. "Don't care," they replied in unison. "Really?" Usopp asked. "You guys aren't curious at all?" "I don't believe in God, so I couldn't care less," Zoro stated. The rumble of thunder overhead either went unnoticed or was ignored. "What about you, Luffy? You always seemed like the type to believe things for no reason," Nami said with a smirk. Luffy grinned. "I don't pretend to know either way," he replied. "If he exists, that's fine with me, but if he doesn't, I won't lose sleep over it. I'll just do my own thing like always." "That's an interesting viewpoint, Captain San," Robin said. "So you're an agnostic?" "A what now? Are you guys so captivated by your meaningless conversation that you wouldn't notice a giant snake sneaking up on you?" Zoro drawled. The Straw Hats stilled. Luffy's grin only widened as the others looked around cautiously. Sanji reached out with his observation haki, and the cigarette fell from his mouth. "Son. "Oh, dear," Robin commented as one of the oversized vines nearby started slithering. Soon, a colossal python was looming over them, jaw wide open. "Scatter!" Luffy shouted, before grabbing Nami and leaping out of the way. Usopp was unceremoniously kicked out of the way by Zoro, while Sanji and Robin leapt aside and Chopper scurried away in walk point. The crew looked back and shivered. The snake's fangs had left a huge indent in the tree behind them, which continued to erode from its venom. "That could be a problem," Robin stated. "I hope none of us get eaten or skewered or liquefied." "Stop it!" Usopp shouted. "Come on, we need to retreat." Luffy had other ideas as he walked straight up to the python and looked it in the eye. "Hey, snake!" The snake's eyes narrowed as it hissed at Luffy. "Isn't he going to use Conqueror's Haki?" Usopp whispered. That thing could really eat him alive. But Luffy's next words stopped the snake short. "We're looking for a golden bell. Have you seen it?" Before the Straw Hats could fully comprehend the idiocy of the question, they were taken aback by the snake's reaction. It was still staring at Luffy, but its eyes were wide. It seemed to have a faraway look in its eyes. Luffy smirked. "You're looking for it too, right? If you want to find it, go wait for us under the giant beanstalk. I assume you can find your way there." The snake evidently understood what Luffy was talking about better than the Straw Hats did. It looked at Luffy suspiciously for a little while longer before raising its head to the sky and letting out an unusual hissing noise. "Zooila-ala-ala-ala." It hissed loudly, almost as if it was trying to say something, or perhaps imitate something that had been said. Immediately afterwards, it turned around and started slithering rather quickly towards the Straw Hats' destination. "What was that all about?" Nami asked. "Tell you later," Luffy replied, still grinning. Robin's suspicion that the captain knew something about this place that the rest of them didn't was now solidified, but she let it go for the moment. As they made their way deeper into the forest, the crew began to hear the unmistakable sounds of conflict far off in the distance. "It sounds like there's a battle going on here," Sanji commented. "But how? This is Upper Yard. Aren't we supposed to be the only intruders?" Usopp asked nervously. Zoro closed his eyes for a moment. "The status quo has changed. There are around 80 people on the island at the moment. They're all fighting. Some of them are already down." "For the count." He opened his eyes. "It's war." "War?" Robin repeated. "So it's a rebellion against Enel's reign?" "It's unlikely that all of Skypiea would accept his rule," Zoro replied. "You're right. Most likely, the conflict was already in the making. It could be that our presence here has galvanized the resistance," Robin speculated. "I don't think it was just us," Luffy spoke up, drawing the crew's attention. His brow furrowed. "Do you guys remember what that weird night guy said? There was another group of Blue Sea dwellers that caused trouble here recently. And now, we come along and take down a priest. It kind of mucks up Enel's image, don't you think?" Sanji nodded. "It makes him look vulnerable. That's why they're acting now. Whoever showed up before us must have been a Grand Line pirate. Our own success aside, they were no pushovers if they did so much damage." Luffy's frown deepened. "And whoever it was, they weren't here last time. I have a bad feeling. I hope I'm wrong. It couldn't be." He looked at Zoro, who met his eyes for a brief second. His countenance was nearly as grim. This did not bode well. "Hey, we've got incoming," Sanji said. Luffy snapped back to attention. There was another oar approaching them. Relatively weak, but stronger than the last two. He smirked. "So, who gets this one?" Chopper stood frozen in shock. "Oh, no. Did he just win? That's not fair. I have hooves. I can only choose scissors. How did I win?" "Looks like it's all you, Chopper," Luffy said, grinning. "Give him hell." Chopper nervously turned toward the priest Jeditsu, who had been watching them in amusement. "What is this?" You're choosing a tanuki to fight me? Why do I feel that you're not taking me seriously? Shows what you know. He's not a tanuki. Luffy retorted. He's half reindeer, half tanuki, half human. Shut up, Luffy. Chopper cried hysterically. Well, not that it matters. If you so wish, I will take you all down one at a time. Don't hold back, Chopper. You can do this, Luffy encouraged. Just use the rumble ball and do what you usually do. You'll be fine. Chopper gulped and nodded. He held up a pill, and with barely a moment's hesitation, popped it into his mouth. Rumble. What's this? Eating during a fight? How careless, Jeditsu admonished. Chopper didn't bother to respond, knowing his time limit had already started. He quickly approached the priest and walk point. Jeditsu's eyes widened at the unexpected burst speed but managed to dodge thanks to his mantra, floating above the ground using the dials on his feet. Chopper went into jumping point and pursued him, but the priest managed to propel himself out of the way again. His increased mobility in tandem with his mantra was proving a problem, so Chopper landed on the ground and went into brain point as his opponent was retreating. Scanning Jeditsu for weaknesses, he quickly came up with a plan before the priest capitalized on the opportunity. Jeditsu's hands started leaking a milky white substance which formed a cloud. He hurled it at Chopper, who went back into jumping point and leapt out of the way. Although it was just cloud, he didn't know what it was supposed to do, and decided to play it safe. Before he could get close though, Jeditsu followed up using the jet dial on his elbow. Jet punch. Chopper was barely able to dodge, even in jumping point, and looked on in worry as the attack blew a hole into a nearby boulder. Gauging the strength of the attack, he decided to take his chances. As the priest turned around and used another jet punch, Chopper launched himself forward in jumping point before quickly switching to arm point and meeting the blow head-on. Kakutai, Rosa. The clash resulted in both combatants being blown off their feet. Chopper went into guard point to cushion the impact, but Jeditsu took the full brunt of it as he collided with a tree. Chopper wasted no time and went back into walk point. Hoisting himself back onto his feet, Jeditsu tried to propel himself back into the air, but Chopper jumped after him. Switching into heavy point and grabbing him by the feet, he pulled the dials off of his shoes, effectively grounding him, and they both plummeted to earth. As Chopper rolled away, Jeditsu slowly got back to his feet. He used another jet punch, but Chopper went into horn point and caught the blow in his antlers. Digging his hoof into the ground and gritting his teeth through the pain, Chopper slowed to a stop and bucked, sending Jeditsu flying through the air to collide painfully with the ground. Before he could get up again, Chopper capitalized on the opportunity and ended the fight with another Kakutai, Rosa. Confident the priest wouldn't get up again, Chopper let out a heavy breath and turned back towards his comrades, who all congratulated him. Luffy smiled to himself. Everyone's training was really paying off. They would have to keep this up. Scowled. Jeditsu's voice had just fallen silent. The idiot had personally volunteered to subdue the 7 Blue Sea dwellers whose voices now continued to approach Giant Jack, and now he had been taken down, easily. In fact, if the lack of any other voices falling quiet was any indication, it was one thing to be the only competent priest left, but to be the only priest left period? At times he actually missed Shura, if only for his success rate, and that was just worrying. He'd always hated that string bastard, but at least he the job done a good 97% of the time. It wasn't quite up to par with his own 100%, but it was a level of reliability he didn't make a habit of expecting from the other two. Well, matter. He was the only one left, which meant none of their enemies would be escaping from this point on. Enel may have been omnipotent, but he was far too lax at times in Ohm's opinion. He didn't really care for avenging his fellow priest. The miserable being was better off dead than continuing his wretched existence, as were all human mortals. But letting that crew of insolent misfits escape just because their foolhardy leader had survived a couple dozen half-assed Telthars. The stubborn ones who clung to life were the ones that needed to be freed from their misery the most. If he didn't know any better, he would say the god Enel had been afraid. Good thing he knew better than to think that, much less say it. Oh, well. It was not as if he could go after the Blue Sea Dwellers yet. They were most likely coming to him anyway, so there was no reason to abandon his post. He extended H. mantra and noted that the Shandians were making their way to God's shrine as well. Soon it would be time to save some wretched souls. Enel looked up from the scorching form of the Shandian warrior, Kamakiri, absent-mindedly noting that his attack had unwittingly hit several others traveling on the Milky Road. Both foes and allies, he extended his mantra towards Giant Jack. Om was still there, but Jeditsu was gone. Oh wait, there he was. Unconscious, on the path to the altar. He must have run into the Blue Sea Dwellers who were now nearing the ancient ruins. That was another priest down. That left himself, holy, Yama, Skypia's former god, the master of the sky, the 7 Blue Sea Dwellers, the war demon Wiper, and a handful of Shandian warriors and his own enforcers. Not to mention the Shandian child who had been born with mantra who was sneaking about. 24 participants in total. This game was getting interesting. Luffy? Nami's deceptively sweet voice addressed the Straw Hat Captain, causing him to sweat a bit. Yeah, Nami? Cities of gold. They usually have gold, don't they? She questioned rhetorically, in that same dangerously mellow tone. Not in my experience, Luffy replied, boldly evading the question. The thing about Nami was that when she asked you a rhetorical question, she expected you to answer it, and answer it right. As it happened, his answer, while truthful, he had only ever seen one city of gold in his life, and being the exact same one, it had no gold either, was not the right one. This was what he liked to think of as the calm before the storm. And the retort had barely left his mouth before he realized that he was essentially poking the storm with a stick. The thought alone made him drop the stick he was still carrying. As Nami's eyes darkened, Luffy hastily pointed in the direction of the nearest Tora. Hey, look, there's a guy over there. We should go beat him up. He can probably tell you where the gold is, unlike me. Nami's eyes narrowed. The distraction was weak at best. Navigator-san, Robin cut in, struggling not to erupt into a fit of giggles. It's been 400 years since the City of Gold was last accounted for. It makes sense that the gold would have been moved. But seeing as Skypia is relatively small and this land is a restricted area, there are only so many places it could be. I suggest we take Captain Sans crudely phrased advice and question one of Enel's underlings as to its whereabouts. Nami hummed. So, in other words, Enel probably took the gold. And to get it back, we'll most likely have to kick his ass? Did I mention you'll need me in one piece for that? Luffy saw fit to ask. Not really, Zoro disagreed emotionlessly. I could beat him nearly as easily as Zoro. The next time you start wandering off in a random direction, I'm letting you get lost. Zoro scoffed. As if I'd get lost with this huge-ass beanstalk as a landmark. You would get lost even if you had a walking compass following you around and trying to get your attention. As the two bickered, Robin observed the ruins closely. They weren't nearly as large as she'd imagined. Was this really everything? As she surveyed her surroundings, inspiration struck her. They were still standing on cloud, and this was upper yard. That meant they weren't at ground level. There was more underneath. She was about to pass on this information to her crewmates when they heard a loud crash. She turned and noted with dread that a Shandian warrior had just crashed into one of the nearby ruins. That was ancient history lost to mankind. She might have attacked the man if not for the knowledge that it had been someone else to send him crashing into the artifact. And the fact He was now unconscious, his cannon lying useless on the ground next to him. She turned with a cold glare towards the heavyweight man who was approaching them. Luffy saw the look on her face and winced. "You know, Robin, I think we can just skip the rock-paper-scissors this time." Only a nearly imperceptible nod of agreement indicated that the archaeologist had heard him. "So, you are the 7 illegal entrants who have caused so much havoc on Upper Yard. The priests must have been slacking. What a disgrace. Even Satori was defeated," he snarled. "As God Enel's chief enforcer, I, Yama, will end this little nuisance now." Yama charged recklessly at the straw-hats, but Robin used her devil fruit powers to grab his legs and trip him. He fell face first, but quickly bounced back onto his feet and turned towards Robin with a furious glare. "You first, then? Very well. Show some respect. These ruins are priceless, and you're stumbling around destroying them like a Neanderthal," Robin said coolly. Yama snorted. "The ruins? You think I care about the past? Here's what I think of your damn ruins." He made to kick at a nearby slab of rock, but a couple dozen hands sprouted out of the ground and held him in a chokehold. Grunting in pain, he tried to break out of the hold. Robin, who was exerting herself keeping hold of the giant brute of a man, realized that his size made a simple clutch impossible as she couldn't get a good enough hold on him. Seeing as she had no qualms about the method used to incapacitate a hostile, several more arms sprouted out of Yama's back and continued choking him. Yama, gasping for air, did the only thing he could do and fell backwards. His dead weight was too much for Robin to support, and most of the arms dissipated, lest they be crushed beneath him as he fell. She concluded that this was a wise decision as the ground split apart beneath him. Noting that he had axe dials on his back and abdomen, she summoned more hands to hold him down. This time, however, Yama caught one of her sprouted limbs and attempted to crush it. The flash of pain disrupted her focus and the rest of the limbs disappeared along with it. Now free, Yama rose to his feet and looked at Robin cautiously. Luffy grimaced. Robin wasn't fighting as she usually would. She was trying to protect the ruins from being damaged any further. "Robin. Don't worry about the ruins. I've got it covered. Just focus on kicking this guy's ass." Robin turned to Luffy in surprise, but then nodded to convey that she trusted him. She quickly scurried away from Yama, leading him towards the rock formation without any markings on it. Yama chased after her, but as she suspected, the brute had a one-track mind. Once he realized she was determined to protect the ruins, he was persistent in his attempts to exploit the disadvantage. Which is why he veered off to the right and flew headlong into a ruin. Robin's eyes widened. She tried to use her devil fruit powers, but was too late as he collided with the structure and was repelled violently. He fell back onto the ground, cursing in pain and clutching the newly formed bruise on his head from the collision with the stone, which, upon closer inspection, was now blackened like volcanic rock. Robin followed the trail of black across the ground and met Luffy's eyes curiously. He had one obsidian hand on the ground, which acted as a medium for the physical manifestation of his will. He grinned at her. "Continue." Robin turned back to Yama, and several arms appeared on the ground next to his arm. A couple seconds later, the arm was broken at the elbow, eliciting a new round of curses from the heavyweight, who charged at Robin in a blind rage, all thoughts of the ruins forgotten. "Axe Mountain!" the brute shouted as he attempted to body slam the archaeologist. Robin activated her power while dodging out of the way so that the only thing in Yama's path was the large boulder she had chosen. Yama seemed unconcerned with the impending collision, but this was proven to be a rather poor decision as blood spurted from his stomach where the axe dials had been turned around to face the wrong way. Yam coughed up blood as he lay in the pile of rubble. A dozen arms now sprouted around the defenseless man, who was unable to resist the hold this time. "Clutch!" Robin's emotionless voice broke the silence, followed by the cracking of bones. Satisfied that the man was not getting up under his own strength anytime soon, Robin walked calmly back toward her crewmates. After thoroughly exploring the ruins, Robin was able to decipher some of the writing, and the straw hats were led below the veil of clouds to the city of Shandia underneath. The couldn't find the golden bell, which meant that either it didn't make it to the sky, it was lost during the ascension of Jaya, or Enel had it. Luffy was still determined to ring it, and Nami was still determined to find the gold, but neither had objected to Robin teaching Yama a painful lesson before they could question him, oddly. As it turned out, this wasn't much of a problem, since another of Enel's minions met them at the base of the beanstalk, along with a giant dog. "Welcome, Blue Sea Dwellers. I am Om, the last of God's priests. The ordeal of iron has begun. You will not leave here alive." The last 5 guys all had the same idea, Sanji said. "Can we just get on with this?" Om adjusted his glasses. "As you wish." Several things happened in the next minute. A bearded man who the Straw Hats recognized as Ganfall flew in on his winged horse. The Shandian warrior who had assaulted them when they first arrived in the White Sea also made an appearance, along with a couple other Shandian warriors. Most shockingly to those who weren't the Straw Hat Pirates, a giant snake slithered around the base of Giant Jack, attracted by all the commotion. The snake looked at Luffy expectantly, and the Straw Hat captain gestured towards the other arrivals, who were staring each other down. The tension was palpable as Om readied his sword, Wiper his bazooka, Brahim his flash guns, Ganfall his lance, and the snake her fangs. Strangely, the snake, whom the Skypians knew as the Master of the Sky, was hovering over the Blue Sea Dwellers almost protectively. "So, you're all right," Ganfall stated, greeting the Straw Hats. "That's good to know. I was beginning to fear the worst. I'm surrounded by people I'd love to kill," Wiper growled. "But first things first." He turned to Om. "Where is Enel? I'm here for his head." "Foolish mortals. You will all be freed from the illusion of life's grandeur soon enough," was all Om said. "Sula Allah Allah Allah." The Master of the Sky hissed her input. "So, then," Luffy spoke up. "I guess it's a battle royale." "How exciting," a new voice, accompanied by a crackle of lightning, drawled. "I do hope I'm invited." Everyone turned to face none other than God Enel, who was smirking at them all. Of the original 80 participants, 16 fighters remain. How frustrating. Let's trim that number down, shall we? There was a moment of calm under Giant Jack as the 16 participants stared each other down, waiting for someone to make the first move. Between the Shandians, the priest, the Knight of the Sky, the Master of the Sky, and the God of the Sky, tensions were high. The Blue Sea Dwellers, on the other hand, had varied reactions to the new development. Zoro looked utterly bored. Sanji was needlessly assuring Nami and Robin that he'd protect them. Nami was rolling her eyes at Sanji. Usopp was holding his slingshot above his head in a sign of false bravado that belied the trembling of his legs. Chopper was asking Luffy what a battle royale was. Robin was looking utterly bored, and Luffy was explaining to Chopper what a battle royale was in a rather grandiose manner, utilizing the term man's romance multiple times. As amusing as this little byplay is, Enel continued, raising an eyebrow in amusement, you all really should focus on the matter at hand. You see, only 5 of you can come with me to the Holy Land. The rest of you will be returned to the Blue Sea along with the rest of Skypia. You may either decide amongst yourselves, or battle for the right. It is you. Decision. The Shandians and Ganfall were silent as they took in what Enel had just implied. Ganfall had already had a sneaking suspicion, but this confirmed it. You demon. The knight growled. You plan to destroy Skypia, along with all of its inhabitants? That is the natural order of things, is it not? Enel replied, sounding almost bored. God is a destroyer. His job is to restore order. For mortals to live above the clouds, to thrive. In the sky like gods. It's heresy, don't you think? It is only right that I return them to their natural environment. Most of the Straw-Hats stared incredulously at the declaration. He spoke so casually about what could practically be considered genocide. Even looked surprised at this news, having heard nothing of it beforehand. Now, Enel continued, which of you will come with me to Fairy Varth, and which of you will return to the Blue Sea? The tension skyrocketed as all parties involved gripped their weapons. I'll return to the Blue Sea, a voice spoke up, and everyone turned to stare at Luffy, who was cracking his knuckles. After I kick your ass from here to Fairy Varth, of course. Enel looked amused. How insolent. But before that, I have a question for you, Luffy continued. Who was the other Blue Sea dweller that came here before us? Enel raised an eyebrow. Why does that matter? Do you presume to know him? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You both have a tendency to provoke powers far beyond you. Understanding. You can tell me, or I can beat it out of you, Luffy said nonchalantly. Enel stated laughing. Oh, I'll definitely enjoy beating that out of you, mortal, he exclaimed. But if you really must know, I am not aware of his true name. Only that, if I remember correctly, he went by the moniker of Blackbeard. Robin's eyes widened, while Zoro's narrowed. So, it's true then, Luffy muttered. But that doesn't make sense. He looked at Enel as if trying to solve some sort of puzzle. How are you even alive right now? Enel looked annoyed for the first time hearing that question. Are you implying that he was a match for me? That fool never even made it to Giant Jack. Once he took down Shura, I found that my patience was beginning to wane, and decided to intervene. I'll admit, it was impressive that he survived my Elthor that many times, but in the end, he and his pathetic crew retreated back to the Blue Sea like so many others. Enel cracked a smile. I never had to leave God's shrine. Surprisingly, this caused Luffy to start laughing. Enel grew confused at this reaction, but soon his annoyance returned. You'd be wise not to laugh at omnipotence, foolish monkey, he growled. Luffy calmed down and looked at Enel again. That explains it, he said. Hockey was never his strong suit. The idiot never even found you. I wonder if he even knew someone was attacking him, or if he just thought it was raining lightning over his head. Enel only scowled in response. After that, the tension broke. Wiper made the first move, aiming his bazooka at Enel, but was quick to intercept the cannonball that he shot, which exploded against a large wall of iron that protruded out from his sword handle. God does not need to be bothered with you mortals. I'll be enough to finish this. Wiper growled as he switched his bazooka to its burn setting. Before he had a chance to fire it off, however, Ohm's iron-cloud sword was chasing him, and he was forced to dodge out of the way. As the two got ready to clash again, they heard a loud hiss, and turned their heads upwards to the sight of the Master of the Sky glaring down at them. Wiper aimed his bazooka at her and fired, but the barrage of flames barely left a mark on the snake's scales as she swept her tail towards the two at an astounding speed. Wipe used his waver skates to maneuver out of the way, but wasn't as fast, and resorted to blocking with his iron cloud. It didn't work. The weapon shattered, barely cushioning the blow enough for to remain unharmed after being thrown off his feet. His mantra screamed at him, but he wasn't fast enough to prevent the fangs of the giant python from sinking into him. Enel was, however. Nola hissed in agony as she was hit by a lightning bolt and every muscle in her body started to spasm. It would seem that this is a little above your pay grade, Enel mocked as he appeared next to the slightly shaken priest. You don't pay me, he retorted. The self-proclaimed god laughed. Fair point, he conceded as he charged up another lightning blast, aimed at the still twitching python. There was a loud clap of thunder as he released it, and it shot towards DH. Master of the Sky in the span of a millisecond. Enel's brow furrowed as he observed the result of his divine intervention. His lightning had stopped short of her. It had simply dispersed. But how? His eyes widened as the dust cleared, and two figures stood almost protectively in front of the snake. They each held an arm out, as if commanding the lightning to stop would achieve the desired results. The crazy part was that it seemed to have worked. Of the 7 Blue Sea intruders, these were the only 2 that had yet to lift a finger since coming to Skypiea. Now they had, and Enel didn't like what he was seeing. To think they could stop one of his lightning attacks. They would have to be dealt with. He started charging up another, much more powerful lightning bolt, before unleashing it onto the 2 insolent mortals. Sango. Zoro immediately drew Yubashiri from its sheath and cleaved the lightning bolt down the middle, causing it to disperse again, but Enel was already following up by teleporting right next to the swordsman using his powers. Max 200 million volt discharge. As the electricity surrounded him, Zoro waved his sword in a downward spiral. Fujin's barrier. A dense whirlwind howled to life around him, once again repelling the massive amounts of electricity closing in on him. Enel teleported away, and stood facing the smirking swordsman with a gobsmacked expression. As all the observers watched on in amazement, Nami was particularly interested in the encounter. He condensed a large amount of air into a whirlwind so that it would insulate the electricity. Air is one of the worst conductors. Add his armaments hockey to the equation, and I'm not that surprised that Enel's attack was negated. Guys! Luffy shouted, getting the attention of the Straw-Hats. You all got to fight already, so just leave this to Zoro and me. Zoro raised an eyebrow. You mean we're going to team up? Isn't that overkill? You may be right, Luffy conceded. So, how do we decide who gets him? In response, Zoro held out his fist. Luffy's sweat dropped. You sure? Zoro nodded. The rubberman shrugged. Okay then. Everyone but the Straw-Hats watched in incredulity as the 2 played rock paper scissors. But even the Straw-Hats were in for a shock as they witnessed something they'd never seen before, Luffy's jaw dropping. Why? But he stuttered as Zoro grinned in satisfaction. You always pick rock. Luffy objected. Oh, that, Zoro acknowledged. Well, scissors is pretty good too. It cuts things, after all. So I thought I'd use a different strategy this time. It was Luffy's turn to stare in incredulity. The worst part is that I know he's serious. There's no strategy in rock paper scissors. It's supposed to be a chance game. HMPH. The loser is talking shit to the winner as if he knows the game better, was the swordsman's reply. Luffy's expression fell deceptively blank. Right. I'm kicking your ass later, he said before walking away and standing next to the other Straw-Hats, some of whom were laughing. Enel felt his patience wearing thin. Such complacency. Don't think just because you stopped a few of my attacks that you can afford to take me lightly. I am God. I'm not taking you lightly, Zoro replied as he drew a second sword. It's just that you don't exist, and I don't lose to people who don't exist, he reasoned. This defiance has gone on long enough, the Logia user seethed. Prepare yourself, Blue Sea Swordsman. Don't even think about it. Enel's head is mine. Wiper roared as he too grew tired of their antics and charged at Enel. Unlike Ganfall, who had stood aside in respect for the Straw-Hats, who he considered allies, Wiper had no qualms about interrupting a fight. However, he was intercepted by Ohm, who had drawn a smaller iron-cloud sword, one that wasn't free-form. Wiper blocked the sword with his bazooka and reached over the sword with his arm, pointing his palm at Ohm. The priest, assuming it was in impact dial, used mantra to dodge, leaping backwards, but Wiper was quick to fire another barrage of flames at him. He gritted his teeth as the heat from the attack he wasn't in a position to dodge reached him. Having lost his primary weapon was limiting him. He needn't have worried, however, as Enel once again intervened, teleporting in front of Ohm and casually repelling the flames by superheating the surrounding air, resulting in a clap of thunder. Your assistance is unneeded, Ohm. Stay back and observe, the ruler of Skypiea ordered. The priest obliged, backing away to a safe distance. Wiper wasted no time and ran at Enel again. Enel, assuming he could phase through the attack, stood still and readied another electrical discharge. His attack was halted, however, when Wiper jumped on him, using his legs to constrict the lightning man's arms. Enel's eyes widened as his body was forcefully solidified. Seastone? It's over, Wiper growled as he brought his palm to Enel's heart. Reject. Enel's heart ceased to beat. What happened? Usopp asked from the sidelines. I thought Enel was a Logia. It would seem that Shandian came prepared, Robin said. His skates are lined with seastone. Luffy raised an eyebrow. Is it over already? He turned to Zoro. Meeting his captain's eyes, the swordsman shook his head. Luffy turned back and continued to watch. Wiper had once again wasted no time. Ignoring the immense damage to his arm, he aimed his bazooka at Om, who was shocked into indecision, and fired. The priest's cry of agony was drowned out by the roar of the flames that consumed him. As the flames died down, Om's charred and unconscious form was revealed. He looked to be barely alive. Thinking the battle over, Wiper slumped to the ground in exhaustion, holding his shattered arm. He soon looked up, however, to the horrifying sight of Enel rising, small arcs of electricity circling around his chest. What a shame. Had you kept the seastone in contact until I lost consciousness, I actually would have perished, the Logia stated. He gritted his teeth. How unbefitting. Learn your place, mortal. He raised his arm into the air. Thor. The bolt of lightning rained down on the injured war demon, who was lost to a bright flash of light and a clap of thunder. When the attack subsided, the observers were shocked to Wiper rising to his feet through sheer force of will. Why do you stand, war demon Wiper? Enel mocked. Breathing heavily, the Shandian answered, for my ancestors. The other Shandians grew emotional hearing this, and attempted to run to Wiper's aid, but they were too slow, and were forced to watch in horror as Enel charged up another lightning blast. Chitin. A large wolf-shaped bolt of lightning shot towards Wiper, but was cut in half and dispersed. Enel narrowed his eyes. You again. Zoro stood in front of Wiper, swords raised, as he glanced back at the heavily scorched warrior with a hint of respect. A few more of those attacks would have killed him for sure. Still, it's impressive that he survived that. The dial he used before had some serious recoil. Take a breather, he told the Shandian. I'll take over from here. Wiper, despite the intense pain he was in, gritted his teeth in annoyance. Chopper came rushing over to him, Robin knowingly following behind just in case the warrior lashed out. When Chopper arrived with healing supplies, Wiper narrowed his eyes. I don't need your help, whatever you are, he growled. Chopper faltered. But you're injured. He protested. Shut up. Wiper shouted. Why do you care? What does any of this have to do with you people anyway? If you must know, we're keeping a promise to a friend, Luffy replied. A friend? Wiper asked. What kind of promise would bring a blue sea dweller to the sky? Robin spoke up at that point. 400 years ago, there was a sailor from the Blue Sea, who was lured to the island of Jaya in the middle of a storm by the ringing of a rather loud bell. Wiper's eyes widened as he heard this, and Robin continued. There, the sailor became good friends with one of the inhabitants of the island, although his name was Neve mentioned. They shared a promise that the sailor would one day return. Years later, he did, but the civilization had vanished completely. I'm sure you know what happened to that island. Wiper swallowed thickly. Mere days ago, our crew made a promise with one of that sailor's descendants. We promised to ring the bell mentioned in that sailor's logbook to prove his authenticity. That descendant, Wiper spoke up. What was his name? Montblanc Cricket, Robin replied. Hearing this, Wiper let out a heavy sigh. Calgaro, he said. Robin gave him a questioning look. The great Shandian warrior, Calgaro. That was the name of the man Nolan Befriended. Robin smiled genuinely. I see. They both turned back to the fight between Zoro and Enel, only to see that the swordsman was controlling the fight, but without actually attacking. You'll have to do more than defend if you want to defeat me. Enel shouted as he let loose a Thunderbird and Thunderbeast in quick succession. Zoro blocked them both with his two-sword style. If you insist, he said, before swinging one sword at Enel and firing off a minuscule flying slash. The wind blade left a gash across Enel's cheek, shocking him to the core. How? He stuttered. Complacent Legias have short lifespans, immortal or otherwise, Zoro stated, paraphrasing a common idiom from the New World. Recovering from his shock, Enel raised the stakes. Julungul. He roared, sending a huge dragon-shaped lightning blast at Zoro. Two-sword style, 720 caliber Phoenix. The wind overpowered the lightning once again, barreling through Enel's attack and hitting the Logia dead-on. Enel gasped in pain as blood flowed from the open wound on his torso. It can't be. Rasped. As Zoro raised his sword again, Enel felt something he hadn't felt since long before. The destruction of Burka, fear. His human survival instincts kicked in as Zoro ran towards him. One sword style, Great Dragon Shock. He tapped into reflexes he had long forgotten he had, vanishing from the swordsman's path in a crackle of electricity just before Yubashiri was swung through the space he had previously occupied. Zoro looked out at the horizon, tracking Enel with his observation haki even as the lightning man retreated farther and farther away using his devil fruit powers. He raised his sword overhead using both arms, closing his eyes as he did so, and finally sensed Enel come to a stop. You're still within range, the swordsman mumbled, knowing Enel would hear him. Immediately, Enel Thor began forming high over his head. Zoro, watch out! Usopp shouted, though it wasn't necessary. There were no fancy techniques this time. Zoro barely paid the oncoming assault any attention, he simply leapt out of the way of the lightning bolt before it came down. Standing off to the side in the same stance, Zoro swept his sword in a wide arc. One sword style, Predator Missile. The flying slash was launched over the horizon, cutting down any obstacles in its path, crossing the White Sea, and finally arriving at the Angel Island shore, where it cleaved through Enel's abdomen effortlessly. The self-proclaimed god sank to the ground, and the sand was dyed red by his very much human blood as he blacked out. Hey, what's he doing? Braham asked. Is he really going to wake that thing up? Beats me, Wiper said. But he says he can help us find the Golden Bell, so let him be for now. I may not like them myself, but they've done a lot for Nolan's descendant, so we'll treat them as allies. Brahim nodded in agreement, and Lucky, who had shown up a few minutes ago, supporting a severely injured Kamakiri, smiled in relief. What's this, Wiper? You're acting rather docile all of a sudden, she commented. Wiper shot her a look, but rather than flinch, she continued smiling, causing him to scoff. Even the best of warriors can recognize a ceasefire. I'm satisfied for now, but if the Skypians think they can take our land again, I won't show any mercy, he said. A loud mix between a hiss and a growl alerted them to the fact that Luffy had roused the Master of the Sky. The Shandians tensed as if preparing for an attack, but the giant reptile merely observed her surroundings before her eyes rested on Luffy expectantly. The rubber man grinned up at her. We kicked God's ass. Now we're gonna ring the bell, so be sure to listen. Straw Hat, Wiper called. It's my goal to ring the bell as well, but first things come first. Are we sure Enel is really defeated? He is, came a voice from behind him. The Shandians turned to see one of their own coming out of hiding. I can hear his voice from here, but just barely. It's strange. Enel's voice has never been this quiet. Wiper narrowed his eyes. And what exactly are you doing here, Aisa? The girl gulped in fear. I heard everyone's voices gathered in one place, and I wanted to know what was going on. Well, you're lucky you arrived after the battle ended, Kamakiri stated. You could have been hurt otherwise. I don't need to be told that by you, Kamacrispy. The girl exclaimed, sticking her tongue out. The warrior unexpectedly smiled. Cheeky little brat, he said, with a hint of fondness. So, back to the matter at hand. Wiper said. How do we know that he won't regain consciousness? Wiper asked. If he does, we'll know, Luffy said. But I don't think he will. If anything, Zoro went overboard a bit. He turned to the swordsman. Are you sure he won't bleed out? Zoro nodded, and Luffy accepted the assurance. Out of the two of them, Zoro actually had the greater amount of discipline when it came to holding back. Although Luffy was slightly stronger, it was much easier to mistakenly kill someone with a sword than with bare fists. As a result, after years of honing his swordsmanship, Zoro had an abundance restraint. Even if he didn't always use it. Hey, Robin! Luffy shouted. Do you think you can figure out where the bell is? Although he rang it in the previous timeline, he honestly didn't remember exactly where it was. Robin thought for a moment. When J-Ya ascended past the clouds, it most likely gained some altitude over the White Sea before falling back down. So unless it never made it to the sky, in which case Cricket-san probably would have found it, it would most likely be at an altitude far above the ruins. She turned to the sky beings. Have you checked the top of Giant Jack? She asked. We never got a chance. Following the island's ascension, our ancestors were weakened from the change in altitude, and were quickly driven off of our land, Wiper said. Somewhat bitterly. But God's shrine was built up there afterwards, so if it was up there, that old man would already have found it, he said, pointing to Ganfall, who confirmed. It wasn't up there. Are there any cloud formations above the White Sea? Robin asked next. Ganfall rubbed his chin in thought. There are a few rather small ones, but nothing nearly as large as the one we reside on. We should check those as well then, Robin suggested. There's only one problem, Lucky said. How do we get up there? I can check, Luffy offered, before jumping up into the air and with Jeppo and ascending past the top of Giant Jack while searching for the cloud formation that he now remembered from the previous timeline. It wasn't long before those gathered at the bottom heard a distant shout of Gamu Gamu no. Nami's eyes widened. Wait, is he going to? Bell. A resonating melody echoed through Upper Yard, throughout Skypiea, past the clouds, and beyond them. Some who heard it cheered, others cried with relief. A certain snake actually started dancing, much to the bemusement of those who were just now starting to grow accustomed to her presence. After 400 years of war and division, the song of Th. Island had been heard once again. At that moment, the sun was almost directly over Giant Jack, and a straw-hatted silhouette could be seen from Upper Yard below. Seeing this, Robin smiled, remembering her conversation with her captain from earlier today. Hey Robin, I have a question for you, Luffy said. It was the morning after their bonfire party, and the Straw Hats were now getting ready to set out to find the City of Gold. Yes, Captain-san? Robin responded. Remember those gigantic shadows we saw near J-Ya, when we first found out about Sky Island? The ones we nearly flipped our shit over? He asked. I remember. Well, I have a theory about those. As Robin listened to his explanation, a smile gradually formed on her face. That's quite the impressive theory, Captain-san. But I'd say there's only one to test it out. 10,000 meters below the White Sea, on the island of J-Ya, the last descendant of Mont Blanc Nolan stared up at the sky wistfully. Message received, brat. Towering over the island was a kilometer-high silhouette in the fog, wearing a straw hat, back turned, arm raised, and flashing a thumbs up over his head. He really rang it. Brahim said. To think the one who would signal the end of the war would be neither Shandian nor Skypiean. Such trivial things should matter not. At this point, Ganfall reasoned. Shandians and Skypians alike owe their lives to those pirates. I just hope he heard it. Wiper whispered, causing Lucky to smile again behind him. Hey, it looks like he's coming down, Kamakiri noted. When Luffy landed, he had a satisfied grin on his face. How was that? He asked. Thanks, Straw Hat, Wiper said, uncharacteristically showing gratitude. You helped light the fire of Shandora. We owe you one. No problem, Luffy said. But we have a small problem. Brahim looked back up at the cloud that Luffy had descended from. You mean we can't get it down, he inferred. Right, Luffy confirmed. I could probably get it down if I tried, but most likely not without breaking it. But I think I may have a solution. I saw something at the top of the beanstalk that might help us. The group made its way up to the top of Giant Jack, and saw what Luffy was referring to. Enel had built a ship of some sort using the gold from the ancient city of Shandora. After a few moments of deliberation, Usopp guessed that it was powered by lightning, at which point the Straw Hats all turned to Nami. Although her Climattact couldn't conjure nearly enough electricity to bring the ship to full power, it was enough to be able to slowly bring it up to the bell, load it on, and lower it to the ground. It was a tedious process, with Nami constantly having to recharge it, but they got it done nonetheless. When they were done, Luffy looked up at the ship and thought. So this is what Enel did with all the gold, he speculated. He then turned to Zoro. Hey, do you think you can cut up into pieces? He asked. The question caught Nami's interest, and she turned to the swordsman as well. It won't be too hard, Zoro replied, causing Nami to shout in glee. But will we be able to fit it all on the ship? This brought Nami back down to earth. Not all of it. But still, it'll be a lot. I estimate the amount we'll be able to take will be worth around $1.2 billion belly. Her eyes turned belly symbols as Usopp's sweat dropped. How do you know that? He asked. Just by looking? Usopp, are you doubting my money sense? You have a money sense? The sniper asked in response. It's a gift. I was born with it. Wow, I wonder if it's a type of hockey, Luffy said, causing Zoro to laugh. The swordsman then turned to Wiper. Hey, do you mind if we take some of this? He asked. It's worth a lot where we come from. The gold means nothing in that form, Wiper said, shrugging indifferently. You can take as much as you want, as long as it's not from the bell. We are so sailing in style from now on. Nami exclaimed. Usopp looked down at his feet. I just wish we could use it to repair the Mary, but... The reminder of their dilemma brought Nami out of her reverie, and she too looked disconcerted at the thought of having to buy a new ship. After a moment of silence, Luffy spoke up. Guys? I think we have another problem, he said, staring off at the horizon. Catching on to this, Sanji's eyes narrowed. Does it have to do with Enel? He asked. Luffy nodded. I can't sense his aura anymore. Zoro's eyes widened, before he focused his senses in the same direction. After a moment, he started to look slightly uncomfortable. I know I said I went overboard, but not that much. I don't think it was you, said Luffy, frowning. Wiper looked at them strangely, before turning to Aisa, who looked scared. They're right. His voice disappeared, she confirmed quietly. Ganfall's eyes widened as well. So Enel is. He trailed off. I'm going to go see what happened, Luffy decided, before shooting off into the atmosphere and heading in the direction of Angel Island. When he arrived at the shore, he began looking around, trying to locate Enel. In retrospect, they should have known better than to just leave him here, surrounded by the Piop. He'd oppressed all these years. But the false deity was still a Logia. He didn't think he'd have anything to worry about. Finally, he spotted a figure lying sideways on the island. Cloud. Making a quick dash up to it, he grimaced. The injury from Zoro's attack was still there, but it wasn't bleeding, and it wasn't the problem. The problem was the knife wound to the heart. Sighing, Luffy walked up to Enel's body. He had to be sure. There was no pulse. The corpse was cold to the touch. Closing his eyes, he straightened up. For a short moment, the only sound to be heard was the howling of the wind through the sky-high tropical paradise. Finally, Luffy spoke. "Did you do this?" he asked without turning around. "Yes," a voice from behind him replied. It was a voice he recognized. Turning around, he laid eyes upon a short elderly woman who met his gaze dead on. In her hand was a sea-stone knife, covered in dried blood. It was Amazon, the gatekeeper to Skypiea. And to have known so quickly that Enel was vulnerable, and to have been able to locate him. "You're a mantra user?" he asked, despite already knowing the answer. The woman nodded. Luffy was silent for a moment. "Why?" he asked finally. He didn't care for Enel. He wasn't about to preach to anyone about how every life was sacred. He wasn't that pure. He was simply curious. Until 6 years ago, there was a sky island nearby this one. It was a land called Burka. Burka was home to some of the most accomplished mantra users in the sky. Among them were Enel and a group of 4 that would one day become his priests. 6 years ago, Enel laid waste to that land using the Gorogoro no Mi. It was complete annihilation, and to this day, there are no survivors. She had an intent gleam in her eye. At least, no more than one. A simple old woman who survived the genocide. One who had had a home. And a family. A daughter, a son-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. Amazon turned around, dropping the knife in the process, and began to walk away. Luffy turned around, hoisted Enel's body over his shoulder, and waded through the white sea until he was knee-deep in the milky sea cloud, before laying Enel's body down in the water to be swept away. Returning to shore, he picked up the knife, staring at it for a moment before taking off into the air again. Luffy arrived back at Upper Yard to face the questioning looks of everyone gathered there. When asked what the verdict was, he simply presented the blood-covered sea stone knife in explanation. No one questioned him further. A couple hours after the events that would come to be known as the liberation of Skypiea, the Shandians and Skypieans alike were celebrating. Grateful for the end of the war. The Shandian chief allowed them to spend the night there, and even come and go as they pleased, provided that they did not attempt to take the land for themselves again. Fall, who was soon appointed the title of God again, readily agreed to these terms. The Straw Hats also joined in on the celebrations. Needless to say, it wasn't long before they got another bonfire going. Staring into the face of the enemy, I knew I would have to end it quickly. Usopp recounted to the crowd of Skypieans that had gathered around for the tale of Captain Usopp's victory over God Enel. Repelling a barrage of lightning bolts with my slingshot. That's when I said, "Listen up, God Enel. Complacent logias have short lifespans." Hey, a certain swordsman protested from where he was having a drinking contest with the Shandian warrior, Brahim. "You just don't go down do you?" the gunman asked sluggishly. "Well, that's my first mate for you," Luffy boasted proudly. "The only one who can drink him under the table is me, after all," said first mate scoffed. "Dream on, rubber brain, dream on." It wasn't hard to guess who the next drinking contest would be between. "Hey, can I get in on this?" another Shandian warrior asked. "Wiper," Brahim greeted. "Have your injuries healed?" "I'll be fine for now," Wiper replied. He was covered in bandages, and his arm was in a sling. "That little raccoon guy can be pretty strict. Wouldn't let me rip these off even." I said I was fine. Zoro silently sympathized with the man's troubles. "Oh hey, Straw Hat, I meant to give you something," Wiper said, causing Luffy to look at him curiously. Wiper threw him a dial, which he caught. "This is my reject dial," Wiper said. "Your friend with the long nose was trading for some dials. They don't have them on the Blue Sea, right? I won't need it anymore," so consider it a gift. Luffy grinned. Okay, sure. Thanks. Early the following morning, Robin was making her way towards Giant Jack. There was something she needed to confirm, and the golden bell just may be the key. When she arrived at the base of the beanstalk, she caught sight of the Shandians cleaning off the bell as the chief observed, staring at an inscription in the side. Ganfall was there as we. What do you think it says, chief? One of the Shandians asked. I cannot decipher it, he answered. But it is not part of our duty to know. Keep thy motives in heart, with closed mouth. We are those who will weave history with the ringing of the great belfry. The chief turned to her in shock. How do you know those words? He asked. They were written on the ancient ruins of Shandora, she answered as she walked up to the bell. You can decipher that ancient language? The chief asked in amazement. I'm the only one left who can, she replied absently. I was right. There's a poneglyph embedded in the side. Then, do you know what that says? Another Shandian asked, pointing to the inscription. It reveals the location of the ancient weapon, Poseidon, came a voice from behind them. Robin turned around in surprise. Luffy. He can read it too? The chief asked incredulously. No, I can't. I can hear it, Luffy corrected, before turning to his archaeologist. Don't lose hope just yet, Robin. Check the other inscription. Eyes widening, Robin turned back to the bell and caught sight of the writing on the bottom. I have come here and will lead this passage to the farthest ends of the world. Galdi, Roger. So Roger came here too, huh? Luffy concluded out loud. Roger, Ganfall spoke up. Do you know him? He was quite famous among pirates in the Blue Sea, Robin answered. Was? Ganfall asked. He was executed 22 years ago, Luffy supplied. I see. What a shame. He was a good man. I still remember when he came to visit, just over 24 years ago. He had quite a lively crew as well, Ganfall reminisced. So that means the Pirate King found this poneglyph 24 years ago, Robin said. Her brow furrowed. We'll lead this passage to the farthest ends of the world. Her eyes widened. Is it possible? The Rio poneglyph? On Raffle, Luffy concluded with a smirk. Works out pretty well, doesn't it? Luffy. Robin wasn't sure what to say, so instead she turned towards the Shandian chief. Chief, this poneglyph has already achieved its purpose, she stated, causing his eyes to widen. There are many poneglyphs scattered throughout the world. It seems one must link them all together in order to reveal the true history, something which only the Pirate King succeeded in doing. So then we no longer have to fight? The chief asked with tears in his eyes. The will of our ancestors has been fulfilled? Robin smiled. That is correct. As the chief regained his composure, Robin turned back to Luffy. Captain Sand. Who are you, really? She asked. Luffy stared ahead, not meeting her eyes. What a silly question. You know who I am, he said. Robin let out a sigh. And you know a lot of things that you couldn't know, she replied. You knew about Crocodile's plans before you even arrived at Whiskey Peak. At Luffy's raised eyebrow, she added a little guiltily, I was listening in once you came in contact with Princess Vivi. Not only that, but you were able to anticipate Crocodile's moves and outwit him on multiple occasions, as if you were familiar with how he thought, or you had inside information from the beginning. But I would have known if you had managed to infiltrate Baroque works. You are also impossibly strong for a rookie, and now it seems you already knew about the Rio poneglyph. Then there's the fact that you made contact with the Revolutionary Army on Jaya. Luffy couldn't help but smile in amusement. You think I'm a revolutionary? I've considered the possibility. Even if you don't really seem like the type, Robin said. He let out a dry laugh. You know, all things considered, it's not a bad guess. But if I wanted to hand you over to them, don't you think I would have done it back then? Robin looked down. I didn't mean to imply anything like that. I just can't help but be curious. There's so much about you that's a mystery, even to the other crew members. Only one who seems to know is Swordsman-san. Well, I might as well tell you that I'm not with Dragon. I'm my own man, Luffy said, before sighing. You're right. We've been hiding things. Zoro and Nami and Sanji have begun to suspect it too, no doubt. It pertains to the entire crew, which is why I really wish we could just tell you. But we can Not yet. He looked at her. But still I don't want you to feel as if you can't ask. You can come to us about anything. That applies to everyone in the crew. Robin smiled. I know. Geez, what's taking Luffy and Robin so long? Zoro asked. He had already cut up all the gold and loaded it onto the ship with Sanji's help. Alright, set sail. We're leaving with them, he announced, only to have to dodge a kick from the ship. As if, you shitty swordsman. We're not leaving without Robin-chan. Or Luffy, Usopp added. Whatever. You wanna fight, you stupid cook? Zoro asked. You tried to kick me, so I assume you wanna fight. Bring it on, shitty moss head. Sanji shouted, not backing down. Yeah, bring it on, shitty moss head. Chopper echoed happily. Zoro glared at the reindeer, causing him to hide behind Sanji. The wrong way. Hey look, there they are. Nami shouted. The crew turned to see Luffy and Robin making their way to the ship. Hey guys. Are we ready to set sail? The captain asked. Yes, the log is set. Nami replied. Alright then. In that case. He turned to the crowd of Skypians that was seeing them off. See you later, everyone. Bye, Luffy and Ikki. Aisa shouted. Don't fall to your deaths. We won't. Luffy assured her. The others, minus Zoro, were wondering what they were talking about. The rest of the Skypians cheered for them as they raised anchor. They were about to set the tail, but Ganfall told them to keep it furled. Suddenly, the south bird that they had released when they arrived flew back onto the ship. After a brief conversation with Chopper, the reindeer relayed that the bird had wanted to meet the gigantic members of its own kind that resided in the sky. Apparently, its business was done now. Everyone hang on tight, Zoro said as the ship approached Cloud's End. Oh, Nami said as grabbed hold of the mast. You mean it's going to be another Milky Cloud ride? Luffy smirked. Something like that. The Going Merry fell off of Sky Island. What the fuck? Nami screamed as the rest of the crew started to panic, and Luffy started laughing. Suddenly, the ship's descent was slowed as it was seized by a giant octopus which took the shape of a balloon, essentially functioning as a parachute. I thought we were gonna die, Usopp wheezed from his prone position on the deck of the ship. Why didn't you warn us if you knew? Nami shouted indignantly. That wouldn't have been as fun. Luffy answered, before proceeding to dodge his navigator's punches and run around the deck as she chased him. Well, that got the adrenaline pumping, Sanji said as he lit a cigarette. Suddenly, the crew quieted. Hey, do you guys hear that? Chopper asked. Listening to the sound from above, they soon realized it was the sound of the golden bow being rung. The message was clear. Come back any time. It had been about an hour of floating downwards, and the straw hats were getting ready to have lunch. It was then that the crew noticed Luffy staring out the window, brow furrowed. Hey Luffy, what's up? Zoro asked. Luffy turned to him. Zoro, do you sense another presence on this ship? He asked, much to the bewilderment of the crew. Zoro closed his eyes and focused, before opening them again. Nope. It's just us, as far as I can tell, he replied. Luffy hummed in thought before making his way outside. The rest of the crew followed behind out of curiosity. Luffy walked over to Nami's tangerine grove and reached his horn toward the vines. Hey, Luffy. You better not take one without asking. The navigator shouted. But when Luffy pulled his hand back, the fruit he was holding wasn't a tangerine. "Is that?" Robin asked, eyes wide. "It's definitely a devil fruit," Luffy confirmed. "I can feel the ominous aura radiating from it." "You can sense devil fruits too?" Sanji asked. "But why couldn't Zoro?" "It's something unique to him," the swordsman replied. "And a few others," Luffy said. "But anyway, that means this is." He trailed off. "The Gorogoro no Mi," Robin finished. "It must have reincarnated when Enel died. To think we'd get our hands on one of the most powerful Logias in existence." "Yeah. But does anyone here want to eat it?" Usopp asked. There were no volunteers. Of the 7 of them, 3 were devil fruit users already, and the rest had their own fighting styles they wanted to improve, as well as wanting to be able to swim. "So, what can we do with it?" Chopper asked. Suddenly, Nami's eyes glowed. "Wait. Don't those sell for 100 million belly?" she asked excitedly. "Only if they're unidentified," Robin answered. "But this one is fairly well known, and we'd know what we'd be selling. A Logia this powerful could sell for 2 billion, most likely. More." Nami actually started drooling. "Okay, before we get any ideas, who would we even sell it to that would be able to pay that much?" Zoro asked skeptically. "The only people that come to mind are the Marines," Sanji said. "I'd say that's out of the question," Robin said. "Even if they didn't try to just arrest us and confiscate it. We'd be promoting one of their vice-admirals, which isn't really something we need to deal with," Luffy said, completing the thought. "So what does that leave?" Nami asked. "The black market," Sanji replied. "But even then, we don't know what kind of sketchy character we'd be helping out. So we can sell it," she concluded, a rain cloud forming over her head that did not originate from her climatact. "For now, we'll just hold on to it," Luffy decided. "Don't mention it to anyone until we can figure out what to do with it." It was another few minutes before the Going Merry finally met the waters of the Blue Sea once again. "You know, now that we're back down here," Usopp began. "It almost feels like a dream," Robin agreed. "Guys, I think we have a problem," Luffy said. "What is it?" Nami asked. Suddenly, multiple spotlights focused in on their ship, and the Straw Hats looked up to see that they were shining from the surrounding rock formation, which upon second glance, they seemed to be stranded by. "That," Luffy said. They had landed in the middle of a marine base. Halfway through the sea known to some as Paradise, there stood a marine base on the island of Navarone. Said island was actually more of a city-sized rock formation in the middle of the ocean. In its center was a mountain, which had been modified to accommodate the Marines' everyday activities, surrounded on all sides by seawater, but the body of water was isolated from the rest of the ocean by a circular wall of rock. Thanks in part to its unconventional structure, G8 was known for being the most high-security marine facility in the entire first half of the Grand Line, if you didn't count Marineford, of course. As a stronghold, it was impregnable, and as a prison, it was inescapable. Or so they say. It was around midday, and a few lower-ranked officers were making their regular patrols around the base, while singing their customary song to show their pride as G8 Marines. "I don't know, but I've been told," one chanted. "I don't know, but I've been told," 2 others chorused. "G8's one hell of a stronghold. G8's one hell of a stronghold. Pirates can attack until the sun goes down. Pirates can attack until the sun goes down. Navarone's pride will turn them right back round. Navarone's pride will turn them right back round. Sound off. G8. Sound off. G8. Sound off. Geez mate," the last soldier grumbled tiredly. "Will you give it a rest already? That's not even a real sound off. Stop making the newbies do ridiculous things." "Oh, not again, man," protested the soldier that was leading the chorus, "to forsake of convenience will be called optimistic marine. You're always ruining my sound-offs. You're giving the new guys the wrong idea. There's nothing wrong with flaunting our proud G8 pride. Who are you flaunting for anyway? Asked the other, who will be referred to as Skeptical Marine B. There's no one here but G8 Marines. Proud G8 pride? How did I get stuck? Oh. Watch duty with this guy again? It's not that. The song is crucial for maintaining morale. Optimistic Marine argued. Morale for what? Face it, we haven't had a pirate attack in years. What pirate wants to stop in the middle of the Grand Line just to attack a marine base that takes an injured soldiers and repairs marine ships? I'm not saying our role isn't important, but the chances of a pirate attack are slim to none, Skeptical Marine B reasoned. What kind of attitude is that? You always have to be ready regardless. You never know when pirates might drop in out of the sky. Optimistic Marine acclaimed. Skeptical Marine B sighed. If that ever happens, let me know and I'll sing that little sound off while I charge headlong into battle. Hey, guys? One of the two newer Marines spoke up, getting their attention. What's that in the sky? The other three Marines followed his finger towards a large object that seemed to be floating down into the middle of the stronghold. Skeptical Marine B started to sweat. That could be anything. It looks like a ship to me, the other new guy observed. It could be anyone. Isn't that a pirate's Jolly Roger? The first newbie asked. Shit. Alright guys, don't panic, Usopp said. For all they know, it could be anyone. Remember that time you drew our Jolly Roger on the sails? Nami asked rhetorically. It hasn't gone anywhere. Shit. Vice Admiral Jonathan of Marine Headquarters, the commanding officer of the G8 Marine Base, was enjoying a midday fishing trip when he sighted a small pirate ship floating leisurely down into Navarone's waters, being suspended by a giant balloon octopus. Said ship had now been sighted by the entire Marine Base, but wasn't making any aggressive or even evasive moves. It simply floated in the water idly, waiting for the full force of G8 to come down on it. Well shit. Sighted at 4 o'clock. A Marine warrant officer shouted from atop the center rock formation. As another Marine, a chief petty officer, zoomed in on the ship, he dropped his binoculars. That pirate flag ... The skull is wearing a straw hat. Soon, there was an announcement heard throughout the base. Attention all personnel. Man your stations and prepare for battle. Navarone has been infiltrated by the Straw Hat Pirates. Dozens of Marine soldiers lined the rocks, taking aim at the small vessel that was floating harmlessly in the water. Do not attempt to resist, shouted the voice of a lieutenant from a megaphone. You are completely surrounded. Surrender peacefully. There was no answer. Not even a stirring. Vice Admiral Jonathan walked calmly towards his office, where he could sense Lieutenant Commander Drake already waiting for him. It seems there's quite the commotion out there, he said absently as he walked in. Vice Admiral. Where have you been? I was fishing, he replied lazily. At a time like this? Drake asked. Well, it's not like I knew we'd be invaded. Don't worry about it. My fishing trips are never wasted. A Marine barged into his office and gave a quick salute. Sir, I've finished conducting debriefings of the soldiers and dock mechanics who witnessed the invasion, he said. Oh? That was quick, Jonathan commented. So what's the verdict? The Marine sweat dropped. Well ... according to them. Drake grew impatient. What is it? Get on with the report. Yes sir. Well ... they say they saw a ghost, the Marine stammered, thinking back to the chaotic debriefing. Like I said. It floated down from the sky. There was this furry monster. It jumped off the ship, and then it was gone. Hands just sprouted all over me, and then everything went black. There was this weird wind surrounding the ship, we couldn't get close. The soldiers that went to investigate suddenly fell unconscious, but there was no one else there. There was this really creepy call. It's a ghost ship. preposterous," Drake shouted. "That is without a doubt the sailing vessel of the Straw Hat Pirates. There's no way it's a ghost ship. And you expect me to believe it just floated down from the sky? Actually, that's the one thing we know for sure," Jonathan stated. "Great. We're so screwed," Nami bemoaned. "Not only were we forced to leave all the gold on the ship, but the devil fruit too. Even if we get out of here, how are we going to get those back?" "I wouldn't worry about it," Zoro dismissed. "I doubt there's anyone in this whole base that can stand up to us anyway. Still, it wouldn't be prudent to go fighting our way through Navarone," Robin said. "It would pay to be more discreet. For now, they won't do anything with the gold, other than keep it hidden from us, or perhaps use it to lure us out. I'm a little disconcerted about the Goro no Mi, however. There's no telling what they'll do with that." "Don't worry about the devil fruit," Luffy said with a smirk. "I took care of it. For now, we just need to get the gold back, and also figure out a way out of here." He stood up fro where they were crouched in the forest area near the water. "To be honest, it would be boring if we just brute forced our way out. It's what we do every time," he said. "What do guys say we try to exercise our sense of strategic planning this time around?" "We have a sense of strategic planning?" Chopper asked excitedly. Robin giggled. "Let's find out. So, what's the plan, Captain San?" Luffy thought for a moment. "All right. Operation Straw Hat Outbreak will consist of 3 phases." He turned and faced his crewmates. "Phase 1, blend in. This place should have an infirmary for sick or injured soldiers. Chopper and Nami, disguise yourselves as a doctor and nurse. Chopper will actually know what he's doing when it comes to treating wounds. Nami, you're good at infiltration, so make sure Chopper doesn't blow his cover. Occupy yourselves with that until we're ready to leave. You'll know when that is, since there will be a signal." The two nodded, and Luffy turned to Sanji. "You and I will pretend to be chefs. It'll be easy for you since you're a damned good one. As for me..." "You want to eat the food," Sanji guessed. Luffy nodded, and the chef sighed. "Got it." Luffy turned to Usopp next. "I need you to keep an eye on the ship. According to Robin, this place repairs damaged marine ships, so disguise yourself as a dock mechanic. Zoro will be in the area, but he won't join you since he'll stand out too much with those 3 swords of his." Usopp saluted. Finally, Luffy turned to Robin. "You're probably the best at this stuff, so I need you to pretend to be someone of high standing. If you succeed, vouch for the others if you have to." "Roger, Captain," Robin said with a smile. Phase 2, gather intel. Blending in will just be stalling if we don't figure out a way out of here. So once you guys are in position, ask around and see if there's a way to sail out the base." He got nods all around. Phase 3, outbreak. That should speak for itself. Any questions? There were none. Now then ... The signal for outbreak will be. Vice Admiral Jonathan walked down a hallway with Lieutenant Commander Drake and a couple other officers at his side. "It seems the ship has been to the island of Jaya recently," Jonathan revealed. "The call we heard was that of a south bird. It was the one we saw flying away from the ship upon our arrival. Those birds are native to the dense forests of Jaya. Now listen to this. On that island there's a legend about an ancient city of gold. Sound familiar?" One of the officers listened with wide eyes. "All that gold we found on board ... I knew it had to come from somewhere. But what are the chances? I would normally say slim, but the facts speak for themselves. Needless to say, that's no ghost ship. The Straw Hat Pirates passed by Jaya on their way here." "Sir, I have a recommendation," said Drake. "We should organize a search team to track down their crew at once. Please assign my team to the task." "Well, let's not be hasty," Jonathan replied. "For now, we need to strengthen our defenses so they can't slip in or out. You," he said, turning to an ensign. Fortify our defenses around the bay and sea gate. Yes sir, the Marine said before walking away. You fortify the penitentiary and the central corridor, he said to a lieutenant. You'll also be in charge of assigning personnel. The officer saluted before taking his leave. Lieutenant Commander, wait an hour and then thoroughly search any areas where large groups of people gather, he instructed. Large groups of people? Drake questioned. That's right. To hide a tree, use a forest. If the Straw Hat Pirates were to disguise themselves as Marines. Drake gasped in realization. I'm not saying I don't trust your men's abilities, but there's a strong possibility that the pirates will conceal themselves with stolen uniforms, Jonathan finished. Start with the mess halls. Pirates are usually a ravenous bunch. Yes sir, Drake replied before leaving in haste. Jonathan turned toward the window, from which he had a view of the Straw Hat's ship, deep in thought. The Southbird was carrying something. In a quiet, isolated hallway, a lone Marine made his patrol around the base, rifle in hand. As he walked through the secluded corridor, he couldn't help but get the sneaking suspicion that he was being followed. He stopped walking and listened, but there wasn't a noise to be heard. Shrugging it off, he continued walking, only to hear a second set of footsteps coming from behind him. Okay, that wasn't his imagination. He swiftly turned around, but there was nothing there. He swallowed and turned around to continue walking, only to hear the footsteps again. He stopped in his tracks, and this time, the footsteps continued after he stopped walking. Eyes widening, he turned around again, rifle loaded. Again, there was nothing. I'm going batshit insane out here, he muttered before turning back around. He came face to face with a smiling Monkey D. Luffy. He didn't even have time to utter a sound before he blacked out. Zoro watched from afar as Usopp walked over to a group of ship mechanics who were loading in the Going Merry, claiming to be new. It had been easy enough for them to seku a Marine uniform. The sniper probably could have done it himself. His presence was just overkill. Still, even if Usopp could lie with the best of them, he had a terrible poker face. Once he aroused any suspicion. So he was basically here to shadow the undercover mechanic while he gained access to their ship. Easy enough. He kept a firm lock on Usopp's aura as the sniper climbed onto the Going Merry and out of sight. Nami inwardly sighed as she got ready to tend to another patient. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they had realized that there was only one doctor, and the nurses were frantical, trying to gain control over the situation since there were Marines that had come in wounded from a naval battle. The problem was that the only doctor was a woman who got completely queasy at the thought of blood. It had taken an inspirational speech from Chopper just to get her to cope, and now the saintly little reindeer seemed more preoccupied with treating the Marines than anything. Which meant that the task of gathering information fell to her. Kabato-sensei. She spoke up, gaining the attention of the now focused woman who had finished operating. I was wondering. These injured Marines came in from sea, right? How is it that they let people in and out of Navarone? Isn't the lake isolated from the ocean? Oh, you didn't know? Kabato asked, causing Nami to sweat. She had to assume that anyone stationed at G8 would know that already. It's not a lake. The waters of Navarone are connected to the sea through a small channel that runs through the island on the southwest side. They use the gates in that channel to let people in and out. Nami breathed a sigh of relief as the next patient came in. Thank God. This woman is completely oblivious. So, you two are the Marley brothers, said a stern-looking woman who Sanji guessed was the head chef. Marley brothers? Were those the two poor excuses for chefs that we knocked out and stuffed in the closet before stealing their uniforms? Sanji thought. Yep, that's us, the chef answered, while Luffy, being a terrible liar, opted to remain silent. That food looks really good. Can I eat some? He asked instead, causing Sanji to inwardly groan. Chefs weren't supposed to eat the food they prepared. It seemed his captain simply couldn't help himself sometimes. As if that food is being prepared for the Marines of G8, Jessica, the head chef answered. And if you're going to be stationed here, know that you'll have to prove yourselves. Me first. I won't let you call yourself a chef of Navarone if you lack the heart and soul. Sanji hummed. So, in other words, you want to show us a thing or two about cooking, he inferred. Nothing so discourteous, she replied. I simply want to know how deep your pride runs. I'll give anyone a chance to prove themselves, even stuck-up chefs from Mary Ejo's. Boo. If you don't have the skills we expect, you'll be nothing but a nuisance to the other chefs. Sounds interesting, mademoiselle, Sanji said, before smirking. I accept your challenge. Robin hid stealthily behind a wall as she watched the new arrival, who had just disembarked from the ship that had docked, argue with a young Marine soldier. As I said, I have no obligation to tell you my rank and attachment, the man said with an air of importance. Bring me to the commanding officer of this base at once. I'm sorry, but Vice Admiral Jonathan is currently eating lunch, and it is against G8's policy to interrupt a Marine's meal except in case of extreme urgency. So in other words, you're saying that a man's lunch is more important than the matters I have to address? The other man asked threateningly. Yes, that is correct, sir, the Marine answered. Robin couldn't help herself as a small smile graced her lips. I have to give props to that Marine. The new arrival wasn't amused, however. Fine, I'll get in contact with Command Center myself. By the way, you may want to consider which backwater post you'd like to be transferred to, he said as he walked away, causing the young Marine to grimace a bit. Robin followed after the man silently. Luffy did say to impersonate someone of high standing. Hopefully this man isn't just full of hot air. As it happens, I may just be aiding that young upstart's career in the process. Sanji sighed. It was still early in the afternoon, but he had yet to actually gather any information. He had gotten so caught up in cooking and wooing Jessica that he'd forgotten about the intel part. Still Luffy didn't seem to care. In fact, he was in heaven. New boy. Touch that plate and I'll have your head. You got that? Yes, ma'am. Luffy saluted, despite the fact that he was still drooling over the plate of meatballs that Sanji had just prepared. Sanji chuckled. Well, at least she's not turning a blind eye to it anymore, Sanji commented. I know she's taken a liking to him for his appetite, but there are limits. Oh, that's not why, one chef remarked slyly. It's just that plate is for her husband. Her husband? Sanji asked. Damn. So, who's this luckiest bastard in Navarone then? It's the commanding officer, Vice Admiral Jonathan, the chef replied. Sanji's eyes widened. Just our shitty luck. Luffy stood across from the laid-back-looking man who was staring down at the meatballs in interest. Enjoy your meal, he said with a grin. Of course, thank you, the man replied before eating the first bite. Luffy turned to walk away. He really wanted to eat what was on that plate, and would have, if not for the fact that the man in front of him radiated power. To be more precise, around the level of power of an experienced vice admiral. So, he's the commanding officer here. Man, those meatballs looked so good. Oh well, too bad. I guess I'll keep my cover for now. You know, Straw Hat Luffy. Or not. Now that I see you in person, you really don't seem like the type to break into Marine bases. Would you mind telling me what your objective here is? He really should have suppressed his aura. Hindsight was such a bitch. Well, since you know who I am, Luffy began as he turned back around. There's no longer any reason for me not to eat those meatballs. Jonathan raised an eyebrow. Oh, these? Here, you can have the rest, he offered, pushing his plate forward. Hey, thanks. You're a pretty nice guy, Luffy exclaimed, before digging in. One could almost say the same about you, Jonathan commented. Freeing an island from Arlong's rule, saving the desert kingdom of Alabasta from crocodiles' clutches. You have yet to actually do anything notorious other than evade capture. The world government wants your head simply because it's their unspoken policy to capture anyone with strength such as yours who isn't affiliated with them. Anyone with your level of power is either a marine, a government agent, or a threat. They do tend to think that way, Luffy agreed with a mouthful of food. So then, is there any particular reason why you decided to invade our humble base? I must say, your method of transportation was quite original. Oh, that, Luffy acknowledged. To be honest, it was an accident. We were coming back down from Sky Island and our octopus balloon just happened to land us in the middle of your humble base. Well, that's quite the eccentric tale, Jonathan said in amusement. So, in other words, you weren't infiltrating at all. Nevertheless, since you're wanted pirates, it is sadly our duty to capture you here. Yeah, that sucks, Luffy agreed again as he finished the food on the plate. You don't seem to be very worried. Is that arrogance or confidence? Jonathan couldn't help but ask. Luffy shrugged. You found me, but the rest of my crew is still hidden. You might have a plan to find them, but if you do, I'll know. For now I'd like to see how things play out, B. If worst comes to worst, I'll just destroy the island. I see, Jonathan said with a hint of amusement. And if I capture you here? Then Zoro will destroy the island, Luffy said as he set the plate down. But, he smirked. That's assuming you can capture me. Hey, you, Lieutenant Commander Drake called out, causing Usopp to freeze in his tracks. Are you new here? What's your rank? Seaman First Class? Usopp said, not knowing that many marine ranks. Is that a question? The backbone on these new recruits is awe-inspiring, Drake drawled. Fine, what's your attachment? Unit 18, Usopp said randomly. Unit 18 is the Sniper Corps, I believe. Don't you know this dock is off-limits except to the mechanics? Oh, that's right. I'm in the Sniper Corps, so what am I doing here? Usopp exclaimed. Sorry, you know us new recruits. Well, I'll just be on my way then, he said, as a certain swordsman in the shadows palmed his face in irritation. No need. Men, arrest him, Drake said. Usopp shrieked as he was surrounded by Marines pointing rifles at him. Just so you know, Unit 18 is the Supply Division, the veteran officer mocked as he turned and began to walk away. As the Marines began leading Usopp away, a figure leapt out from behind the Going Merry. In a fraction of a second, Drake's men were left staring at their bisected guns in shock. Sorry to cut and run, Zoro said with a smirk, before he pulled Usopp away, and swung his sword in a downward arc. A fierce wind roared to life around the two, causing the Marines to shield their faces, and when it settled down, they were gone. A vein visibly bulged in Drake's forehead. To his left, another Marine officer snickered. Cut and run, I get it, he said, chuckling. Drake glared at the Master Chief Petty Officer, W.H. simply turned his head away and started whistling. Vice Admiral Jonathan stared out the window that Straw Hat Luffy and his chef friend, who had turned out to be Blackleg Sanji, had escaped through. The pirate captain was much faster than he would have guessed. What's more, he was seemingly able to use Rokushiki, or at least two of its forms. It was mid-afternoon now, and it would be troubling if he, the pirate captain, found what he was looking for before nightfall. This would require further meditation. Vice Admiral, an officer has arrived from Marine headquarters and requests to speak with you. She declined to reveal her rank and attachment, reported an officer at the door. Very well, send her in, Jonathan said. Hello, Vice Admiral, greeted the woman, whose face Jonathan easily recognized. My name is Inspector Shepard. I am here to conduct a full inspection of your facility on behalf of Marine headquarters. Come in, Inspector. I was told you'd be coming. Is there anything you'll be needing to aid in your inspection? Jonathan asked. Robin inwardly groaned at the tone of his voice. He knows who I am. It's times like these when I wish I wasn't so recognizable. I'll be requiring use of your library for records of your structural and design mechanics, Robin said, keeping up the act. Of course. Ensign, lead her to the library, if you please. As she was led away, Robin's eyes narrowed. He knows who I am, and yet, rather than arresting me, he's handing me the information on a silver platter? Is he that confident? Jonathan was deep in thought as Nico Robin left the room. So, you'll know if I arrest your crewmates, Straw Hat? In that case, let's hold off on that for now. Now, we have Nico. Robin in the library, Straw Hat Luffy and Blackleg Sanji running around the island somewhere, and from Lieutenant Commander Drake's latest report, Roronoa Zoro is loose in the base as well, along with one other. Lieutenant, increase security around the dock where the Straw Hat's ship is being held, he ordered, earning a salute from the officer. That leaves two more. Perhaps Drake's latest search will bear fruit. For the next couple hours, all was relatively quiet. Despite his efforts, Jonathan only had tabs on 3 of the pirates. One was impersonating a master inspector, and 2 were masquerading as a surgeon and nurse of G8, although to be fair, the latter 2 imposters were at the very least taking the job seriously from what he'd seen. Still, when he had taken a visit to the infirmary, their auras had revealed their true affiliations easily enough. Nightfall was approaching, and Jonathan knew for certain that something big would happen soon. He just didn't know what. It was then that Jonathan heard a familiarly strange call echoing from atop the mountain. It was an extremely loud call. He wouldn't be surprised if the entire base heard it. Cha. Choo-oo-oo-oo-oo. Choo-oo-oo. Jonathan frowned. That's the call of the South Bird that we heard when they first arrived. What is it still doing here? Throughout Navarone, 7 pirates were all thinking the same thing. That's the signal. All at once, chaos erupted all over G8. Roronoa Zoro had appeared on the bridge and started causing destruction left and right, causing a large concentration of Marines to be dispatched there to apprehend him. Meanwhile, the new doctor who had been treating injured Marines suddenly abandoned his station, although the nurses noted that he had miraculously finished treating all of the Marines before doing so. One of the nurses had left to follow him. On the other side of the base, Straw Hat Luffy himself had appeared and was causing a racket, along with Blackleg Sanji and an unidentified sniper. To make things worse, Inspector Shepard from Marine Headquarters had abandoned her inspection and joined them, despite the efforts of the Marines sent to observe her, revealing that she probably wasn't a real inspector in retrospect. Chopper and Nami had made it to the bridge and met up with Zoro, who was mowing through unfortunate Marine soldiers left and right. Didn't we say we weren't going to brute force our way out? Nami protested loudly over the shouting of Marines. Believe me, if we really wanted to brute force our way out, there wouldn't be much left of this rock by now, Zoro retorted. Are we meeting up with Luffy and the others? Chopper asked. Not yet. We have to get the Mary into open waters while Luffy gets the gold back. Then we can regroup and get out of here, the swordsman said. As countless Marines obstructed their path off the bridge, Zoro raised a single sword. One sword style, 360 caliber Phoenix. He shouted as close to 100 Marines were thrown off the bridge by the blast of wind. Let's go. As the Marines desperately tried to get the situation under control, one scrambled to report to Vice Admiral Jonathan. Sir, Blackleg Sanji is heading to the vault where the confiscated gold is being held, along with 2 others. One of them is the imposter inspector. Jonathan sighed. Perhaps it wasn't the best idea to just let her get that information. But still, I didn't think they'd be this organized. Not only were they waiting for a signal, but they were able to group together in the blink of an eye. I should assume that Monkey D. Luffy at the very least can use observation hockey. Not that it matters. They won't find what they're looking for. You said 2 others? Jonathan clarified. Is Straw Hat Luffy among them? No sir. We've lost track of the captain, but are currently conducting a search for him, the Marine answered. I'd say there's no need for that, Jonathan said. Wouldn't you agree, Monkey D. Luffy? The Marine who was making the report turned around in shock to be greeted by the subject of their discussion standing in the doorway. He was about to draw his sword, but a look from Jonathan as well as a shake of the head dissuaded him. Your crewmates sure are making quite the ruckus at the moment, Jonathan commented. Is there a reason you came here? I wanted to ask you something, Luffy said. Well, you did allow me a round of questions, so that only seems fair, Jonathan agreed. Why aren't you fighting? Luffy asked, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Deciding to elaborate, he continued, you're a vice admiral. You have years of experience in battles you hide behind that tranquil mask of yours. You can use both armaments and observation hockey. And yet, you're sitting on the sidelines giving out orders. I just can't help but wonder why. I suppose I may come off as a bit lazy in your eyes, Jonathan said. But I suppose my reason is the same as the one you provided for not simply destroying the island. There. No need. Luffy looked amused. No need? Your base has been infiltrated by pirates wanted dead or alive. Your naval defenses are halfway between formalities and decorations. Every Marine in this base is cannon fodder, save for you. What super secret trump card do you have yet to unveil? I think you overestimate me, Jonathan drawled. There is no super secret trump card, as you so quaintly put it. Although it may have been covered up, I am high up enough the ranks to have knowledge of the events following Crocodile's defeat in Alabasta. And while I may be confident in my skills, I am not so delusional as to believe that I alone succeed where the combined might of 3 men of my own rank have failed. In addition, the location of our naval base is far too remote for us to call for sufficient reinforcements from Marineford. Luffy looked disappointed. So, what you're just giving up? He asked, pouting a bit. Not quite. You see, I tend to look at the big picture of things. There is the tree, and there is the forest. There is a single island, and then there is an ocean of them. There is the battle, and then there is the war. Sometimes, to win the war, you need to look at more than just a single battle. Luffy suddenly looked annoyed. You've been gathering intel, he stated. Something like that. You will escape from us today. I have no doubt about that. But I can't help but feel as though the report I give to Admiral Akainu afterwards could cause quite the headache for you all, depending on my own discretion, of course. Luffy stared at him blandly. And if I kill you now so you can never give him that report? Then he will take note of my cause of death regardless, and that would become an even bigger headache for you. But, that's assuming you do kill me. Once again, it really don't not seem like your style, Monkey D. Luffy. The Straw Hat Captain rolled his eyes before turning toward the gargantuan sack of gold in the corner of the room and throwing it over his shoulder. I'll be taking this if you don't mind. Sure. I'd ask you not to injure too many of my men on your way out, Jonathan called. Tell them to stand down, and they'll have no problems from us, was Luffy's reply. Soon after the Straw Hat Pirates met up at the Going Merry, Vice Admiral Jonathan called for an armistice, which the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates agreed to. While Lieutenant Commander Drake protested loudly against it, a quick summary of their losses, including damages to the facility, and a recount of Marine casualties since the pirates arrived was enough to change his mind. After that, the pirates sailed out unimpeded, unless one counted the lone Marine who jumped onto their ship and attacked with a cry of "I don't know, but I've been told." The attack was unsuccessful. Rather than using the small channel that the Marines left open for them, however, the Straw Hat Pirates opted to fly out through use of a giant balloon octopus, which was inflate using Usopp's breath dials and propelled using Luffy's reject dial. All in all, It was a rather anticlimactic ending to a one-sided slaughter that nevertheless inspired the soldiers to be ever more vigilant against flying pirates. "Hey, wait, Nami shouted. "What's with the fucking resolution? This shit isn't over." She pointed at Luffy accusingly. "What the hell happened to the Gorogoro no?" "Me? You said you took care of it. You do realize that if we left that behind?" "Choo-oo-oo," came the familiar call of the South bird. The now tame bird flew through the going merry and dropped the devil fruit in question into Luffy's outstretched hand, before taking off into the sunset. "Okay, now we're done," Luffy said with a grin. On the island of Jaya, a crowd had gathered around a certain bar in Mock Town to witness what was rumored to be a fight to the death between comrades. "Please, make them stop," one of the crew members of the two combatants shouted. Her pleas were answered by a sinister chuckle which by no means conveyed an intent to comply. "Enough already. Why are you doing this?" Sarkis, one of the combatants tried to reason. The taunting laughter only intensified. "Why, you ask? What other reason could there be? Sarkis, Bellamy ... You two have tarnished my flag that you so proudly flaunt around as if it were your own. Sky Island, the City of Gold ... I don't care whether they exist or not. As long as you were undefeated, I would allow you to spread whatever petty ideals you deemed fit." "It's hopeless," one of the observers whispered. "There's no way they can win. That's Don Quixote Doflamingo." "Are you kidding? One of the 7 warlords?" another asked quietly. "He used to have a bounty of over 300 million. What's he doing here? But now that you've been put in your place by a bunch of hopeless dreamers as you put it, there's really no room for you as my underlings, is there?" Doflamingo continued. As Sarki's blade rose against his will, he cursed. "Damn it. Don't make me do this." His pleas once again went unanswered as his arm was forced to swing the blade towards him. Immobile Bellamy unmercifully. "Please." Bellamy rasped from his position on the ground. "Give me one more chance. Even if it takes years. I'll get to where you stand one day." Doflamingo laughed in amusement. "Do you really think a peon like you has what it takes to survive the new world? Very well, do as you wish. The new era I've envisioned is approaching." However, he turned his back and started walking away. "I have no place for you in my ranks," he stated matter-of-factly. "Doflamingo!" Bellamy shouted in desperation as Sarki's knife came down again. "What's wrong? You're slowing down," Luffy noted as he smiled with his eyes closed and his hands in his pockets. Across from him stood Sanji, panting heavily but still focused. Nearby, Zoro was continuing the rest of the crew's training to awaken their haki, while Luffy was training Sanji personally at the chef's request. Sanji dashed forward again, but his opening kick was dodged easily as Luffy simply leaned back to avoid it. The next hail of kicks were just as casually avoided as the straw hat. Captain swayed back and forth in between the blows. Focusing on predicting his movements, Sanji went in for a feint, which seemed to achieve the desired effect, and the actual kick was blocked by Luffy's forearm. Before he could react, Sanji had been grabbed by the leg and thrown back to his starting position. "Too slow," Luffy commented, earning an annoyed grunt from the chef. "I noticed, you rubber bastard. Why don't you open your damn eyes now?" Luffy only smirked. "Why don't you make me?" Sanji complied, or at least attempted to, as he spun rapidly in a circle before going on the offensive again, leg ablaze this time. Every kick he threw was once again dodged effortlessly. He could try to predict Luffy's movements, but the rubber man could do the same with his counters to said movements, and it was easier to see whose observation haki was superior. Not only that, but he was suppressing his aura, so Sanji was having trouble getting a read on it to begin with. After a couple minutes, Sanji winced and the inferno around his leg ceased as his current limit for Diable Jam was reached. "What brought this on?" Luffy couldn't help but ask. You seemed content with your progress just recently. Now you're working twice as hard as before. Not that I don't encourage it, but is there any reason? It's not that I'm not satisfied already, Sanji muttered. I don't have big, grandiose dreams like you or Zoro. My goal is just to find all blue and be the best chef I can be, he admitted. But I've started to realize recently if we're going to keep running into guys like Crocodile and Enel, I'm only going to be in the way. He grunted again as he got to H feet. You two are way ahead of the rest of us. And for a while, I was content with that. But like you said when we started doing this, there's going to come a time when you have your hands full, and when that day comes, I won't be a liability. I couldn't have said it better myself, Luffy said. So, what will you do? First, I'm going to wipe that smug grin off your face, the chef shouted before charging in again, only for Luffy to disappear from his sight. You'll have to catch me first, the rubber man taunted from behind him. He spun around and aimed a kick at the location of his aura, but he only disappeared again. Sanji's eyes roamed around the deck of the Going Merry as his captain constantly blurred in and out of sight. Something was different than usual. If he was really just taunting him, he wouldn't be able to see Luffy at all. Which meant he was going slow intentionally. Sanji narrowed his eyes and focused his observation haki on his captain's movements, following his blurred form as it drew closer and closer to him. His legs were in constant motion, slowing down only for an instant as his form became more defined, and then speeding up again as he disappeared from sight. So that's how it is. As each jump brought the rubber man closer and closer, Sanji got into a ready stance. As he sensed Luffy closing in, he kicked the floor 10 times in an instant, resulting in a leap backwards that was much faster than what he could usually accomplish, just as Luffy's leg swept through the area he was previously occupying. Now, he leapt forward again and feinted a kick at Luffy's head. When he predictably, or perhaps indulgently, vanished from sight in response, Sanji went through the same series of movements again, and tracking him with his haki, aimed another kick at his sternum. As the two appeared back into sight, Luffy was holding Sanji's leg, preventing it from reaching him. You learned Zoro. I'm impressed, Luffy said with a grin. Yeah, Sanji said, before collapsing back into a sitting position. But it puts a lot of strain on my legs. I can see why you waited until now to teach me. You'll get used to it soon, Luffy said. When I first started using it, I didn't really notice the strain, rubber man and all. But I did notice that it got easier to use pretty quickly. Sanji learned something again? Usopp asked. Why do I feel like he's always the only one? It helps that he has more physical conditioning than the rest of you, Zoro said. Or, maybe you're just not trying hard enough, Usopp. Hey, that's not fair. I think I'm starting to get the hang of this haki stuff. Zoro raised an eyebrow, and Usopp faltered a bit. Sort of maybe a little. Well, I'm still not having any progress, so I think I'll just stick to my attack for now. How are those upgrades coming along by the way? Usopp lit up at the reminder. Oh, they're coming along. Those dials are worth more than their weight in gold. You'll be lighting up enemies before they even know what lit them up. Nami smiled. Thanks. Just tell me when they're ready so I can test them out for myself, she requested. Of course. It might interest you to know that my own arsenal has been improved as well. He trailed off as Nami was already walking away, not having heard him. Hey. A couple of hours passed uneventfully, unless you counted the octopus balloon's heartfelt farewell, the giant sea monkeys which Luffy tamed, or the seemingly depressed pirate crew they passed on the way, which strangely enough had no flag or sails. After lunch, everyone continued haki training, but once again, there were no breakthroughs to speak of. Despite that sad fact, many of the crew members couldn't help but notice that the training nevertheless helped their physical conditioning, which was pretty essential in any fight. Afterwards, Luffy and Zoro instructed them to start sparring in order to evaluate each other's strengths and weaknesses. At this point, Usopp took initiative and loudly suggested a tournament bracket. This normally would have been ignored, if not for the fact that Luffy announced his strong support for the idea just as loudly, which led to the Straw Hat Pirates now competing in a tournament. The fights would consist of hand-to-hand combat only, which meant no weapons and no devil fruit powers. In Chopper's case, this meant he could only use one form. He wisely picked Heavy Point. For the benefit of the devil fruit users, Luffy declared that you were out of the fight if you fell off the Mary, whether you could swim or not. You were also out if you gave up or were held down for 10 seconds. Hey, wait, Chopper said suddenly. Sanji only specializes in physical combat. How is he not going to win this? A better question is, how is he going to win at all if he can't even attack half of his opponents? The chef asked in retort as he walked over to the sidelines to stand next to Luffy and Zoro. Have fun, everyone. This caused Robin to giggle and Usopp to pout. You're no fun, Sanji. This was your idea to begin with, Sanji argued. Next time, think it through, shithead. This is terribly uneven. Although Usopp protested loudly at this, the chef was soon proven right. The first fight was between Usopp and Chopper. Although Usopp was by no means incapable of throwing a good punch, he simply wasn't in the same league as Chopper's heavyweight form. The first minute of the fight consisted of Usopp throwing punches while Chopper blocked them, too timid to do anything else against a crewmate. He soon got over it when the sniper declared that there were no holds barred even in a fight between comrades, but nevertheless assured him that he would be fine. Emboldened by this assurance, Chopper proceeded to subject Usopp to a wrestling hold that kept him down for 10 seconds, ending the fight. I have no regrets, Usopp claimed as he went to stand next to the monster trio, making a show of standing by his idea, even though Luffy could tell he was disappointed at having lost first. Alright, the next fight is between Nami and Robin. As the two women of the crew stood across from each other, Nami cringed. Aren't you an assassin? She asked nervously. I was, Robin answered with a calm smile. Aren't you a thief? That's not very assuring. And, start! Usopp shouted, ignoring the navigator's reservations. At first, neither one of them moved. After a few moments of waiting each other out, Robin took a step forward, causing Nami to take a step back. Robin laughed lightly. I'm not going to hurt you, Navigator-san, so don't worry so much, she said. Nami seemed to calm down after that, and as it was soon revealed, she did know some basic self-defense even without the Clam attacked. She would have to in order to survive. Stealing from pirates for 8 years, even East Blue pirates. And the conditioning she'd received from the hockey training seemed to help. Unfortunately for Nami, her experience seemed to pale in comparison to Robin's, and it didn't take long for the archaeologist to sweep a leg out from under her before pinning her to the ground with one arm pulled behind her back. The winner is Robin, Usopp shouted after 10 seconds of struggling on Nami's part. You sure seem to be enjoying this, Nami grumbled as she walked over to stand with the observers. Of course. Tournament matches are also part of a man's romance, the sniper exclaimed, causing Nami to look at him quizzically. Walking sticks, swinging from vines, and now this. Where do you get this crap from? Usopp elected to ignore her, instead announcing the next spar. Now for the finals. It's the heavyweight Tony Chopper versus the quick and nimble Nico Robin. Chopper looked nervous again, but Robin merely smiled and said, Let's have a good match, Dr. San. The reindeer nodded. This spar lasted noticeably longer. Chopper was too strongly built for Robin to get him into a submission hold, but Robin was too agile and light on her feet for Chopper to get a hit in or pin her down. Of the two of them, Chopper was more versed in hand-to-hand combat, but Robin was more analytical and moved with a calculated grace that the couldn't quite match as she dodged or redirected his blows. She was careful not to get hit and careful not to give him any openings to subdue her, but she also couldn't really hope to overpower him. Eventually, she was seemingly cornered at the edge of the Mary. Her back was to the water as Chopper came in for a blow. "Robin-chan, watch out!" Sanji shouted in worry as it seemed she was about to back into open air. Instead, she stood her ground until Chopper got close, before moving aside, grabbing him by the arm, and using his forwards momentum to actually flip him off the deck of the ship and into the water. Zoro sighed. "I'll get him," the swordsman volunteered, before jumping overboard and retrieving the soaked reindeer, who coughed up some water before changing back into hybrid form. "I lost," he pouted, causing Robin to actually feel slightly guilty. "Well, you're all improving," Zoro commented, still in instructor mode. "Nami, you can defend yourself if it comes to it, but you're too tense. Even if you know how to counter your opponent, it won't matter if you're too stiff to do anything about it. But once you gain more experience, you'll be more relaxed in a fight." He turned to Usopp. "You have same problem. I know for a fact that you can take a hit with the best of them, but that won't hold you over for long if you freeze up." They both nodded, and Zoro turned to Chopper. "Chopper, your main issue and heavy point is your speed, but that won't be as much of a problem when you can use your devil fruit freely. Honestly, the best thing for you right now is just to keep training your speed and strength. The more you do that, the stronger your transformations will be. I also think you could benefit in training your devil fruit some more, but we'll leave that for later." Chopper looked excited at the thought of enhancing his devil fruit powers. Next, Zoro turned towards Robin. "You had the least problems as far as I saw. You may not have as much muscle as Chopper, but your devil fruit powers make up for that. Other than Luffy, me, and the cook, you have the best reflexes in the crew. The only thing I'd suggest is getting your speed up so that you can make the best use of them. Even if you can see an attack coming, you can't always stop it unless you can move in time." Robin nodded thoughtfully. Finally, Zoro turned toward Sanji. "Cook." He trailed off. "You suck," he finished. Sanji's eye twitched. "All right. Good job, everyone," Luffy shouted. "Nami, how's our course?" he asked. "It's right on target," the navigator replied. "We should be arriving soon." "Great. Hey Robin, can you look out for an island?" Luffy asked. "Roger," she said, making her way up to the crow's nest. "Hey, Luffy," Zoro said, subtly getting the captain's attention. Luffy looked at him to see that he had a serious expression on his face. "It's almost that time," the swordsman conveyed. Luffy nodded as he remembered which island they were about to arrive at. They had been blown a little off course compared to last time, so they took more time to actually get here, but they had also spent less time in Skypiea, and there was no telling how long the adversary they were both thinking of would wait for them. A laid-back, lethargic, and very dangerous adversary. "Keep your senses sharp when we get to the island," he conveyed back. Their short staring contest ended, no one having noticed it as Luffy continued walking and Zoro leaned back against the mast, seemingly asleep. "Man, I'm bored," Luffy mumbled an hour later. "Hey Robin. Have you caught any glimpse of that island yet?" "Yes, a while ago actually," she responded from the crow's nest. Usopp looked scandalized. "What do you mean, a while ago? When you see an island you're supposed to shout land ho," the sniper claimed. "That sounds like too strange of a reaction for my tastes," Robin replied. "But I'll let you know next time." As soon as they reached the island, which was a wide empty plain filled with really tall trees, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp all took off, eager for some sightseeing. As the rest of the crew got ready to depart, Zoro simply stared out at the island with narrowed eyes. "Is something wrong, Swordsman-san?" Robin asked, coming up next to him. This seemed to snap him out of whatever trance he was in. "No, it's nothing," Zoro answered, piquing Robin's curiosity. He then looked back at the fog over the ocean. It looks like we're about to have some company though. Luffy looked in every direction in an attempt to find what he was looking for. But no matter how many times he extended his senses outwards, he couldn't feel anything. Either his target was hiding his aura really well, or he wasn't there. He hadn't considered the latter option up until now. Wow, there's really nothing in sight. It's empty, Usopp commented. Yeah, completely empty. Luffy muttered quietly, brow furrowed. Luffy? You okay? Chopper asked, snapping him out of his daze. Yeah, I'm fine. Hey, is that a house over there? He asked, pointing out into the distance. You're right. Let's go check it out, Usopp said. On the way there, the trio encountered a large variety of strange animals, which consisted of elongated bears, elongated dogs, elongated deer, and even elongated birds. Come to think of it, they were all elongated. When they arrived at the house, they found a particularly friendly white giraffe, which was in reality an elongated horse. Chopper conveyed that her name was Shelly. Apparent. She was alone here on the island, which Chopper found to be strange. Hey, is this elongated bamboo? Usopp asked, looking upwards. There were 2 sticks of bamboo that were abnormally tall, to the point where they couldn't see the top. This seemed kind of familiar to Luffy, but he couldn't place where he'd seen it before. Suddenly, the bamboo moved, shocking Usopp and hitting him in the face. The elongated bamboo attacked Usopp. Chopper panicked. Bamboo bastard. I won't lose that easily. The sniper shouted, pulling out his slingshot and letting a lead star fly, breaking through the bamboo. Ha! Take that bamboo! Usopp shouted, throwing his fist in the air. That was amazing, Usopp! Chopper shouted happily. Was it really? Luffy asked skeptically. The two were broken out of their celebrations when they heard a panicked yell coming from above them. Luffy looked up to see an old man falling towards him. Oh, I remember now. Who are these guys? Nami asked. The Going Merry was currently surrounded by 2 anchors, each of which had attached themselves to the island, and were connected to a rather large enemy ship. Doesn't matter who they are, Zoro said. They cornered our ship, so they're clearly hostile. Doesn't matter who we are? Shouted a voice from atop the ship that had cornered them. Watch your tongue, roared Zoro. We are the Foxy Pirates, and we have claimed your ship as property of me, Foxy the Silver Fox. Whatever, Zoro said in a bored tone as he unsheathed a sword before swinging it downwards. The enemy ship, which easily towered over the Going Merry, was cut down the middle from bow to stern. As all hell broke loose on the ship of the now panicking Foxy Pirates, Zoro casually cut the chains that were rendering the Going Merry immobile from afar. Well, that was a waste of time. Nami, how's the log? Zoro asked. Actually, it's ready. It seems the time it takes for the log to set is really short on this island. Well, that simplifies things. Now we just have to wait for Luffy to get back. The old man who had landed on top of Luffy looked horrified. Oh dear! He exclaimed. I seem to have landed on someone. Are you okay, lad? I'm fine, Luffy replied, getting up and dusting himself off. Because I'm rubber. But anyway, you're that guy, aren't you? That guy? The old man asked curiously. Yeah, that Jack guy, Luffy said. My name is Tangent. No way. I'm sure you're the Jack guy who climbed the giant bamboo stalk to find the goose that lays the golden eggs so that you could have supper. But you're an old man. Now, did it take you that long to climb it? Luffy rambled. Beanstalk, Luffy. That was a beanstalk. Usopp corrected. There's no way this guy is him. Ah, really? So it wasn't him after all. I'm afraid not. You see, I am one of the nomads who travels from one portion of his island to the next. This island is actually a ring of wide open plains, which are all connected. and have the same magnetic field. But I've been separated from the rest of the nomads, you see. 10 years ago, I made really tall stilts out of bamboo so I could see the view from the top. But then I got too scared to come back down, and got stuck up there. I've had to survive by eating the fruits off of the tallest trees ever since. You're really stupid, old man, Luffy commented bluntly. Perhaps, but worry not, youngster. For now that you've forced me back to ground level, I can go and catch up with the rest of the group. I wasn't worried, Luffy said, before turning to Usopp. Hey, we should probably get back to the ship. I can sense some unfamiliar auras at the coast. Unfamiliar auras? Are they hostile? Chopper asked. Hard to tell. I think they are, but they feel more incompetent than anything, Luffy replied. When they arrived back at the ship, they were greeted by the sight of a giant pirate ship that was cut in half down the middle, lying in a heap in the shallow water near the coast. When Usopp asked what happened, Zoro simply replied, "It was in the way, so I cut it." The simple explanation was accepted easily enough and the straw hats got ready to set sail, but before they could, the sound of a gunshot interrupted them. "Straw Hat Luffy!" came the voice of Foxy the Silver Fox, soaking wet and panting heavily. Beside him was a large fishman who had seemingly saved him from the water, along with a blue-haired woman and an ape-like man. "You dare sink my ship? You'll pay for this, you lowlife." "I didn't do anything," Luffy said in annoyance. "Go away. Don't try to deny it. Your crewmate Roronoa cut our ship in half," Foxy shouted. "And you still didn't get the message?" Luffy couldn't help but ask. "Anyway, I'm not him, so leave me alone." "Absolutely not. There's no way I'm letting you go after what you've done to us. I hereby challenge you to a Davy back fight." "Okay," Luffy agreed easily, before unleashing a blast of Conqueror's Haki on the unsuspecting Foxy pirates, all of whom keeled over and lost consciousness. "We win," the Straw Captain declared, before turning back towards his crew and ordering them to set sail. As the Straw Hats rose anchor, Luffy was in deep thought. Aokiji didn't show up this time. Last time he said he originally came to confirm that Robin was in the crew, but if I remember right, that cage lady already saw her setting sail with us in Alabasta. Is that why he's not here? While he wouldn't rule out the possibility, something about that didn't feel right. He looked to his right and locked eyes with Zoro. The swordsman nodded. It seemed they were in agreement. There was a storm coming. Fire. There was fire everywhere. It was all burning. The heat seemed to seep through her pores, under her skin, into her very being. She stared, wide-eyed and trembling, at omnipresent flames as they consumed everything and everyone in sight. As they consumed Ohara. The sights and sounds drove her to the brink of insanity. The blasting of cannons, the whistling of deadly artillery, the agonized screams, the raging of the insatiable inferno, the rising of the suffocating smoke. For what seemed like hours, it was all Robin knew. "Run, Robin." The familiar voice broke her out of her horrified trance even as she felt a bone-numbing chill spread throughout her body, overpowering even the heat of the all-encompassing fire. She tried to move as the gigantic form of Jaguar D Sol struggled to his feet. Perhaps to do as she was told. Perhaps not to. It didn't matter, she just needed to move. But she couldn't. Try as she might, she couldn't even budge an inch. What was wrong with her? Had her legs been frozen along with Sol's? She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth as she willed her body to do as it was told. Move. Run, Robin. The voice came again. But it was different this time. She opened her eyes in shock. Sol was gone. In his place stood the ever-determined Monkey D. Luffy, frozen from the waist down. His fists tightened as Marine Admiral Aokiji walked leisurely toward him. His arm blackened to obsidian as he threw his fist forward, faster than her eyes could keep track of, but evidently not fast enough for his adversary, who caught his fist in an icy grip. Luffy grunted in pain as the rest of his body began to freeze over. He turned towards her as the ice began to cover his face, the cold seeping into every last vein. "You have ... to run." She stared in pure, unadulterated terror as the ice enclosed around the remainder of his face, which was still turned towards her. Unmercifully, Akiji raised a fist, ready to strike. No. The fist collided with the frozen statue, and the brittle structure broke apart on contact. Whatever force had been keeping her from moving seemed to shatter along with that which had kept her going all this time. The spell broken, she sank to her knees in despair. No. The Marine Admiral turned toward her, his face impassive as he began walking in her direction. She didn't run like he told her. She couldn't, not anymore. There was nothing to run to. 3 weeks, the man spoke emotionlessly. "You're not breaking any personal records, Nico Robin," he said as he reached toward her. "No." Robin woke up screaming. "Robin." There was a voice shouting her name. Hands on her shoulders, shaking her. "Robin." The voice came again. It definitely sounded familiar. She reached up to the hand on her shoulder. The contact seemed to anchor her back to reality, and her eyes focused before meeting the concerned face of her bunkmate. "Nami?" she asked. The navigator sighed in relief. "Holy shit, don't scare me like that," she said. "Robin, are you okay?" Robin managed to give a weak nod, but taking into account how shaky it was, she guessed that it wasn't very reassuring. She could hear the loud beating of footsteps from outside the room just before the door was roughly opened, and the crew's chef, sniper, and doctor fell over each other in a rushed attempt to get inside the room. "Robin!" Chopper shouted in worry. "What happened?" Sanji asked desperately, searching the room for anything out of the ordinary, but finding nothing. "Are you guys alright?" Usopp asked. Nami sighed. "We're fine now," she said, resisting the slightly irrational urge to scold them for not knocking. Once they untangled themselves from the floor, Luffy and Zoro walked in after them, less frantic but with unmistakable expressions of worry etched on their countenance. Luffy walked up to Robin, having recognized the scream as hers. "Robin?" he asked gently, not bothering to vocalize the obvious question. Robin swallowed. "It's nothing. I'm sorry for waking you all," she said. She watched as Luffy's expression softened from confusion to acceptance. "I'm guessing it would be pointless for you to try and go back to sleep?" he asked with an understanding smile. Robin could only nod again. "Well, it's a pretty nice night out," the captain said. "Anyone up for some stargazing?" Robin began to protest. "It's alright, you don't have to." "To be honest, Robin," Luffy interrupted, "I don't think any of us are going back to sleep either. Maybe some coffee will do you some good. Sanji?" The chef didn't miss a beat. "Coming right up. Coffee under the starlight. Seems kind of romantic. I'll even throw in some early morning breakfast." "Sounds great. I was dreaming about food anyway," Usopp claimed. It always became hard to distinguish whether he was lying or not during times when it actually mattered. "I'm not sleepy at all," Chopper boasted. Robin couldn't help but smile a little as the memory of the nightmare moved to the back of her mind, not forgotten, but dulled. "Thank you, everyone. That sounds nice." As the male crew members filed out of the room, Nami hesitated before pulling Robin into a hug. "Remember, you can talk to me about anything, okay?" she whispered. Robin returned the hug and hummed in confirmation, and Nami let go. As it turned out, stargazing wasn't too bad of an idea, as there was a meteor shower that morning. As the crew sat and ate under the shooting stars, Usopp instructed everyone to make a wish, before explaining the premise behind the custom to a curious Chopper. Robin was silent as she gazed up at the sky, feeling as though the wish she wanted to make might just be unrealistic. The rest of the morning passed uneventfully. That is, until the crew spotted a giant frog doing the front crawl, and opted to follow it out of sheer fascination. Said frog then proceeded to jump in front of a moving train that was seemingly running on the ocean. Needless to say, that didn't work out very well for the frog, who was sent flying despite taking a ready stance in an effort to oppose the train's momentum. "That's one gutsy frog," Sanji commented. "That's Yokozuna," said a young girl from what looked to be, strangely enough, a train station on the ocean. "He does that all the time." "Hey, are you guys pirates?" "Yes we are. I'm Luffy. I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy said, providing his signature introduction. "Really?" the girl asked in childlike innocence. "Yep," Luffy answered. "Cool. Hey Grandma. Pirates are here," she yelled. "Really?" came a voice from inside the building. "Hang on, I'll get the transponder snail." A few of the straw-hats tensed as an old woman came out and started dialing a number. "Hello?" the woman greeted. "Who is calling?" "Huh? What do you mean what's my emergency?" "Sorry, I think you have the wrong number." She then proceeded to hang up. Said crew members now felt ridiculous. What the hell was that? "So, you guys are pirates, huh?" the woman asked, attention now focused on the straw-hats. "Nice to meet you. I'm Kokoro. This is my granddaughter, Chimney. And that's Gonvi, our cat," Chimney added, pointing down at a small animal that was quite clearly and unmistakably a rabbit. "Meow. Make that a confused rabbit." Nami proceeded to ask about the train they had seen, and Chimney explained that there were actually tracks in the water, which were built to carry the sea train, called the Puffing Tom, from island to island. She then revealed that the frog they encountered, Yokozuna, was always challenging the sea train to contests of strength, which he always lost. "Kokoro-san?" Nami asked. "We actually came here following a log pose. It's pointing west. Do you know what island we're headed to, by any chance?" "If it's pointing west, that would be Water 7, Kokoro answered. "The city of Water is home to the best ship mechanics in the world. Even the world government relies on their shipmaking." "That sounds like a good place to spend the money we've earned," Nami stated. Immediately the mood shifted as the crew once again remembered that they would have to let the Going Merry go soon. "Alright, it's decided," Luffy said. "At Water 7, we'll find a shipwright to join our crew." "A shipwright?" Nami asked, eliciting a nod from Luffy. "We have to make sure this doesn't happen again. So in addition to a new ship, we'll also get a crewmate that can repair it." "In that case, take this," Kokoro said, holding out a piece of paper, which Nami took. "It's a map of the island, and a letter of recommendation. Give it to a man named Iceberg, and he'll get you what you need." As they got ready to set sail again, Kokoro shouted after them. "One last thing. It takes a week for the log to set in Water 7. That will give you plenty of time to get your bus in. Done. We'll be returning to the city soon, so I hope to see you there." As they all waved their goodbyes, the Going Merry set out towards Water 7. "Man, I'm bored again," Luffy sighed. They had been sailing for several hours now to get to Water 7, and most of the crew was now attending to their own business. "When are you ever not bored?" Nami asked rhetorically. "When I'm kicking ass and taking food," Luffy answered anyway. "You mean taking names," Usopp corrected. Luffy looked at him quizzically. "Why would I want names? I'd rather have food." "Well, that's beside the point. The expression is kicking ass and taking names," Usopp insisted. "I prefer kicking ass and taking dames, myself," Sanji interjected as he walked by. "Not you too, Sanji," Nami sighed as she checked their course again. They would be arriving soon, and then she could find a place to exchange all of the gold they had. They had a lot of errands to run in Water 7, but at least they weren't broke anymore. "Hey Nami, I'm still bored," Luffy said. "Well, find a way to entertain yourself then." "Are you sure?" "The only thing I can think of is watching Zoro train you guys again," he said. Nami had to suppress a shiver. The latest training session had been brutal, to the point of utter exhaustion. She and Usopp had nearly fainted, and Chopper had been pushed to the limits of his zone-enhanced stamina. Sanji and Robin were the only ones who didn't seem to mind, but even Sanji had been breathing heavily afterwards, and Robin had seemed to lose the subtle grace with which she always moved for a while until she had recovered from the strenuous activity. And all the while, Zoro had been laughing at them. The infuriating part was, when she had sarcastically invited him to join them, he had actually accepted the invitation and put them all to shame while continuing to laugh, as if the training was old news to him. She never knew the normally lethargic swordsman could be so sadistic. When she had mustered up the energy to yell at him about it afterward, he had actually had the nerve to say it was Captain's orders. Which it was. But still. It seemed that Luffy was really determined to make use of their time at sea. Of course, this had been the case since they'd entered the Grand Line, but he had never pushed them this far before, which caused Nami to wonder what had changed overnight. Searching for a way out, she quickly redirected his interest. Hey, speaking of training, isn't Zoro lifting weights? Why don't you join him? I don't lift. But maybe he wants to spar, Luffy speculated, before jumping off of the railing and going to seek out the swordsman. An hour later, the crew spotted Water 7 in the distance. Upon arriving, they were immediately enraptured by the scenery. It seemed that their journey wasn't going to get any duller after Sky Island. The island took Water Metropolis to a new extreme. Whoever said Atlantis sank into the sea was clearly lying, Sanji commented, a hint of awe in his voice. That's a huge fountain. Chopper exclaimed in wonder. Blue Station? Nami read off of a sign as they drew closer. I wonder where we should dock. Hey, you. A man in a small fishing boat called. Pirates can't come in through the front. Go dock in the back. The Straw-Hats stared blankly for a moment. Okay. Luffy shouted jovially. Thanks, mister. The crew continued to take in the scenery as they brought the ship around. That's so cool, Chopper marveled. The city is floating on the water. I don't think that's the case. The island has simply sunk into the sea. The city seems to be built on top of the previous buildings, Robin observed. Hey, you pirates. You can't dock here. A random citizen shouted. What are you here for? Plundering? No, we just need supplies. Luffy shouted back, not missing a beat. In that case, head down that way until you see a peninsula. The man shouted, pointing. You can drop anchor there. Got it, thanks. Luffy shouted again. Most of the crew was slightly bemused as they continued. You know, as far as people who know where criminals go, I think this is the best welcome we've gotten since Whiskey Peak, Usopp pointed out, eliciting laughs from the others. Where was that? Chopper asked curiously. It was our first stop in the Grand Line, Nami answered. Whiskey Peak? Luffy asked, his face turning red as he thought back. Zoro sighed. Sake Summit, he compromised. Oh, yeah. That place was fun. The captain said gleefully. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Robin said in amusement. Most of the other pirates didn't. Still, it does seem strange that they're so casual around us, Nami pointed out as they docked near the peninsula. It suggests that they're used to pirates showing up. They don't seem to be afraid either. It's most likely because pirates come here often for repairs, Robin speculated. As for the lack of fear, it makes me think that they have strong local law enforcement. As they dropped anchor, they started to divide up the tasks while they were here. Zoro offered to guard the ship, before leaning against the railing of the Mary and promptly falling asleep. Lazy ass. Nami muttered. Okay, Luffy, and Usopp, the three of us can form a group to inquire about the ship. We also need to find a place to exchange our gold. Sanji-kun and Chopper, can you two stock up on supplies? Of course, Nami-san. Sanji saluted, before jumping off the ship and onto land, Chopper following behind him. Hey Robin, can you come with us? Luffy asked. I wanted to talk to you about something. Certainly. I was eager to explore the city anyway, she replied. Wait, How are we going to carry around this much gold without drawing too much attention? Usopp asked suddenly. Nami hummed. Luffy could lift it, but you're right. It would be better to leave it here for now. Maybe we could get someone to come directly here and make an estimate. With Zoro guarding, we don't have to worry about anything being stolen. Their course of action decided, the group of 4 entered town. After renting 2 Yagura bulls to make their way around, they were able to find the bank fairly quickly, seeing as the horse-like sea creatures knew their way around quite well. Luckily, the bank was able to fulfill their somewhat strange request, and sent an accountant to take a look at what they had so that they could give an estimate. Deciding not to waste time, they agreed that Nami would stay at the bank and handle the transaction while the rest of them went to the shipyard. Meanwhile, with Zoro, the Frankie family were quiet as night as they snuck up on an unsuspecting Zoro. Walking across the deck of the Mary silently, they gripped their swords. "Don't even think about it, unless you want to get cut up," the swordsman said, eyes still closed and leaning against the rail. The Frankie family stiffened, getting ready for a fight, until Zoro let out a snore. "Stupid love cook ... Call me Moshhead one more time, I dare you." Zanbai smirked. His bounty may be high, but he wasn't too bright. He raised his sword and brought it down, only for it to be blocked. "Alright, you asked for it ... Great whirlwind." The Frankie family let out a collective scream of pain as they were launched off of the ship by a whirlwind of blades. Zoro sheathed his swords and collapsed back onto the deck of the ship, still asleep. "That'll teach you ... Dartboard brow. So Captain San, what did you want to talk to me about?" Robin asked. "Well, do you remember the revolutionaries that we ran into on Jaya?" Luffy asked. Robin nodded. "Well, they're on the island." "Really? Do you know what they want?" Robin asked. "Most likely nothing from you. They seem to have taken an interest in me after Alabasta," Luffy replied. "I just thought you should know that, and I wanted to keep an eye on you." "I see. Thanks for telling me," Robin said. "This place sure is lively," Usopp commented as they made their way towards Stock 1, deciding that the current conversation wasn't really for him. "It's not surprising, since the shipwrights here are legendary," Robin answered. "I wonder if we have to make an appointment?" "Paloo-oo-oo. Anyone there?" Luffy shouted from behind the railing. His shouts attracted the attention of one of the dock workers, who Luffy quickly recognized. His features were quite unique, so it was hard not to remember his face. Especially since he was a CP9 agent. "Hey, are you square, Usopp?" he asked. "Who's that?" the man asked quizzically. "Well, whatever. What do you need?" "We have a recommendation letter from Kokoro at the shift station," Robin replied, pulling out the letter that Nami had given her. "Would it be possible for us to meet with a man named Iceberg?" Luffy observed the interaction carefully. To Square Enno's credit, his eyes didn't even linger on Robin before he looked down at the letter. Seeing as Robin hadn't reacted in the slightest, it was safe to say that she didn't know who he was. That worked out just as well. As much as he wanted to just go ahead and kick CP9's collective asses right here and now, he wouldn't be able to explain that away. He had no proof of their affiliation with the world government, and they wouldn't be able to get a new ship if he did that. So he would have to bear with the fact that they were here for now. Well, Iceberg is a busy man, but he also has a tendency to spontaneously cancel all his appointments, the undercover agent said. It depends on his mood, to be honest. Is he that busy? Usopp asked. Who is this Iceberg guy anyway? Oh, you didn't know? Iceberg is the mayor of Water 7, as well as the president of Galley Law Company, and the manager of the sea train, the man replied. My name is Kako, by the way. I'm one of the shipwrights of Galley Law Company's Dock 1. Damn, he's a really important guy then, Usopp said, amazed. Definitely. He's known to everyone in Water 7. Why did you need to meet with him? If you just need your ship repaired, I can handle it for you. Actually, we need a new ship, Luffy said, his voice dropping as a hint of shame spread across his face. Our old one is damaged beyond repair. Oh, that's too bad. Is the keel damaged? Cuckoo asked. The keel? Usopp repeated. He too was rather subdued. It's the piece of wood that holds the ship together. If you don't know what that is, how do you know it's damaged beyond repair? Usopp's sweat dropped. It kind of told us. Cuckoo stared blankly. It told you? He repeated dumbly. It appeared to us in the form of a small child and told us it wouldn't make it much farther, Luffy said bluntly, although with a hint of depression still in his voice. Well then. Cuckoo said. I've heard of legends like that, but I've never actually met anyone who claimed it happened to them. Nevertheless, I should probably check for myself, unless you're set on a new ship. No, it's fine. You can check, Luffy replied, causing Usopp to feel an irrational hope despite already having been resigned to the fact that the Going Merry couldn't sail anymore. Cuckoo then proceeded to jump off of the shipyard building, surprising Usopp and Robin. When Usopp questioned his well-being, a voice from behind them spoke up. He'll be fine. He does that frequently. The three of them turned to see a blue-haired man with a small white mouse in his shirt pocket. As the man approached them, his gaze lingered on Robin, and his eyes narrowed. This put the raven-haired woman on guard instantly, but he averted his gaze and continued speaking. People call him the Mountain Wind. Everyone around here has their talents. He's the chief mechanic of Dock 1, so I guess it's not surprising that he would stand out quite a bit. Even if I'm not sure how he does what he does. He turned to a woman following behind him. Khalifa. Straw Hat Luffy, Demon Wind Zoro, Nico Robin, and Blackleg Sanji, she stated, causing the man to narrow his eyes again and Usopp to sweat at the fact that they'd been identified that easily. A combined bounty of 404 million belly. Well, that's quite the sum, the man drawled. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. I am Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7. Meanwhile, with Zoro, Cuckoo hopped onto the Going Merry and took a look around. It was a nice ship, but it wasn't likely to make it much farther through the Grand Line even if they could repair it. It simply wasn't sturdy enough. Suddenly, Cuckoo was forced to duck as the man who had been sleeping on deck reacted to his presence with hostility. Shoot first, ask questions later, huh? He mused as he hastily dodged another sword slash. Upon observing his assailant more closely, however, his eyes widened. Out of my way, you giraffe bastard. This guy ... he's still asleep. Hey, wake up. He shouted, launching a kick at the swordsman, which was effortlessly blocked. Cuckoo managed to avoid injury using Tech High. Luckily no one was around but the two of them, so no one had witnessed it ... and the blow seemed to have woken his opponent up. Zoro rubbed his eyes and yawned before taking a look at the who he had been attacking. Oh, damn. I reacted on instinct. Sorry about that, he said, even though he really wasn't. No problem, I guess. Cuckoo said with a shrug. After a short conversation in which Iceberg introduced his personal assistant, Khalifa, and cancelled all of his appointments in the process, Robin handed him the letter from Kokoro, which he took a look at and then immediately ripped up. Hey, wait. What's the problem? Usopp panicked. One of your workers went to check out our ship, but if it turns out it really can't be repaired, we're going to need a new one to set sail. Okay, Iceberg responded easily. If it can be repaired, we'll repair it. If not, we'll sell you a new one. Why'd you rip up the letter then? The lipstick stain disgusted me. Kokoro and I are old drinking buddies. Anyway, since I'm bored, I'll give you guys a tour of the shipyard. Just then, the three Straw Hats heard Nami calling out to them. Luffy! She shouted, running up to the group. We have a problem. What is it? The captain asked. Your estimate was wrong? He guessed. No. Granted, they didn't tell me its real value at first, but I managed to weasel it out of them. But they can't pay us that much. They don't have enough to trade for all of it. Iceberg, who'd been listening in, raised an eyebrow. How much are we talking here, miss? 1,200,000,000 belly, Nami answered, causing the man's eyes to widen slightly. Wow, you were that accurate. Usopp said in amazement. Well, now that's quite the sum, Iceberg stated. No wonder our banks couldn't pay it. Still, Galley Law Company itself should be able to handle the transaction if it's really that much. Really? Nami asked, practically glowing. But the gold is on our ship. Do you need to send someone for another estimate? No need. Once we verify its value with the bank you went to, we can. He trailed off as a familiar-sounding argument reached his ears. Is that Lucci and Polly? He asked. Yes, it seems that Lucci had to help Polly escape from his debt collectors again, Khalifa confirmed, causing Iceberg to sigh. I'm not even sure why he bothers at this point. This Polly guy sounds like he wouldn't want to meet Nami, Usopp commented. Meanwhile with Zoro. 300% interest my ass. The swordsman mumbled before letting out a snort. The crew turned towards the two bickering workers who were making their way over in curiosity. The second Robin's eyes landed on the one called Lucci, her eyes widened, and she paled considerably. Her breathing became heavier, and her pulse quickened. When the two met eyes, Lucci's widened as well, before narrowing. Before Robin could say a thing, he gave her a small, subtle shake of the head, and any thoughts she had about confronting him instantly vanished from her mind. She never knew a simple shake of the head could be so threatening. Her eyes instinctively wandered to both Nami and Usopp, who were both completely oblivious to the peril of the situation, along with all of Dock 1, apparently. She swallowed thickly before she felt a reassuring hand on her shoulder. She turned and locked eyes with Luffy. His eyes were significantly softer than Lucci's as he gave her the same gesture that the assassin had. The trained CP9 assassin. And he knew. Luffy knew exactly who this man was, she had no doubt. Things had just gotten rather complicated. While Iceberg made a call to the Water 7 Bank to confirm the agreed value of the gold on the Going Merry, Lucci and Polly left to get back to work, the latter arguing with Former's Pigeon all the while. Robin watched them go, an extremely perturbed expression on her face, before turning to face Luffy, her question clearly written on her face for once. We'll talk later, Robin, Luffy whispered. Robin didn't look assured, but accepted the promise and dropped the issue for the moment. But even as she did so, a seed of ever-present doubt in her mind took root for the first time in a month as her recent nightmare returned to the forefront of her mind. Well, it looks like your story checks out, Iceberg's voice came as he walked back towards Nami, carrying 6 large briefcases with the aid of Khalifa and another assistant. I took the liberty of accessing Galley Law Company's vault. I'll hand these over to you now, and when Kaku returns, I'll have him organize a team to fetch the gold on your ship. Does that sound acceptable? Of course. Nami exclaimed gleefully as she eyed the huge sum of money. Thank you for your help, Iceberg-san. Iceberg's sweat dropped as he watched Nami eye the briefcases greedily. Well, sure. Anytime, he said. The 6 briefcases were distributed amongst the 4 pirates. At that point, Kaku arrived back at Dock 1 and confirmed that their ship was irreparable, much to Usopp's dismay. The sniper then proceeded to ask about what kinds of ships they had for sale, and Khalifa handed him a brochure with all the latest models, while Iceberg explained each one in detail through it all. Nami and Usopp listened eagerly, Luffy pretended to listen but didn't really bother, and Robin was immersed in her own thoughts. As they were speaking, 2 figures watched from the shadows, eyeing the briefcase in Usopp's hand with a predatory gaze. As they inched closer, Robin caught sight of them, and her eyes widened. Before she could take action though, Luffy's voice spoke up. Don't even try, the captain said authoritatively, without even turning around. His voice froze them in their tracks. Although he didn't look very intimidating, the Frankie family couldn't help but remember that this was the captain of the man who had kicked their collective asses that they were dealing with. As such, they started to sweat heavily. Usopp did the same as he turned around and noticed their close proximity. Damn, I shouldn't have zoned out there. I'm carrying a fortune on me. Hi? Zambi greeted nervously, seeing the hardened expression on Luffy's face. We're just your everyday thugs trying to make a living. No need to get all, fuck off, Luffy interrupted, layering the command with a bit of Conqueror's hockey. The Frankie family's next actions were wisely to do just that. As they ran, Iceberg sighed. The Frankie family again. Well, sorry about that. They're attracted to valuables like moths to a lantern. Can we be glad they didn't get their hands on the money and consider the matter settled? Khalifa asked. Yeah, it's fine, Luffy said with a shrug. Who are they anyway? Nami asked. They don't seem like pirates. No, they're not. Officially, they're ship dismantlers, but they just do whatever they can to make a profit. Bounty hunting, thievery, black marketing, the whole deal. But since they only target pirates who are passing through, the Marines leave them to their own devices. Frankie himself is no pushover, so we tend to do the same unless they target our customers. This Frankie guy. Where can I find him? Luffy asked suddenly. Iceberg raised an eyebrow. If you're planning to pick a fight with him, we'll be taking some of that money back for property damages, just so you know. If I wanted to pick a fight, I would have just beaten them up before they left, Luffy reasoned. Iceberg hummed. Fair point. Well, their base of operations is the Frankie house. It's located on a peninsula on the east side of the island. He gave Luffy an odd look. You shouldn't underestimate Frankie, though. I don't suppose you're just stopping in to say hello? Something like that, Luffy said with a grin. Well, it's your choice. Don't say I didn't or knew, Iceberg said, shrugging. By the time they left Dock 1 to head back to the ship, Luffy could sense the distress coming off of Robin and Waves. He winced in sympathy. He didn't want to prolong her worrying, but they couldn't exactly discuss what was going on in front of Galila. He'd been wondering how to address the issue of CP9 with Robin, but seeing her reaction to Rob Lucci's presence now, he wondered if the fact that she somehow already knew him was a blessing or a curse. Nami, Usopp, you guys go on back to the ship. We'll catch up with you, Luffy said, causing them to look at him curiously. Are you going to go talk to that Frankie person? Usopp asked. If you're going to go do something stupid, don't pull Robin into it, Nami chided. We just need to talk about something real quick, he assured. Usopp shrugged and kept walking. Although Nami looked like she wanted to question him further, she reluctantly turned away and followed behind Usopp. Robin, who had been hiding her distress up until that point, took a deep breath. I don't even know where to begin, she said tiredly. How do you know Lucci? Luffy asked gently, providing a start to the conversation. 8 years ago, I was working with an underground criminal organization in West Blue. They weren't much compared to Baroque works, but they were capable enough for me to stay hidden. At least, until Rob Lucci was given a mission by the world government to eradicate everyone involved. I was the only member to escape alive, and I fled to the Grand Line. It seems so long ago, but I'll never forget that face. She shuddered. That man isn't human. Luffy, how do you know him? What is he doing here? I think I can answer that, came a voice from nearby. Robin's eyes widened as she turned toward a nearby rooftop, where a man in a black cloak with red marks running down his face was listening in on their conversation. She instantly recognized him. You are with the revolutionaries, she said. It wasn't a question. I was so tense that I didn't notice we were being followed? Or is he just that good? I am. Pleased to meet you, Nico Robin. The name is Maverick. What is it with you and jumping down from rooftops? Luffy asked with a hint of amusement. Well, you'd be surprised how many people don't bother to look up even when they think they're being watched, Maverick replied. And why were you watching us? Robin asked cautiously. Force of habit. I eavesdrop so much on the job that I tend to lose track of who I can be upfront with. Sorry about that. But enough about me. To answer your question, CP9 is after the ancient weapons. Robin looked pale. They knew I was coming, she inferred. Well, yes, Maverick replied. But they're not just after you. In fact, you're not the primary reason they're here. You see, they've been working as undercover shipwrights for the past 5 years or so. How did you learn all of this? Luffy asked curiously. I thought you were just tailing me. Maverick shrugged. That was my assignment, but even if I can predict what course you'll take based on the log sequence, It's impossible to know when you'll arrive. So I had some time to kill. Didn't I say something along the lines of, if I see you again, I'll kick your ass? Luffy reminded him. Oh, is that what you said? Mverk asked, sweating a bit. Well, I would prefer for my ass to remain unkicked. What if I gave you some valuable information? Would you reconsider then? Luffy rolled his eyes. What else do you know? CP9 infiltrated Galley Law because the president, Iceberg, knows the whereabouts of the blueprints of one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. He grimaced. We weren't able to find out where those blueprints were, though. If we did, we would have destroyed them already. And now that they know we're here? Robin asked worriedly. From what I can tell, their plans for Iceberg haven't changed. They intend to steal the blueprints and assassinate him. How many of them are there? Robin asked. From what we know, 4. Lucci is their leader. Then there's Kaku from Dock 1, Blueno, the barkeeper, and Khalifa, Iceberg's personal assistant. We think that's all of them. They're planning something else, though. They've been getting new orders from the world government, but it's all in code, and we haven't been able to interpret them. Robin looked even more disconcerted upon hearing this. But now that you've arrived, they'll no doubt make a move against the Straw Hat Pirates as well. If they get their hands on either of you, I see little hope for the world. He turned to Luffy. Monkey-san, I don't know how you knew Rob Lucci, but not much about you makes sense to begin with. On J-Ya, I told you to think of us as allies. Now, I'm here to offer my services. We'll continue to observe them, and let you know what else we learn. If the need arises, you'll have our full support. Luffy could tell he was sincere, so he smiled. Thanks. You may be a sneaky bastard, but you're not so bad. Be careful, Robin said. If CP9 finds out that you're tailing them, he'll be fine, Luffy said. He's not as weak as he would have people believe. Mverk smiled mischievously. Now what would make you come to a conclusion like that, Monkey-san? Luffy rolled his eyes again. In J-Ya, you pretended to be floored by my haki, but I could tell you weren't really affected by it. Any reason for that? If the revolutionary was surprised, he didn't show it. Instead, he just smirked, and Robin was suddenly and unexplainably relieved that this man was seemingly on their side. You keep your secrets, Straw Hat, and I'll keep mine, he replied, before jumping backwards onto the rooftops and disappearing from sight. Robin turned back to Luffy and took another breath. The conversation evidently hadn't calmed her nerves at all. Luffy, I can't do this. Luffy blinked. Do what? He asked. This, she repeated, motioning to Luffy and then back to herself. This isn't my life. It's not going to work, and we both know it. Luffy's eyes narrowed. Don't even think about it, he whispered. I've already thought about it. I've been thinking about it since you sent me an invitation to join you, and it's not simply going to go away. I can try to forget it, I can push it to the back of my mind, but it will always come back to haunt me, and I won't be able to run from it much longer, she said. Run from what? CP9? Rob Lucci? I could kick their collective asses any day of the week, and today is no exception. You have nothing to worry about, Luffy said. It's not about CP9. Robin exclaimed. She was beginning to lose her composure, which was a rare sight to see, but she didn't care. She needed Luffy to understand. You get that this won't end, don't you? It won't end with Rob Lucci. Next it will be something worse. It'll keep getting worse until you can't win anymore. The world government will hunt me down to the ends of the earth, and I can't let you all get caught up in that. Robin, I don't know if you've noticed, but we've long since made it onto the world government's shit list ourselves. Luffy, you took down a pirate. A warlord, yes, but a corrupt one. Your worst crime to date was making them look bad. It's not the same with me. They don't just want to capture me to prove a point. I have knowledge that can end all life as we know it. Could you remind me again what your crime was? Luffy asked sarcastically. Robin sighed. That's not the point and you know it. They may act like my very existence is a sin. But to them, capturing me means ending the great pirate era. They'll stop at nothing. If because of my presence on your ship, one of you were to. She trailed off, and hung her head. I could never forgive myself, she whispered. Luffy didn't know whether to be sympathetic or annoyed. And you think I don't feel that way every single day, Robin? They know the risks, and so do I. Stop speaking as if you're a burden. We're family. Robin closed her eyes, and when she opened them, they were moist. Hearing him say that meant more to her than he would ever know, but it was a bittersweet moment at B. She knew she was fighting a losing battle either way. No matter how much she tried to pretend she was one of them, her cursed fate would pull her away. No matter how much she tried to distance herself from them, her eternal longing for that which had always eluded her, that which she didn't deserve, would reel her back in. I'm not like you, Luffy, she said finally. I can never truly be one of you, no matter how much you all pretend that I already am. Luffy clenched his fists. Do you really believe that? He asked. It doesn't matter whether I do or don't. Because however much I try to convince myself that it's not true, the bane of my existence will continue to prove otherwise. She looked down sadly. Do you remember that night that I woke up screaming? I never did tell you what I was dreaming about, did I? That's because I could barely convince myself that I've been dreaming at all. At first I thought it really was just a nightmare. I woke up and fooled myself into thinking it was over. But I should have known better. It was my fault. I forgot who I was. Life has a cruel way of making you remember. It's ironic, really. I can see it now, as clearly as the border of light and darkness that separates us. She slowly raised a hand to his chest, placing it over his heart. This is the dream that I've been living. When I rose out of bed screaming that night, it was simply a grim reminder of the reality that I'd closed my eyes to. Even now, I still cling to that dream like a lifeline. She lowered her hand. But I have to wake up eventually. Yeah, you do, Luffy said. You're deluding yourself. You think you are the only one that the world is after? We're all on this ship because we each made a choice to paint targets on our backs and then trust each other to guard them. The only difference between you and the rest of us is that you think there's something separating us. If what you say is true, then I've been living a dream too. For a fleeting moment, I dreamt that you trusted me. Robin paled. Luffy, I do trust you. It's just, you don't. Not completely. You're still afraid. And not of the government, you've been dealing with them since you were 8. You're afraid of us, because we were the first ones to break your expectations, the first ones that made you feel something. For so long, you locked away your emotions because they would only get you killed. And now that we've broken through that barrier you put up around yourself, you feel vulnerable. That's it, isn't it? Robin swallowed thickly. He had hit the nail on the head. How could he read her so easily? Robin, he continued. We're not going to change just because the waves get rough. We're not going to leave you behind, and we'll never betray you. You can run from us all you want. We'll follow you to Impel Down and back if we have to. Why can't you just accept that you belong with us? She bit her lip. Because everywhere I go, disaster follows. Everyone I've ever associated myself with has fallen to ruin because of me. There was a time where I wouldn't care, but... She took a deep breath. But I can't let that happen this time. If my fate is going to bear its fangs at the ones I've finally come to see as family, I'd rather face my destiny here and now. She smiled bitterly. The last Ahern. Why do you think they call me Demon Spawn? It's not a title I chose for myself, or even an epithet I can be proud of. It's something I can never rid myself of. It's my legacy, the curse of my existence. Because no matter where I run, or how much I struggle, I can never escape the blood in my veins. Luffy was silent. Neither can I, he said after a moment, causing her to look up at him in question before he continued. I was born in a small village on Dawn Island, in East Blue. She stared at him curiously, wondering where he was going with this. Before the start of the Great Pirate Era, there was another born on that same island, under the initial D. Robin's eyes widened. The Will of D? She found herself eagerly listening. She knew one person who almost fit that description, but Gile D. Roger was born in Logtown, not the Goa Kingdom. That man once came to the same conclusion you have. That his fate was cursed, and that his existence was a sin. But rather than despairing, he embraced it. He decided that he was already damned, he'd raise hell to the heavens. Robin took a deep breath as she let her curiosity get the better of her. And what was that man's name? She asked carefully. Luffy looked her dead in the eye as he answered. Monkey D. Dragon. Robin gasped in shock. The leader of the revolution. That's his full name? As Luffy nodded, she felt her body go numb. Then you're... Luffy smiled empathetically. You still think you are the only demon spawn in the crew? Zoro, Nami called. There was no response. Hey, Zoro. She said louder. The swordsman kept sleeping. She hit him over the head. Wake up, damn it. Zoro rubbed his head before opening his eyes groggily. What happened? He asked, yawning. Is it raining witches? Which direction are Luffy and Robin in? Nami asked, ignoring the barely coherent jab. Zoro blinked before focusing for a moment and pointing in a seemingly random direction. That's the east side of the island, Nami said. So he really went to see that Frankie guy. Frankie? Zoro asked. He's a ship dismantler, among other things. Luffy said he wanted to talk to him for some reason. Zoro hummed and stood up. Guess nap time is over. He looked around to see Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper on deck. How did the ship shopping go? Well, that's the thing, Nami said. We traded all the gold for money, but Luffy decided to come back before we started negotiating for a ship. He seemed really eager to go see this Frankie figure. It was weird. I'm sure it's just another one of his whims. Just leave him to it, Zoro said, despite knowing roughly what Luffy was planning at this point. I just hope he knows what he's doing. It was an average day at Frankie house. They made some money, they lost some money, they tried to make some money, they failed to make some money. That's how it worked for the most part. You took what you could get, and then spent 90% of it on a party, only to try again tomorrow. Today though, they had missed out on quite the sum, so the Frankie sighed. Never mind, he said as he pushed all his chips toward the center of the table. All in. Fold. Fold. What? Are we playing poker here or doing origami? Frankie demanded. Learn a little from Zambai, at least he's still. Fold. Cowards, the lot of ya. The Frankie family was interrupted from their dead-end game when the door to the Frankie house got blown down for the second time that day. Are you kidding me? I just fixed that. Frankie shouted. That was 2.5 seconds of my life. You better have a good explanation for this, Idiotberg. Upon looking more closely at his old friend, he added in a slightly concerned voice, and how did you get those injuries? Who are these guys? Frankie. You have to run. Take the blueprints and get out of here. CP9 is on its way. Iceberg yelled urgently. Frankie's demeanor immediately grew serious. So this day has finally come. CP9 did this to you then? I'm surprised they got past Galley Law, Frankie commented. Iceberg gritted his teeth. I was betrayed. They had agents in Dock 1. Lucci and Cuckoo. Khalifa and Blue and Noir with them too. Frankie's eyes widened. That was a serious breach. They had all been living in this city for years. To think they'd been the enemy all along. Never mind that now, Frankie, Iceberg said. You have to go into hiding. If they get their hands on the blueprints. Screw that, Frankie said instantly. I told you the day you gave them to me that I wouldn't just leave Water 7, and I'm not about to leave now when the shit hits the fan. Damn it, Frankie. Can you swallow your pride for once? The world is more important than this. You're quite right, came a voice from behind them, causing them both to freeze. That's why, for the sake of the world, you'll hand over those blueprints, Frankie, Lucci said. He walked into the building. Or should I say, Cutty Flam? Marine Admiral Akiji was starting to get annoyed. Just a few minutes ago, it seemed as if his battle with the two notorious East Blue rookies had begun to draw to a close. Now, it seemed as if they had gained a second wind. They were fighting even harder than before, and although he was far from fatigued, Akiji was actually beginning to feel the effects of their long fight. It wouldn't be so frustrating, perhaps, if he was dealing with two of the higher-ups of a Yonko crew, but Paradise rookies? This was ridiculous. He knew he would have to go all out if he wanted to defeat these two. But he couldn't do that in the middle of the city. He was a marine, not a mass murderer of the innocent. With that in mind, he leapt backwards, forming a pair of wings out of ice, and took to the air. "Pheasant flight," he muttered, before taking off in the direction of the sea. Luffy and Zoro, who had been preparing another collaboration strike, stared after him in bemusement. They shared a quick look at each other before taking off themselves. In the opposite direction. The direction of CP9 and Nico Robin's orders. Akiji inwardly groaned. "I suppose I should have given them more credit than that." He quickly switched directions and prepared to intercept them again. Frankie coughed up blood and fell backwards onto the floor again as he tried to remember if Cuckoo had been anywhere near this strong the last time they fought. He was leaning heavily towards no. Things weren't looking good. Zambai, Mazu, and Kiwi had already been defeated along with the rest of the Frankie family, and the strangers that had arrived with Iceberg were faring about as well as he was. Although he had initially had the upper hand against Blue Eno, it had all gone downhill once Lucci and Cuckoo stepped in. He struggled to his feet and prepared to continue the hopeless fight. Cuckoo sighed. "You know, we really don't have time for this, so." He blurred forward, delivering a barrage of kicks to Frankie's stomach before the cyborg could react. "Could you please stay down?" Frankie couldn't seem to muster up the strength to stand up again. He was lifted off the ground, and felt a whip wrapping around him, the thorns digging into his steel body. Although they wouldn't draw blood, they still hurt, and achieved their role of immobilizing him. Blue Eno finished searching the place and turned back towards Lucci. "There's no sign of the blueprints," he reported. "In that case, it seems we're taking Frankie as well," Lucci said, as if it didn't really matter to him either way. "We are going. Leave Iceberg alive, as per Admiral Akiji's orders." H. seemed a bit annoyed as he said that. The plan to make Iceberg's death in the collapsing building look like an accident to the Admiral hadn't gone over well, after all. "What about the revolutionaries?" Khalifa asked. "Kill them," he said simply. The heavily injured Revolutionary Army members looked on with hard, fearless expressions as Cuckoo and Blue Eno drew closer. Usopp's eyes cracked open, sunlight filtering through his eyelids, and he groaned. Slowly, he forced his eyes open, and sat up. What was he doing lying in the middle of the street? As sunset again? At once, the memories came rushing back to him. "Robin!" he shouted, looking around frantically. Both she and her abductors were gone. Panic started to take hold. He hastily ran towards Sanji and shook him by the shoulders. "Sanji! Wake up!" They took Robin. Slowly, Sanji's eyes began to crack open as well, before he shot up into a seated position, headbutting Usopp in the process. As the sniper rubbed his head, Sanji began to observe their surroundings. Catching sight of Nami and Chopper's prone forms, the bitter sting of defeat welled up inside him once more. He had failed. He would not fail again. Reaching out with his observation haki, he found Robin's aura, along with those of CP9, and one other, at the edge of the island. He growled as he inferred that they were about to leave, and jumped to his feet. He quickly leapt over to Nami's side, gently shaking her awake, as Usopp went and roused Chopper. They had to move quickly. Akiji's brow furrowed in confusion. He was currently giving chase to the two leading members of the Straw Hat crew, who had switched up their strategy and were now using high and run tactics as they attempted to move the fight in the direction of the sea train. But that was just it. While it may have been their goal to save Nico Robin, shouldn't they No better than to take the fight to the sea? Devil fruit user or not, the sea was his territory. They were already hard-pressed to win this fight, and they were planning on giving an Iceman a practically endless supply of water? Granted, they were causing quite a lot of property damage, something which he should have prevented, but to his shame, he hadn't foreseen the difficulties he'd be facing against these two. Still, they were pirates. Shouldn't they be letting him worry about that? It didn't add up. Soon the coast came into sight as the two of them made their way full speed towards the water, Akiji following behind. For the love of all things sane, what were they playing at? The minute they reached the sea, he'd be free to use Ice Age, continuously. And freeze the sea train's only route to an ice lobby in the process. Akiji cursed aloud as he caught on to their plan. It was annoyingly brilliant. Rather than giving him free rein to use his ice powers to their fullest extent, they were forcing him to use them more carefully. Such was the status quo until the sea train departed. They were counting on the fact that they could take down CP9, or better yet, disable the sea train, before that. As the two both aimed ranged attacks at the sea train, Akiji quickly cryo-phased in front of them before flash freezing the surrounding air, causing a large ice wall to materialize from the moisture in the atmosphere, and blocking their attacks. He wasn't surprised when the wall came crumbling down moments later, but it bought him enough time to form a far larger one behind him, one which grew into a dome that quickly encased the three combatants. The water froze over beneath them, just enough for them to stand, but the rest of the ocean remained untouched. Once again coordinating without a word, the two aimed another collaboration strike against the top of the dome, hoping it would come crashing down. To their dismay, the dome held, and started to repair itself. "I wouldn't bother with that," Akiji drawled. "That ice is far too dense for you to go smashing it so easily. Like it or not, you'll have to get past me first." He narrowed his eye. "Did you really think I'd let you reach the sea train that easily?" Luffy smirked. "Did you really think I'd need to reach it?" Akiji inwardly cursed again at his lack of forethought as a wake of haki spread out from the Straw Hat Captain, passing by the ice wall and reaching the sea train undeterred. H. attempted in vain to fight off a migraine as he felt the auras of all of the government officials and sea train operators in the vicinity dim. The only ones left conscious were the CP agents approaching the sea train along with Nico Robin, but this would still delay their departure, which meant he had to continue this tedious game for that much longer. "You're resourceful, Straw Hat Luffy. I'll give you that much. But you seem to be relying on my desire to preserve the sea train a bit too much. Even if you destroy it, there are other ways of getting Nico Robin to an ice lobby." "Maybe, but you'll have to wait until after the Aqua Laguna," Luffy said determinedly. "We'll just have to defeat you before then." Akiji blinked. There was silence for a few moments before he spoke. "I don't know where you're getting your information, Straw Hat, but the Aqua Laguna isn't until next week." Luffy's expression didn't change, save for the buckets of sweat that started dripping down his face. "Frickin' time travel. You also seem to be awfully confident that you can beat me," Akiji said emotionlessly, as ice crept over his body. "Perhaps a bit too much." "Get ready," Zoro grunted, as Luffy cracked his knuckles. "The real fight begins now." Ice Age, Sanji, Chopper, Nami, and Usopp were making their way towards the sea train when they all felt a chill run through them. It was as if the air had dropped 10 degrees in temperature. They were shocked to find that all of the waterways in the city had frozen over completely. "What could do this?" Nami asked fearfully, from atop Chopper's back. "It's him," Sanji said, sweat dripping down his face despite the cold. "The one Luffy and Zoro are fighting. This guy is seriously bad news. I just hope they have an ace or two up their sleeves. We'll worry about them later." Usopp shouted, also riding atop Chopper's reindeer form. "Robin's completely defenseless right now." "I know that, you idiot," Sanji yelled in frustration. "Chopper, pick up the pace." Gear 4th, Boundman. 9 Sword Style, Zoro. Ikiji watched in shock as the Straw Hat Captain's entire body blew up like a balloon, and all of his first mate's limbs multiplied. This sight would almost be comical if it didn't mean they were holding back the entire time. The Admiral acted quickly, flash freezing the colossal wind cannon that came his way, but Luffy was on him in an instant, moving far faster than he had before. He effortlessly barreled through the ice wall had created while his arm grew to the length of a giant's behind him. Gamu Gamu no. King Kong Gun. The blow was too fast for him to phase through it, so he attempted to take it head-on in his ice form. If it had been a simple punch as he'd been expecting, he may have succeeded, but as the giant, armaments-hardened limb rushed towards him, he realized it was wound into itself like a spring. The spring unwound as it made contact, cracking a few of his ribs even before he was blown straight through the wall of the ice dome behind him. The entire structure came crashing down as Luffy flew after him, his speed and agility in the air having increased drastically. Ikiji quickly reformed his wings and took flight again. It was then that he realized that Zoro had disappeared while he'd been focused on Luffy. Instinctively ducking under a sword slash, the wind blade continuing on for over a mile across the ocean, Ikiji was forced to weave and phase through 9 swords, quickly. Realizing that they were all quite real and dangerous, somehow. Pheasant Peck. 1 missed silver. The 2 attacks collided, and even as Zoro cut through the ice, he felt his sword slowly starting to freeze even though they were coated with haki. The battlefield was Ikiji's now, and it was showing. The cold crept into every pore in their bodies. If they dragged out this fight too much, they'd be in serious trouble. 9 Sword Style Secret Technique. Ikiji seemed intent on freezing him alive before he could use what he considered the deadliest move in his arsenal. Spreading his arms out wide, he used another Ice Age Rai. As Luffy and Zoro both charged, every droplet of water in the atmosphere froze solid as they pressed on through the ocean-sized blizzard. Gamu Gamu no. Phoenix Carbine. And then, all at once, the blizzard cleared a path for the firestorm that erupted from within it. Ikiji's eyes widened as it approached, and he hastily maneuvered out of the way. The attack still grazed his arm, but what alarmed him was that the attack continued on towards the sea train. In his momentary distraction, he was slow to dodge as Zoro completed his technique. 9,000 realms. Pain dominated his senses as 9 wounds opened across his torso. Lucci was getting extremely impatient. He was quite convinced now that these government personnel were completely useless. They were all unconscious from the wave of pow that had spread over the area previously. He'd never heard of something like this. Even Khalifa and Blue Ino were affected, though they stayed on their feet without too much trouble. But since they couldn't be roused, this meant CP9 had to operate the sea train themselves. Cuckoo, Blue Ino, and Khalifa were inside the sea train, trying to do just that, while Lucci guarded Nico Robin outside. After the previous complications they'd had, he didn't exactly trust anyone else to guard their mission objective. His ears soon caught the sound of running, and turned with a sigh towards the newly recovered Straw Hat pirates. Didn't these people ever stay down? Could anyone honestly blame him if he killed them at this point? The pirates stopped in front of him and got ready to fight as he stepped in front of Nico Robin, who was seemingly close to having an emotional breakdown at the sight of all the ice. Did this woman have post-traumatic stress? The shit he had to put up with. Well, it could be worse. Spangam could be here. He was broken out of his musings as his senses screamed danger, and he turned toward the sea train just in time to see it erupt in an enormous explosion, getting blown off the track in the process. As the ground shook from the impact, and he remembered that Cuckoo, Blue Ino, and Khalifa had been in the sea train, only one thought seemed to cross his mind. He would still take this over Spangam. Ikiji gritted his teeth as he felt the oars of 3 CP9 agents stim. The only one left conscious was Lucci. Come to think of it, He wasn't doing too well himself. "You're making a mistake here, Monkey D. Luffy," he said. "Even if you escape here, that woman will bring your crew to ruin. There will come a day when the weight of the world becomes too much for your little ship to carry, and on that day, she'll be the first to betray you." Luffy gritted his teeth in anger. "You don't know what you're talking about," he said, keeping an eye on Zoro, who was catching his breath after using his ultimate technique. "Don't I?" the Admiral asked. "You may not know it, but it was I who let that woman go all those years ago. At the time, I was hoping she would be able to live a normal life. Boo. I was wrong. Her fate was sealed the minute she learned that ancient language. I should have known there was only one road for her." "You're so full of shit," Luffy snarled. "Do you really believe that? Do you honestly think she had any choice after what you all did to her?" "At the time, I did," Akiji admitted. "That was my mistake, and one I intend to rectify now." "My ass you will. Robin isn't some mistake you can fix," Luffy shouted, before activating Gear 2nd and 3rd along with 4th and getting ready to use his own strongest move. Gamu Gamu no. Akiji spread his arms out, condensing all of the water in the area into a wave of sub-zero ice. "Primeval chill," he whispered as the ice blasted out towards Luffy. The ocean froze beneath it, the ice stretching out for miles from being in mere contact. Millennium Dragon Firestorm. The onslaught raged against Akiji's already injured body as Luffy's arms were nearly frozen solid. As they began to fail him, he was repelled by another wave of ice as the Admiral regained his bearings. Not enough yet. Akiji emerged from the inferno, fury etched across his face as more ice lashed out against the rubber man. "What would you know about my mistakes?" he shouted, losing his cool for the first time since the fight began. "I let that little girl go so she could be happy one day, not so she could suffer a fate worse than death. Not so she could live a cursed existence where she has to betray everyone around her, not even to live, but just to survive. What would you know about it to begin with?" Luffy, who had been momentarily forced out of Gear 4th, exhaled slowly as Zoro came back in and repelled the waves of ice that were assaulting him. "I know enough. That why I invited her into the crew," he said quietly, and watched as Akiji's expression morphed from fury into one of complete shock. "Zoro, let's end this," he shouted. "Right," the swordsman said, activating Zoro again as Luffy did the same with Gear 4th. Gamu Gamu no. 9 sword style. 9,000 caliber Phoenix warhead. Water 7 shook. As the smoke and flames cleared, Akiji could be seen kneeling on a patch of ice, breathing heavily, covered in severe burns from head to toe. He slowly stood up onto 2 feet, slowly limping across what was left of the ice. Luffy was also kneeling, covered in ice and frost burns, Gear 4th having run its course. "That's it. My hockey's shot for at least half an hour." Zoro wasn't faring much better, but he was still standing readily enough that it was obvious which side would be victorious if the fight continued. "Can you really do it?" Akiji asked. "Are you confident that you can melt the ice around that woman's heart? Can you really give her what no one else could?" he asked, his ragged voice laced with desperation. Luffy looked into his eyes unflinchingly. "I can." Whatever was left of Akiji's resistance seemed to melt at those 2 words. He stood noticeably straighter as he turned around and started limping away, out onto the open sea. Lucci growled in aggravation as he dodged another lightning strike and series of explosive projectiles, only for Blackleg Sanji to assault him with that annoying technique. Although he normally wouldn't have any trouble with these fighters in his godforsaken zone form, he had to grudgingly admit that their coordination was phenomenal. The only one that was attacking him straight out was Blackleg Sanji. The reindeer was attacking only when an opportunity presented itself, and Frankie, who had been freed, had grudgingly adopted the same tactic after nearly being defeated by a single hit while he'd still been focused on the chef. The other 2 were both shrouded from his view by he had deduced was one of the orange-haired thief's techniques. Had he had any breathing room, he'd have been able to pin them down with his other senses without too much trouble. Suffice to say, he had no such breathing room at the moment. He was being triple-teamed up close and liberally assaulted from afar by two opponents he couldn't find. Using Lee return would be counterproductive. His speed form sacrificed both strength and endurance, and their attacks were too unpredictable and could, in some cases, bypass his tekka. To make matters worse, the reindeer had taken advantage of his underestimation of the pirate's abilities in order to recover Nico Robin, who he was currently guarding protectively. That wasn't even taken into account that his fellow assassins were currently drowning, and he was a devil fruit user. His only option seemed to be to outlast the chef and then take him out of the fight. Without their superior combatant keeping him occupied, the rest would soon follow. A plan quickly formed in his mind, and he quickly aimed the shigun to the chef's throat as to gain some time. As expected, the chef leapt away. Before he could re-engage, Lucci aimed a deadly Rankyaku at the reindeer, who couldn't dodge since he was covering Nico Robin. Predictably, the chef intercepted the attack, as he had been doing for the past minute. Before he was even finished deflecting it, Lucci was upon him, arms extending outward to unleash his most devastating attack. 6 King Gun. That, unexpectedly, was when the fight fell out of his favor. He was shocked as all the force behind his strike seemingly vanished, along with the shockwaves that it unleashed. H. felt, rather than saw, a large crack form through the small circular object that he had unknowingly run into. As his momentum carried him forward, he also felt said object being pressed to his torso, and heard a foreboding whisper of impact. His entire body tremored as his own move was turned against him, his tekkai barely holding it together as blood erupted from his mouth and he was forced backwards, feet grinding against the ground in an attempt to keep their traction. Kakute, Rozo Metel. Strong hammer. Before he could regain his bearings, the reindeer unleashed a barrage of strikes upon his already battered body, while Frankie landed one powerful blow to the back of his head. Ignoring the pain, he lashed out with a kick to the reindeer-human hybrid, before turning around and backhanding the cyborg away. But he was injured, and the strikes were weak in comparison to what he would normally inflict. Chopper used his guard point instantly, and although the attack was staggering, he wasn't rendered unconscious. Frankie, meanwhile, was durable enough to withstand the hasty strike, even though he was sent skidding across the ground. Lucci was then forced to once again parry a barrage of kicks from the chef, who had now regained his bearings. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another projectile hurtling towards him. It was a water balloon. While he would have normally dodged it just to be sure, he wasn't in a rational mindset at the moment, and so he instead ignored the apparently harmless projectile as it collided with him, soaking him from head to toe. That was a mistake. The next attack hit him like a spear of lightning piercing through him, because that was exactly what it was. The lightning land's tempo, augmented by the water covering him, easily bypassed his tekkai. As he convulsed, the chef took the opportunity to land a flambage shot to his cranium, and he was sent hurtling backward over the ocean. He righted himself in time to use Jeppo, only to see that the chef had jumped above him, in perfect position to kick him into the water. Sanji was forced to abandon that pursuit, however, as his observation haki alerted him to an incoming attack. He hastily twisted himself to the right in order to dodge a shigun from the charred form of the now conscious Cuckoo. His momentum diverted, he fell and landed in the ocean himself, buying the two agents some time to converse. Lucci, time for a tactical retreat, Cuckoo reasoned. Fuck off, Lucci growled. Not to question your judgment, boss, but we can't win this fight while I'm carrying around dead weight, Cuckoo said, referring to the two unconscious agents he was carrying with one arm. I wasn't disagreeing with you, Lucci replied. Then that was some thank you, Cuckoo replied with an impudent smirk. Ignoring the belligerent but somewhat justified comment, Lucci roughly grabbed Blueno from his second in command, and the two agents retreated from the island through the sky. "We lost today. But I swear, one day we will bring that infernal crew to ruin," Lucci snarled. "No complaints here," Kaku agreed. No more words were said as the two departed to give their first report of failure in years to their chief in Enai's lobby. Sanji took his time emerging from the water, sensing that Lucci and Kaku had retreated. Making his way back onto land, he grunted in pain. As the adrenaline slowly left him, the extent of his injuries became all too obvious. He may have given more hits than he'd taken thanks to his observation haki, but Lucci had sure as hell made the hits he'd landed. Count. Quickly surveying the area, he saw that Nami and Usopp were now visible, meaning that Mirage Temple had expired. He let out a heavy sigh and collapsed onto the ground, the rest of the crew soon following suit along with Frankie. "Those agents couldn't have picked a better time to retreat," Frankie commented. "Physical attacks weren't very effective against that guy, and if you guys were forced to fight head-on, we wouldn't be as lucky," he said, gesturing to Nami and Usopp. Sanji simply nodded. Although he technically hadn't even met the cyborg yet, he hadn't been picky about allies while fighting CP9, and Frankie's help had been appreciated. He was confident that the assassins couldn't have won, but that didn't mean they couldn't have taken down the weaker members of the crew before being taken out themselves. "Somehow, we made it through this shitfest relatively unscathed," Sanji said finally. "That's what matters." "CP9 retreated? That's good," Luffy's voice came from nearby. The rest of the crew turned, and recoiled at the sight of their captain's condition. Luffy and Zoro were walking side by side, arms locked at their shoulders, literally holding each other up as they trudged towards them. It was glaringly obvious that they were even more exhausted than the rest of the crew, and would have barely had enough energy to help in the fight against Lucci and Kaku had they not retreated. "What the hell happened to you two?" Usopp and Chopper demanded in unison, the latter charging forward and opening his medical bag. You won?" Robin breathed in awe, drawing everyone else's attention. "Won? Won against who?" Nami asked. They never had found out for sure who the two were fighting. "Admiral Akiji," Luffy and Zoro said in unison. All but Chopper stiffened at that, and Luffy raised his head to look at Robin. "And we didn't finish the battle. He surrendered and left after I clarified a few things about why he was here." "But if we had to, we would have won," Zoro affirmed, then straightened as Robin's handcuffs caught his eye. "Ah, damn it. They took the key with them, didn't they?" Robin's thoughts turned from the impossible sight before her as she realized what he was saying, and sighed. "Yes, but I'm sure we'll figure something out. Perhaps with time, W. can forge a key." "Nah, don't worry about it. I can cut them off," Zoro said, drawing his white sword. "Just turn around and hold still." "Are you certain?" "It's as hard as diamond," Robin asked uncertainly. "So were the ones in Rain Dinners?" Zoro replied dryly. Robin's eyes widened at that, and she slowly complied with his request. "The rest of you keep quiet, I need to focus, and I don't think I have enough energy left to do this more than once," Zoro grunted, kneeling and taking a two-handed grip on Wado Itamanji, one on the hilt and one on the sheath. His eyes sharpened as he tightened his focus. One sword style. Lion's Elegy. With a single and immediate motion, the swordsman unsheathed and resheathed his blade. The moment that it clicked into its hilt, both he and the handcuffs cut clean through. The middle fell to the ground. Robin felt as her power returned to her, and brought her hands to her face in shock. Despite the confidence, it still surprised her that Zoro had managed that. Though, as she turned around, it soon became apparent that he was completely correct about how much, or rather, how little energy he had left, as he collapsed onto the ground, sprawled on his back and grumbling incoherently about needing some sake. That, of course, brought the fact that they had fought Akiji and won back to the forefront of her mind. But why did you go so far? She asked incredulously. You could have died against. No, we couldn't have, Luffy cut her off firmly. Akiji was strong, sure. But the only reason that fight went on as long as it did was that we were luring him out of Water 7, and that took up most of our energy. If we had gone all out from the start. You were holding back against him until you got to the coast? Sanji demanded incredulously. Seriously, what the hell kind of monsters are you? The kind whose crew you don't fuck with, Zoro replied firmly, forcing himself into a sitting position to lock eyes with Robin. And I hope that this is the last time we have to prove it. Robin processed that statement and all that it implied. He knew that she had surrendered, the handcuffs had likely given that away. And there was a high chance that he knew about Luffy's talk with her earlier as well. They had done that much for her. And she had doubted them. And looking back, she saw the rest of the crew, weary but hardly the worse for wear, even Frankie, who was standing awkwardly to the side and attempting not to cry at the display. Slowly, she bowed her head in equal parts shame and gratitude. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you, all of you, for fighting for me. It wasn't long before Iceberg arrived at the coast, his injuries having been hastily treated. He was followed by the remainder of the Dock 1 workers, Pulley, Lulu, and Tilestone. He soon came to the correct conclusion that they had been victorious. He only had one question. Frankie, the blueprints? He asked. The cyborg nodded. Yeah, I've still got 'em. They never even found them. Still. I honestly don't think we need them anymore. Iceberg snuck a glance at the Straw Hat Pirates. I'm inclined to agree with you, he admitted, before his gaze swept over to the down-to-sea train. Well, you guys sure did a number on our city though, he said dryly. Luffy looked at the ruined sea train as if seeing it for the first time. His eyes widened. Hey! You guys destroyed the sea train. He scolded, turning back to the rest of the crew. Be more careful next time, will you? It was you. The crew including Zoro shouted indignantly, Frankie joining in. Luffy jaw dropped. Huh? You mean it's my fault? He suddenly turned toward Frankie and Iceberg with a determined look on his face, before bowing low. Sorry. The two looked amused. Well, don't worry about it, Iceberg said. You helped protect the blueprints, so we'll say it balances out. He then looked back at the wrecked vehicle. Besides, Tom-san always wanted us to surpass his prowess. He exchanged a look with Frankie, and the cyborg smirked. We'll build a new one, Iceberg decided. One that surpasses even the puffing Tom. 2 days passed, in which Frankie and Iceberg modified a second sea train, the Rocketman, to be able to operate on the tracks without constantly moving. After that, it was used as a temporary sea train so that Blue Station could open again. It also wasn't long before Frankie informed the Straw Hats that their ship materials had arrived. With 600 million belly, Luffy guessed that their ship would be at least twice as big as before, with the rest of the money going towards various upgrades. That was usually how Frankie did things. In short, the Thousand Sunny was shaping up to be even more badass than before. But the arrival of the materials meant one thing that they were dreading. It was time to let go of the Going Merry. The crew agreed that they shouldn't delay the inevitable any longer, but they weren't sure how to go about it. Finally, Frankie made a suggestion. While the keel was irreversibly damaged, most of the rest of the ship was still intact. He asked their permission to use some of the wood from the Going Merry to build a smaller version that could fit on their dream ship. The Straw Hats liked the idea, especially Usopp, and the Frankie family went about dismantling the Merry with an unusually sensitive and somber care. As the Straw Hats said their goodbyes, they could have sworn they heard the voice of a young girl answer them. Another day went by before Polly reported that there was a marine ship heading towards the coast of Water 7. Although Iceberg seemed disconcerted upon hearing this, Luffy told him not to worry about it before leading the rest of the crew towards the coast to meet them. When Vice Admiral Garp stepped off of the ship, everyone tensed. Even Zoro's hand was itching to reach for his sword as they were faced with the legendary Marine. Luffy smirked. "It's been a while, Gramps," he said, shocking the entire crew, save Zoro and Robin, the latter of whom had put two and two together after their discussion about Luffy's parentage. "Luffy?" Nami asked sweetly. "Remember that talk we had in Alabasta, when we met Ace?" Luffy thought back, before his eyes lit up in remembrance. "Oh, yeah. The one about how blowing your minds is so much fun and how I do it on purpose. And then she went bah. On her bet with Usopp. True story." Nami's eye twitched. "Stop ignoring me, Luffy." Garp shouted in false rage as he lunged forward and threw a punch at his grandson in greeting. Half recovered from his fight with Akiji, he dodged the half-assed punch easily enough. That only made Garp grin, as if he'd been expecting it. "That was slow, Gramps. Maybe you're getting old. You should have taken that admiral position while you still had the chance," Luffy said with an impudent smirk. Garp, rather than rising to the bait, burst out laughing. "That's my grandson. Doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. Always I'm gonna be a pirate, or Shanks is cooler than you, or you're getting old, Gramps." He rubbed his beard in thought. "Though admittedly, that last one is quite new. Which leads me to the reason I came here." His grin widened. "So what are you hiding, Luffy?" Luffy barely flinched, though the entire crew noticed it. Garp, for his part, kept grinning as he looked Luffy in the eyes. "I may have acted like it in front of Sengoku, Luffy, but I'm no idiot," he said. "All three forms of Haki. Half of the 6 powers. And enough mastery of your devil fruit that you're capable of beating an admiral. I'd bet that you could even give me a run for my money. And the only person who could have taught you all of that while you were still in the East Blue is me, and I know that I didn't. So, tell me how you did it." Pure silence fell for the next minute, during which Luffy considered the consequences. Telling his grandfather the truth could be dangerous. How would he react, and would he keep it to himself? On the other hand, if he reacted the way Luffy was hoping he would, telling him could be a major advantage. There was also the fact that he'd likely be at the receiving end of few city-leveling punches if he didn't answer, and he was still fucking tired. He shared a brief glance with Zoro. One that he was fully aware no one missed this time, in which the frowning wordsman simply shrugged. With a sigh, Luffy turned around. "Not here, Gramps." Saying no more than that, he began walking off, far away from any potential eavesdroppers. Garp's eyebrows rose. "Not even willing to say it in front of your crew?" he muttered as he followed after him. He was vaguely aware of the fact that the rest of the crew was talking to the first mate as he walked off. When Luffy and Garp got back, the latter's grin was completely gone. In its place was a tired and subdued look that didn't seem to fit his face. The crew's curiosity spiked even higher upon seeing this. "I'm going to sleep," Garp promptly told the Marines guarding the ship, who stuttered out a confused "Yes, sir." As he made his way back to his quarters, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "Ace died." The words repeated themselves in his head, ricocheting back and forth through his mindscape, like a phantom venom. "I stood and watched as Ace died." His fingers drew blood from his palms, which dripped onto the floor as he walked. He was angry, and he was confused. But most of all, he was disgusted by his own indecisiveness. He made a silent vow. He'd never repeat what he'd heard here. He'd take the information to his grave. He'd protect his family. Luffy knew he wasn't getting off without answering any questions this time. The crew was staring him down determinedly, having gotten nothing from Zoro while he'd been gone. The swordsman merely shrugged at him apologetically, recognizing that they couldn't continue to keep brushing off their concerns. Luffy inhaled and braced himself for what Been building for a while now. Luffy, Zoro, you've been hiding something from us since the day I joined you, Nami began without preamble. I know I'm not one to talk, but at this point, I don't know how comfortable I am with you keeping it from us. Nor am I, Robin added, drawing everyone's attention. I won't say that I don't have faith in you anymore, I can't say that now. But from the moment we met in Whiskey Peak, you've both been puzzles that I can't figure out. How long do you intend to wait to tell us? Luffy and Zoro exchanged glances, and messages flitted between them. Should we? Luffy conveyed. Zoro closed his eyes. Frankie's already on good terms with us, and Robin and the rest of them trust us. You wanted to wait until everyone felt secure with their place in the crew. Right? Yeah, Luffy thought with frown. There shouldn't be any problem now, Zoro conveyed firmly. Frankie isn't the type to care about something like that, and Brook. Well, he's Brook. There's no reason to keep it fro them anymore. Luffy waited for a moment before sighing, and turning back towards his friends. We were planning to tell you after we left the next island that we land on. But you're right that we've been hiding something from you, and you have a right to know. So, if you want us to tell you everything now, we will, Luffy said. The rest of the crew shared a speculative glance, before unanimously turning back towards Luffy and Zoro and nodding expectantly. Frankie, who had been silent up until now, looked back and forth between everyone before speaking up. Should I give you guys some privacy? He asked finally. No, Frankie. This concerns you too, Zoro said solemnly. The cyborg blinked upon hearing that, but shrugged and decided to hear them out. Alright. Where to begin? Luffy said. The first thing I'll say, which the rest of you may have guessed, is that Zoro and I aren't really rookies. I told you before that I had known Luffy for about 2.5 years, Zoro continued. When we first met, he saved me from being executed at the hands of some corrupt Marines, and I became his first mate from then on. We sailed through the East Blue, and then the Grand Line, building our crew and gathering more allies all the way through. Although some of the Straw Hats looked completely lost, Sanji and Robin's minds were working in overdrive, and Nami was completely pale, having recognized the beginning of the story. We made it further into the New World than anyone had since Roger himself, Zoro continued. But when we reached the last island before Raffle. The end of the sentence hung in the air, but the sheer despondency on their faces said it all. Robin was the first to identify it. You lost your crew, she stated. One after the other, right in front of our eyes. There wasn't anything we could do, Luffy whispered, his fingers digging into his palms. In the end, they managed to buy us enough time to get away. We didn't want to. But the last one still alive said that it would be pointless if all of us died there. So, with nothing left but shattered dreams, we made it to Raft Island. And what we found there was nothing short of a miracle. Luffy looked up at all of them. Goldie Roger's ghost was there. Zoro couldn't see him or hear him, but he talked to me, saying that I was the successor he had been waiting for. But he saw that we had lost too much. Becoming the Pirate King. It wasn't what I wanted anymore. It was worthless next to the lives of my friends. And because of that. Roger gave us the chance to get them back. He sent both of us back to the beginning. In short, Zoro finished quietly, the Straw Hat crew was reborn. That's why you know so much, Robin said in an odd whisper. You've lived all of this before, sailed with all of us before. Luffy and Zoro could only nod. The rest of the crew's reactions were varied. Chopper, for once, fully comprehended the situation, and all he could do was with wide eyes. Usopp was getting emotional at the revelation that the two had come back for them. Sanji was gritting his teeth, knowing that the one who'd sent them onto Raffle. Was most likely him. Nami's reaction was arguably the most worrying. Tears streamed down her face unchecked as she kept her eyes locked on the two time travelers. Why? She whispered, so key that they almost didn't hear her. Luffy's heart clenched. Why what? He asked, despite knowing the answer. You know damn well what. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Nami shouted. Why did you carry this burden alone for so long? You said we're a family, right? That means we're supposed to support each other. All this time, the very sight of us has been causing you both nightmares. Don't deny it, I've noticed you two sneaking out in the middle of the night. Why couldn't you at least share that burden with us? Why is it always you protecting us? She took several heavy breaths as her outburst ended, her sobs sending tremors through her. What would have happened if we'd told you? Zoro asked. How do you think you would have reacted if we'd told you when we first met? Nami visibly recoiled, her mind instantly coming to an answer. It took time to gain everyone's trust, Luffy said quietly. We didn't want to complicate things. What would you have had us do? Tell you that you'd joined once already? Would that have convinced you, or would you have felt like you were being forced into something? Something that would ultimately have been a life-altering decision? We wanted you to make the choice yourself. You could have told us after we joined, Nami refuted, but the argument was weak, and she knew it. And then what? Zoro asked. What about when we ran into more crew members? The two of us alone weren't able to cover this up completely. Would you have been able to As if nothing was out of the ordinary, knowing what was to come? He turned to Robin next. If you joined the crew, and were just starting to trust us, how would you react if you realized that every single one of us was hiding something from you, and not just the two of us? Robin closed her eyes. Rather than answering, she just shook her head slowly, telling them all they needed to know. Luffy sighed. We didn't want to hide anything from you, he said tiredly. It hurt, every day, doing that. But that world. What we'd experienced. That was our burden to carry. We're the ones who failed, and we won't let that happen a second time. The rest of the crew was silent, both stunned and subdued at having finally heard their explanation. The next to speak was Frankie. I was one of your crew members, he said. It wasn't a question, more of an observation. That's the only reason you'd be telling me this. You were our shipwright, Luffy confirmed with a smile. Like I said, I don't want you to feel forced into it just because you were one of us in our time. But it wouldn't be fair to you. We told everyone else and left you out. Frankie considered this for a moment. Why did I join you the first time? He asked. We stole your pants and shot you out of a cannon, Luffy answered. Come again? Frankie deadpanned. Zoro gave Luffy an annoyed look, and Luffy shrugged. Also, we may have made an impression on you when we stormed Enel's lobby to take Robin back from CP9, he said nonchalantly. I won't act as if I'm surprised at this point, was all Robin could say to that. Your dream is to build a ship that can reach the end of the Grand Line, and sail on that ship all the way through. The fact of the matter is, we're the crew that can help you fulfill that dream. Since you had a bounty on your head then, and you probably will again now, flipping off the world government was a bonus. Besides, you loved us when it was all over. You're exaggerating, Frankie said with narrowed eyes. Nope, Luffy smirked. You said, and I quote, I love you guys. You were even crying. And denying it, of course, Zoro added with a smirk of his own. Frankie opened his mouth to deny it, only to shut it swiftly. Finally, he turned away. I'll think about it, he said, though he was grinning now. I'm still upset, Nami said, wiping a few tears away, but I understand why you handled it the way you did. Luffy sighed in relief. He hadn't realized how heavily their secret had been weighing down on his shoulders. He could tell that Zoro felt the same way. It was good to truly be back. It was a few hours after the Straw Hats came to grips with their captain and first mate's secret that another visitation of the marine variety came to their temporary lodgings. Two young men stood at the door when Luffy answered it. One wore a standard marine uniform from the neck down, but the absence of a hat along with his pink hair, yellow bandana worn as a headband, and the blue-framed glasses on top of the headband instantly made it clear that he wasn't an ordinary grunt. Alongside him was another man with long blonde hair, a black visor, a green vest over a white marine shirt, and purple pants. Most of the crew looked at them quizzically, but Luffy smiled. "It's been a long time, Kobe." The pink-haired marine started. "You recognize me, Luffy-san?" he asked in surprise. "Well, how many other pink-haired marines are there?" Luffy grinned. Kobe chuckled. "Fair point." Kobe. "Wait, the kid who was traveling with you when you beat the Alvida pirates?" Nami asked incredulously. "I remember he wanted to be a marine, but what's he doing here?" The other man let out a sigh. "I suppose it's true we've changed quite a bit," he said with a helpless shrug. "Don't let my new look fool you, Roronoa. I'm still the same even if I gotten a lot stronger." "Who are you again?" Zoro interrupted. "Hey. That's cold, Roronoa," the man said, pushing up his visor with a smirk. "Helmpo. Morgan's son. I was the one who condemned you to death row, and then you broke free and beat me within an inch of my life." "Oh right, you're that idiot," Zoro grimaced. But things have changed since then." Kobe spoke up hastily. "Indeed," Helmpo said smugly. "I've made quite the turnaround, if I do say so myself." Zoro hummed. "Well, I guess you're really not as stupid as you look," he commented, causing Helmpo to beam with pride even as Luffy burst out laughing for some unknown reason. "At first, I was upset being press-ganged into the Marines as a chore boy, but when Garp showed up to take Daddy away for court-martialing, and he used me as a hostage to G. away, suffice to say that I had things put in perspective for me. Especially since Kobe risked his life to try saving me. To make a long story short, Garp was impressed and took the two of us on as apprentices." Luffy winced. "Sorry about that." The crew and Zoro was incredulous, but both of the Marines chuckled ruefully. "Yeah, I've got a good idea about just how you became such a monster now, Luffy," Kobe said, rubbing the back of his head. "But still, I've already become a Master Chief Petty Officer. I'm just one promotion away from becoming a Marine officer. And Helmpo's only one rank below me. He's just that much more enthusiastic despite everything Vice Admiral Garp throws at us. Even if he's throwing cannonballs," Helmpo grimaced. Luffy grinned. "Sounds like you've been training hard then." Kobe nodded. "While we're on the subject, I wanted to ask you a favor, Luffy-san." Luffy hummed. "Let me guess. You want to spar?" Smiling, Kobe nodded again. "If it's not too much trouble." The Straw Hat Captain smirked. "All right. Let's see how far you've come." As the crew gathered outside along with the two Marines, Luffy and Kobe stood across from one another. Kobe wasted no time and approached with a Soru, which Luffy easily sidestepped before he grabbed Kobe by the arm and threw him. Kobe planted his feet into the ground and skidded through the dirt before vanishing in another Soru. This time, his punch was blocked by Luffy's forearm. He swiftly twisted around and attempted to elbow the rubber man, but Luffy ducked under his arm and delivered a swift jab to his stomach that left him reeling. Luffy then grabbed his by the collar and pushed him roughly to the ground, one fist cocked back and ready to deliver a finishing blow. Kobe was panting heavily. "Not even close," he acknowledged with a sad smile as he stared up from his position on the ground. Luffy straightened and offered him a hand up, which he took gratefully. "I may have lost this time," Kobe said, dusting himself off before looking back up at Luffy. "But I won't let this stop me. I'll keep training under Vice Admiral Garp. And one day..." He trailed off, trying to find the courage to state his dream. "One day. I'll become a Marine Admiral," Kobe declared. Luffy's expression turned serious as he searched Kobe's expression with scrutiny, and though the Marine flinched somewhat at the rubber man's gaze, he stood strong. Finally, Luffy nodded. "You've learned to be firm with what you say. Is that your dream, then?" Kobe nodded without hesitation. I'm going to become the best Marine I can. Luffy smiled. You really have come a long way from that timid cabin boy I met on that cruise ship, Luffy said. He stared for a moment longer, and turned away. Wait here. I'll give you something that will help. Luffy vanished in a perfect sorrow, to Kobe's bemusement. Well, at least I can say there's one thing Luffy can do that I can too, he muttered. Which only leaves a few dozen more to go, Helmpo joked. Luffy reappeared before the chief petty officer could say another word, and held out his hand. All who were watching gasped as they saw what it held, a white tangerine, imbued with countless swirl patterns and an otherworldly sheen. Luffy-san. Is that a devil fruit? Kobe whispered with wide eyes. Not just any devil fruit, Kobe, Luffy replied solemnly. This is the Gorogoro no Mi, the lightning Logia. It's one of the most powerful devil fruits in existence. Nobody else on my crew wants it, and I couldn't think of anyone else who I could trust this kind of power to, so I wasn't sure what I'd do with it. Until now. He held out the fruit for Kobe to take. I know that I can trust you with it. Kobe stared in awe for only a moment. Then, without a second of hesitation, he took the fruit and took a bite of it. He stood strong for 3 seconds. And then the rest of the fruit fell from his hand, and he began gagging. Damn it, Luffy, that tasted rancid. He choked. Hey. Sorry, I should have warned you about that, Luffy said sheepishly. Then his expression turned serious. But don't just rely on that. The Gorogoro no Mi will make Richie your goal easier, but ask any of the admirals, and they'll tell you that any Logia who relies too much on invulnerability is setting themselves up for failure. He grinned. And besides, it won't do any good against me since I'm made of rubber. That is, until you learn some more tricks. Kobe blinked in comprehension, and for a second looked almost betrayed. Then his eyes hardened as he understood, it was just that much more motivation to train himself on a fronts, not only his new powers. He smiled, and nodded. We'll meet again in the new world, Luffy-san. And it won't be so easy next time. Luffy grinned widely. Kobe? I think we should start heading back now. Vice Admiral Garp won't be happy if we keep him waiting, he's already grumpy for some reason. Luffy winced, as did the rest of the crew, but a smile came onto the rubber man's face a moment later, and he swung an arm around Kobe's shoulders. How about I head back with you? I can tell you some stuff about how I saw your powers used. Kobe smiled back. From there, Luffy began walking towards the shore, telling Kobe what he could remember of Enel's abilities and Nami adding a few suggestions of her own on what he could do with electricity. Helmpo took notes as they went, while everyone else simply enjoyed seeing Luffy mix his story about how Zoro beat Enel with the Advok. Kobe took careful note of the fact that high-level swordsmen would also have an effective protection against his powers. But Luffy was no sooner finished than they arrived at the docks. Luffy and Kobe reaffirmed their promise to meet and fight again beneath Garp's watchful eye, and Helmpo made a somewhat similar vow to Zoro. I may not have any illusions about beating you. But with any luck, the next time we meet, I should be able to make enough of an impression that you won't forget me again. He said, fingering his cookery knives. HMPH, we'll see what happens, Zoro shrugged though he was smiling. With that, the two lower-ranked Marines boarded the battleship. As the vessel moved away from the shore, the Vice Admiral grandfather and the Pirate King grandson exchanged looked for several seconds. The crew realized that they were having a silent conversation just as they both nodded in perfect understanding. Then the hero of the Marines turned around and headed back into the ship as it sailed away from Water 7. On their way back to their hotel room, Luffy's stomach started growling. Man, I'm hungry. Is there any more food? You ate most of our provisions after your fight with Akiji, Sanji informed him. We'll have to restock. Luckily, we're not broke for once. On the way back, however, A large crowd led by the 3 remaining galley law foremen greeted them. "There they are. It's the saviors," a man shouted, as the crowd gathered around the straw hats and started cheering. "Yeah. Woo-oo. Go us!" Usopp shouted, pumping his fist. "Wait, what did we do again?" "You were the ones who saved Iceberg from the assassins, weren't you?" a woman shouted with tears in her eyes. "We heard it all from Doc 1. Luffy turned to the 3 galley law workers with a raised eyebrow. Lulu and Tilestone just shrugged, while Polly walked up to Luffy and started whispering in his ear. "We covered up what happened with Lucci and the others. It would just get complicated if the public knew everything that happened. Mind just playing along, Straw Hat?" Understanding dawned on Luffy's face. It would get messy if the public knew about the ancient weapons and the government's motivations. He nodded silently at Polly, who turned back to the crowd. "Well then, another round of applause for our heroes," he shouted, causing the crowd to cheer even louder. No. The shout was actually loud enough to drown out crowds cheering, and they looked at Luffy and Zoro, who had both raised their voices, in confusion. The two both point accusingly at Polly. "Hey, don't go calling us heroes," Zoro huffed. "We're anything but," Luffy agreed. "Heroes have to share their meat and their sake. We want it all for ourselves. So enough with the hero bullshit." Polly scratched his head as the crowd started laughing hysterically. "Man, you guys are strange. Fine then. Everyone, let's get these idiots some food and booze." He was rewarded by a collective shout of agreement. Luffy smirked. "Now that's more like it. Let's get this party started." It was late in the evening, and the party celebrating the heroics of the Straw Hat Pirates and Mayor Iceberg's good health raged on. The party was funded by Galley Law in a not so rare display of carelessness on Iceberg's part. No one was complaining. In a scene that was becoming rather familiar to some, Usopp stood atop a large stack of tables, shouting out of a megaphone about how he single-handedly defeated the assassins after Iceberg's life. Although the Water 7 citizens seemed to eat it up, Zoro, feeling an annoying sense of déjà vu, promptly kicked the stack of tables, causing the sniper to unceremoniously tumble to the ground. This only made the drunken crowd cheer louder. Luffy, who had locked onto a specific core among the hundreds that littered the streets, made his way through the crowd. He finally found Robin smiling wistfully at the crew's enthusiasm as she sipped her drink. "Party too long for you?" he asked. She shrugged, the smile never leaving her face. "Or perhaps I'm just not drunk enough." Luffy's eyes widened. "You get drunk?" he asked in disbelief, causing her to chuckle. "I don't think I can thank you enough, Luffy," she said suddenly, causing the captain to smile sadly. "You don't have to thank me at all, Robin." "But I do," she said softly. "I was so afraid. I truly believed that I couldn't escape my past. Now, hearing that I was wrong, even knowing what you all went through for me in another time, that you carried me with you to the end. I'm sorry I doubted you." Wordlessly, Luffy set his drink down, turned towards her, and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. She returned the gesture, which conveyed so much, and felt an incredible lightness of being as they pulled apart. "Are you going to be alright, Robin?" Luffy asked in concern. This week had been really rough on her. Robin smiled in reassurance. "I'll survive," she informed him. Luffy grinned widely before responding, "Don't survive. Live." As he walked away, Robin watched him go with a contemplative smile. To live. How intensely that desire had burned within her. It was all she had ever wanted, really. Not to die. Not even to survive, but to live. To see Zoro nod his head in silent praise of her improvement. To hear Nami wonder aloud how she ever survived in this crew without her. To see Usopp stand protectively in front of her with slingshot raised despite the unsteady tremor in his knees. To see Sanji smile at her as if she was an angel fallen from heaven rather than a demon spawned from hell. To hear Chopper marvel at how smart she supposedly was and ask about books that she'd read. To hear Luffy say that he'd follow her to hell and back if he had to, and to see the utmost conviction in his eyes. No one had ever presented that to her as an option, much less demanded it of her. No one had allowed her that. It was forbidden. And yet, here they stood, not even giving her choice. Why? The sea is vast, Robin. One day, surely, your comrades will appear. There is no such thing as being born into this world alone. At that moment, Robin realized that there wasn't a single thing she wanted more in this world than to board the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates and continue with them on their journey, on her journey. To struggle with them. To laugh with them. To support them, and to be supported in turn, every step of the way. To live. Straw Hats. Straw Hats. The relatively quiet morning after the party took a turn for the more interesting as all attention snapped to the doorway, where a man with black hair sticking up, shamrock tattoos on his shoulders, and the Frankie family's typical outfit had barged in, looking out of breath and panicked. "You're Frankie's second in command, right? Banzai?" Luffy frowned. "It's Zambai, but that's not important right now," the man declared, slapping down a newspaper for them to read. "Look." They looked. And then their jaws dropped as they took in the front page. The current Straw Hat Pirates felt a unanimous sense of déjà vu. Marineford in chaos. Fire Fist Haste storms HQ. It appeared to be a typical day in Marineford, one of the world government's 3 sacred bases. But disaster struck when the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Fire Fist Ace entered the base alone, riding a simple raft powered by his flame fruit. He proceeded to use those powers to storm the city, setting all ablaze and powering through every marine who attempted to slow him down. Fire Fist abandoned his assault and fled when Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself emerged to fight, but the damage was long since done, leaving several months' worth of repair work to the city itself, a dozen battleships destroyed, and thousands of marines, ranked anywhere from petty officer to vice admiral, left in need of medical treatment. This unprecedented attack is believed to be a retaliation for the recent assault on Whitebeard's newest allies, the up-and-comers known as the Straw Hat Pirates. According to sources on Water 7, home to the world-renowned shipbuilders of the Galley Law Company, Admiral Akiji was sent to apprehend the Straw Hats. The subsequent fight caused a significant amount of damage to the city, including the destruction of their cherished sea train the Puffing Tom, and in the end, Akiji was unable to overcome Captain Straw Hat Luffy and his first mate, Demon Wind Zoro. Rumor has it that the main target of his assault was the Straw Hat's newest member, Devil Child Nico Robin. The finer details remain under wraps, but one thing is clear. Regardless of the fact that the Straw Hats can clearly take care of themselves, Whitebeard still guards any who bear his name. Slam. The room jumped as Luffy slammed his fist on the table, cracking it. And his expression was downright ferocious, ghosts of his previous life flickering in and out of his mind's eye. That idiot. Since when did Ace start acting like me? Why would he take such a freaking huge risk as charging Marineford? And how the hell did they even find out about our fight here so fast? I'm afraid that may be my fault, Straw Hat. All attention turned to a different doorway, and most of the room stiffened as the green-eyed cloaked man walked in. I passed the information on to our chief of staff, and give recent revelations, he most likely passed the information on to Fire Fist, Mvrik said. Yeah, that explains it, Luffy muttered, then looked up at him. What are you still doing here, anyway? Recovering from CP9, he replied dryly. They nearly killed all of my men, and recovery has been slow going. But I'm on my way out now, I just wanted to stop by before I left. Luffy, who is this? Sanji asked tightly. Ah, my apologies, I haven't met most of you, the man smiled. Mvrik, chief of the Revolutionary Army's Cypher Division. I'd like to think I'm an ally of your captain. And how, pray tell, do you have allies in the Revolutionary Army, Luffy? Nami asked with a growl. Luffy shrugged nonchalantly, causing Robin and Zoro to hide smirks. Sabo, their chief of staff, is my other brother. When we were kids, a celestial dragon blew up his ship, and Ace and I thought he was dead. The revolutionaries rescued him, but he got amnesia out of it, so he didn't remember us. He still doesn't, as far as I know. Ace met Sabo because I told him in Alabasta that he was still alive, but I only knew that because of the you-know-what. Robin, having not expected that, looked at Luffy in surprise, and the rest of the uninformed crew lost much of their irritation upon hearing that. How could they not, given those circumstances? Oh, and Dragon is my dad. That, on the other hand, was another matter entirely. Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard pirate fleet, one of the Yonko, current strongest man in the world, and former rival of the Pirate King himself. Was having a really long day. Although it would surprise many to know that the great Whitebeard was in fact human and got tired every once in a while, even disregarding the fact that he was over 70 years old now. Even Titans had their off days. He had woke up to a small coughing fit, much to the concern of his crew's medical unit. It was one of increasingly many in the past year. That hadn't been too bad. People got old, you know? He was over it. Despite the constant chiding from his nurses, who were convinced that he drank too much sake, as if there was such a thing. Later in the day, he had gotten a call from Ace, his 2nd Division commander. Ace had admittedly had a rough couple months. Thatch's murder had weighed heavily on them all, but Ace had taken it especially hard, even blaming himself for the incident. After chasing Teach all the way to first half of the Grand Line, he'd had a rather eye-opening encounter with that brother of his. That was where shit got interesting. After he'd suspended his disbelief in regards to time travel, it hadn't taken much persuasion for him to agree to ally their crew. After all, the brother of your son is your son, right? Yes, any family of Ace's was welcome amongst his own. Admittedly, the knowledge that said brother had partially come back to prevent deaths of his children and the utter annihilation of his crew was also a point in the brat's favor. Sending Vista to the Marines' G5 branch to deliver the message, and subsequently hearing their reactions, to both being greeted at their doorstep by a Yonko commander and having to update the list of the Whitebeard pirates' allies to accommodate a Paradise Rookie, was also a bonus. Still, Ace had been reluctant in putting his search for Teach on hold. He insisted that once he was strong enough to fight him, he would continue his hunt. Nevertheless, knowing that Ace was honing his hockey in preparation was a slight ease to the worries he'd been having. Ace had a lot of potential, so sharpening his skills would be a good idea before inevitable confrontation. But that did nothing to ease the tension in Whitebeard's shoulders after the events of the past couple of days. He'd been apprehensive as to what the future would hold after Alabasta. He knew his new allies could take care of themselves, but the fact remained that until they got to the New World, the Straw Hat Pirates were vulnerable and rapidly climbing higher on the list of people that the world government wanted dead. He'd had a feeling that something similar to the Water 7 incident would occur, and he'd been right. After receiving word of the near disaster from Ace, who now had a contact high up in the Revolutionary Army, and wasn't that useful, Whitebeard had been quick to run some damage control. Although it hadn't been the most conservative move, one didn't manage a Yonko crew by being indecisive. It had been a rather large gamble, but it had paid off. And so, with the transponder snail ringing impatiently beside him, and his 3rd and 5th Division commanders looking on expectantly, Whitebeard held back a sigh and prepared to explain the reasoning behind his actions to the snot-nosed brat who, in reality, he knew wasn't that snot-nosed. The Straw Hats waited nervously as Luffy held the receiver of the transponder snail rather tightly. There were probably a number of things to be said when their captain was about to essentially chew out a yonko, but at the moment, nothing came to mind. Though the fact that they had recently learned that their captain was, for all intents and purposes, the Pirate King himself may have had something to do with that. And so, they merely focused their full attention onto the conversation that was about to take place. The call was answered. "Hello, Brat," came a familiar deep voice from the other line. "Although it's nice to hear from you again, I can only assume this isn't a social call." Luffy took a deep breath. "Would you mind explaining?" The question was short, to the point, and very uncharacteristic of the Luffy they all knew. A heavy sigh came from the other line. "It was the only choice of action available, my son," Whitebeard explained. "With the defeat of one of the world government's strongest military assets, the Marines are now fully aware of the true threat that you now pose. They would have done anything to ensure that you never entered the New World. 2. Fighters of your caliber joining forces with us is not an outcome they would be willing to accept. Haven't we already demonstrated that we can handle ourselves?" Luffy asked, a bit tiredly. "There are going to be consequences for this, old man. I am aware of that. But although you are all fully competent, you are not infallible. With our crew actively demonstrating that we won't stand for any attacks against our own, they are much more likely to give you some breathing room." Luffy sighed. That was a dangerous play though. Ace was stupidly lucky that none of the admirals besides Old Man Seagull were at Marineford. "It wasn't luck," Whitebeard answered calmly. Luffy blinked. "What do you mean by that?" A few hours prior to the assault on Marineford, there was a similar attack on the Holy Land, Mary Ijos. With the world nobles under threat, Admiral Kizaru was dispatched to handle the issue. He was too late, however. The assailant was difficult to pin down. "Marco," Luffy realized with a frown. "And I'm guessing Akiji was still recovering?" he inferred, before pausing for a moment. "What about Dachikanu?" he asked carefully. There was a moment of silence at the other end of the line, before Whitebeard finally answered. "En route to Water 7, came the quiet reply. The tension in the room promptly tripled. Not in the least because of the fact that another admiral had been heading towards them, but because of the fact that, for the first time since they'd met him, Luffy's expression had become a mask of hatred and murderous rage. Zoro's expression was the same, and when Luffy spoke again, his voice made the rest of their hair stand on end. "Where is he?" He was forced to turn around when news of Ace's assault reached him. By the time he got back onto the Terai current, Ace was long gone, Whitebeard assured. A few seconds of stillness, and then Luffy turned a somewhat calmer but still furious expression onto the snail. "Old man, I want to make this clear. The amount of pain Akainu has caused for me is more than I can put into words. He's the one man in the world that I could kill and never regret it, and I would have done it if he had showed up here." "I'll remember that," Whitebeard answered. "But the fact remains that he didn't. We've gotten out of this unscathed. Consider it a blessing." The tension slowly bled out of Luffy's posture, much to the crew's relief. "I do. But that doesn't change the fact that this will escalate tensions between the Whitebeard pirates and the world government. I'm aware of that as well. It hardly matters. You are all my children now, and I will stand up for you just as I would any of my own." Luffy was silent for a moment, before conceding with a single reply. "Thank you. Pops," he said quietly. Whitebeard laughed heartily from the other line before answering. "Anytime, Brat," he said before hanging up. Luffy sighed wearily, and for what may have been the first time, the crew saw him for how old he really was. Not just 2.5 years older than he should have been, but the unholy amount of suffering that he felt when he saw them all die at Akainu's hands, had aged him even further. Wordlessly, they moved toward the center of the room, all 5 of them placing their hands out so that they met in the middle. Zoro soon followed suit, placing his hand above theirs, before looking at Luffy expectantly. At the sight, Luffy visibly relaxed, the last of his tension easing, and he reciprocated the gesture. Meanwhile, Zanbai fidgeted in the corner of the room, not having followed half of what was going on, but still strangely moved by it all nonetheless. I don't want to interrupt, he said nervously. But I still have something to show you. Luffy looked at him with a smirk, all traces of anger gone. Is it our new bounties? He asked. Zanbai blinked. Well, yeah, actually. How did you? It's pretty routine by now, Luffy answered. Alright, let's see 'em. Zanbai obligingly placed the new bounty posters on the floor, spreading them out. The sight of them drew a few whistles and awe-filled stares from the crew. Demon Spawn Nico Robin, 80 million belly. Blackleg Sanji, 155 million belly. Demon Wind Zoro, 360 million belly. Straw Hat Luffy, 525 million belly. Damn, Usopp whispered. You both broke the 300 million mark. Damn is right, Zoro said just as softly, a maniacal grin splitting his face. Last time, our bounties weren't this big until we started attacking the Yonko. They did come kind of close after Doflamingo though, Luffy replied with a grin. I heard they don't increase as easily once they hit 300 million, Sanji said. You guys really made an impression. He smirked. Of course, 155 million isn't too bad either. Well, I'm just glad I didn't get one, Nami claimed, as Robin eyes the superficial increase with raised brows, and Usopp and Chopper sulked, as they too had not received bounties. There's one more thing, Zanbai said suddenly, before laying one more bounty poster down. It read. Cyborg Frankie, 90 million belly. And Nikki had been given a bounty as well. I haven't brought this up with him, because I just get my ass kicked, but I worry for his safety. Luffy and Zoro both frowned. Frankie's bounty hadn't been nearly that high last time. It wasn't long before they realized why. Last time, Frankie had burned the blueprints to Pluton right in front of CP9's eyes. Although he would likely do the same this time if he hadn't already, for all the world government knew, he still had them. That made him as great, if not a greater threat than Robin, especially due to the fact that he could probably build it, given time. I'm asking you, as his brother in all but blood, Zanbai said. Please, take him with you. I don't know how long it will be until the higher-ups of the Marines come after him, boo. Once your crew leaves, there'll be nothing stopping them. The Straw Hats shared a collective glance, and Luffy smirked again. Guess we'll have to convince him to join, he said. You might as well give up now, Frankie, Sanji said with a nostalgic smile. You don't stand a chance. That afternoon, Frankie and Iceberg informed the Straw Hats that their ship was finished. The crew was naturally excited, even Luffy and Zoro, who had a general idea of what they'd be seeing. The unveiling of the ship became an occasion in and of itself for the citizens of Water 7, seeing as Frankie and Iceberg himself had actually teamed up to build. Luffy was happy to note that Frankie was actually there for the unveiling this time. Last time they'd had to drag him there. I hope you're ready for this super-sized Straw Hat. Don't think that just because you've technically seen it once before, that you don't need to brace yourself. I'm not responsible for what'll happen if you gaze upon this amazing creation half-assedly. Luffy smirked. Challenge accepted. This ship is going to go around the world one day, so I won't let anyone treat it lightly, even if it's me. Ha! Well said. Well then, Straw Hat, if you're going to be the Pirate King, then you need to catch a ride on the King of Beasts. With that, he pulled the cover off of the ship, which was at least twice as big as it had been in the previous timeline. And what a sight it was! In addition to its increased size, the ship looked even sleeker than it had in the previous timeline. The second he gazed upon it, Usopp came close to crying. When he was done admiring the view, Luffy turned back towards Frankie with a confident grin. So Frankie, have you thought about our offer? He asked. Frankie laughed. Oh, I've thought about it alright. But let me ask you this, Straw Hat. Do you really think it will be that easy to get me on board your ship? Luffy smirked again. Another challenge? What's it gonna be then? Frankie crossed his arms. Alright, listen up, Straw Hat. Here's the deal. We're going to settle the score between us. If you can best me in a contest of strength, only then will I join your crew. I won't follow a captain who's weaker than me. The Straw Hats all stared at the cyborg blankly, including Luffy. That's it? The rubber man asked, annoying Frankie greatly. What do you mean that's it, dumbass? I'm giving you a chance to recruit me since I like you guys, but don't start crying if you underestimate me and end up losing. Oh, okay. That'll be easy then. Luffy said in a happy-go-lucky tone. A tick mark formed over Frankie's brow. As if, bastard. Fine, here I come. Strong right. Luffy casually weaved around the blow and raised one arm, before planting it firmly into Frankie's reinforced steel cranium, which hit the ground with enough force to make a crater beneath the two of them. You know, you should thank me, Luffy commented. This was a cakewalk compared to what you went through in the other timeline. As the rubber man reminisced, Frankie slowly got up. That was a nice shot, he admitted. Fine. I guess there's no choice then. Frankie, will join the Straw Hats as the cruise shipwright. He shouted, as Chopper and Usopp erupted in cheers. Nami palmed her face in amazement. What the hell was that? Did he really think he could win? She asked. Robin giggled. No, I wouldn't say that, she said, causing the navigator to raise an eyebrow. Zoro scoffed. Stubborn bastard. He knew exactly how that would end. Straw Hats. Set sail. Hang on, Frankie said, as he climbed aboard the ship along with Luffy. If we're doing this, we gotta give the ship a name first. And I've got some pretty good ideas. We were thinking Thousand Sunny, Luffy said. Frankie nodded. Of course, that's a good name too. A ship that can cross 1,000 seas. But listen to this. I spent hours thinking of this name, on the off chance that you'd manage to beat me. Thousand Sunny? I love that name. Nami said with obvious enthusiasm. New battle Frankie Lion Gang champion. Thousand Sunny sounds awesome. Chopper shouted. New battle Frankie Lion Gang champion. Thousand Sunny is quite a nice name, Robin agreed. Yeah, I don't think we can beat that, to be honest, Usopp said. So it's settled? New battle Frankie. You know what? Forget it, Frankie said. As their new shipwright sulked in the corner of the deck, the crew finalized the name. So are we ready to set sail? Usopp asked. Hell yeah. And in style, bro. Brace yourselves. Frankie shouted as he disappeared into the engine room. The citizens of Water 7 watched in amazement as the Thousand Sunny was propelled into the sky, flying off into the atmosphere. On Zenku, an island in the Grand Line, en route to Sabidi. Jewelry Bonnie hummed and thought as she stared down at the newspaper in front of her. The Straw Hat Pirates had made the headlines again. Although they had previously distinguished themselves apart from, and perhaps ahead of, this generation's rookies previously, their most recent endeavors were nothing short of outrageous. Her own recent heightened bounty of 140 million didn't even compare. None of the other rookies did, either. Really, she should have realized this would happen when their captain had defeated her while barely lifting a finger, using powers that she was only just beginning to tap the surface of even now. But this was some next level shit. The rumors circulating around Paradise had started out as just that, rumors. Despite Water 7's position among Marines and pirates alike, despite Iceberg's ultimate credibility, the world government had been quick to dispel any of the wild rumors originating from the water metropolis. Or at least, they had been quick to try. Because no one, not even the 5 Elder Stars, could convince the world that the sea freezing over from Water 7 all the way to Pucci and San Faldo was a rumor. Especially not with the sea train out of commission for an estimated 2 weeks. As Bonnie shouted for more food, she couldn't help but grin. There was no way around it. The Straw Hat Pirates had clashed with a Marine Admiral and lived to tell the tale. Or, more accurately, for everyone else to tell the tale. The higher-ups of the world government were probably shitting themselves and eating it right about now. She continued to grin at the imagery. Straw Hat is an annoying brat. But I can't help but admire him. He's got some serious guts. Of course, the fact that he was Ace's brother didn't help put him out of her inquisitive mind. Speaking of Ace, she wondered how his search was going. "Hey, bartender. Give me 50 of your best apple pies." Bonnie ignored the obnoxiously loud pirates that had just trudged into the bar in favor of contemplating what changes this would bring to the great pirate era. "Hey, Captain," came a calm, contemplative voice. "It looks like you were right to avoid those pirates that caught your attention earlier." "Huh? What are you talking about, Augur?" the first voice asked. In response, the sniper handed him a newspaper. As the pirate captain began to read, his face gradually started to pale, before he suddenly started laughing. "Zay ha 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 ha. That damn brat. To think he was that strong. We're lucky we backed off from his trail." "Luck had nothing to do with it," Van Augur replied. "Fate simply had other plans for us." "Yeah, you're right about that. I can't say the adventure we had instead wasn't damn amazing, even if some freak lightning storm kind of ruined it in the end." Bonnie was now listening attentively. Had these guys been after the Straw Hats? They didn't look anything like bounty hunters. Perhaps they were just looking to take down a rival crew. "Still, this ruins our plans, Captain," Jesus Burgess pointed out. "Who are we going to turn in instead?" "Who knows? I'm sure an opportunity will present itself. I briefly considered turning an Ace, but he seems to have stopped following me." The glass Bonnie was holding shattered in her grip. "Oh, well. Like I said, we'll think of something. A toast to the glory of the Blackbeard pirates. Zay ha 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 ha." Wood creaked against wood as Bonnie slowly backed her chair away from the table. She rose to her feet and walked over to the newcomer, catching the crew's attention. "You," she whispered, bangs covering her eyes as she shook with poorly suppressed rage. "So, you're Blackbeard? Gamu gamu no. Keep away." "Hey Luffy, no fair." Usopp shouted in protest, trying in vain to reach the dish that was suspended out of his reach by Luffy's rubber arms. "Let me try it too." "No way. I caught this one, so it's mine," Luffy insisted. "Hey, you two. Don't wreck the aquarium," Frankie chastised. "If you're gonna fight over fish, do it on deck." "Okay." Luffy agreed easily, running up the stairs as Usopp followed behind, still shouting complaints. Meanwhile, on deck, Nami and Robin were both lying back in lawn chairs next to the garden. "This is the life." Nami sighed in content. "Not only is the bigger deck great for sunbathing, but there's so much more room for my tangerine groves." "Indeed. I quite enjoyed the bigger library as well," Robin replied, before giggling. "And I can't help but feel as if Chopper agrees with me." Chopper, for his part, didn't even respond at first, as he was buried, fur and all, in a large collection of medical texts. "Huh?" he said. "Oh, sorry, Robin. You're right. And the shelves were already stocked with books. I haven't even heard of this one before." "Well, while you all enjoy your books and crap, I'm going to try out the training room. Cook, you wanna come?" "In a little bit," Sanji replied. "I have to finish serving snacks to the ladies first." Zoro snorted. "Suit yourself, love cook." He made his way up to the training room. Truthfully, this was his first time using it since they'd set sail. Chopper had insisted under threat of painful dissection that he had to let his injuries heal. That dissection bit may have been his own perspective on the matter, but damn if that scalpel didn't gleam menacingly in the light. He was eager to begin training again. The fight with Akiji had revealed that he still had a long way to go before he gained his old strength back. Still, the bigger training room is really a nice touch, he said aloud to the seemingly empty room. Yeah, Frankie really outdid himself. He even threw in sea-stone weights, said a voice from behind him. Zoro turned around with a smirk. You're right. I'm sure Luffy's resistance could benefit from those. He stood looking down on a little girl that he'd never seen before. She was grinning up at him innocently, but Zoro was pretty sure he wasn't imagining the hint of mischief in her eyes. Who are you again? He asked, rubbing his head in confusion. The girl just snickered in response. Frowning, he did what he was used to doing by now when he didn't recognize someone with their appearance, and reached out with his observation haki. Upon sensing her aura, his features went blank. Everyone, get up here now. The Straw Hat crew stood in a circle around a young girl with crimson red hair and brown eyes, who was looking back and forth between them all with cheerful wonder. Luffy was staring at her with wide eyes. So, who is this? Nami asked curiously. A stowaway? She's so young. She's not a stowaway, Zoro sighed. We would have sensed her earlier if she was. Nami raised an eyebrow. So you're saying she just teleported on board? Some kind of devil fruit maybe? Why don't we ask her? Robin said, kneeling down to the girl's level. Hello, there. How exactly did you get on our ship, miss? The girl smiled widely. Hi, Robin. I just woke up, realized I was back, and then manifested myself like before. It was easy. That threw the crew for a loop. Suddenly, Usopp gasped. Mary, he breathed, causing everyone to turn to him in surprise. You read. Mary, aren't you? The girl snickered again. Nope. Take another guess. This makes no sense, Zoro grumbled. Her aura feels like a combination of all of ours. I've never sensed anything like it. Sunny. The voice came from Luffy, who until now, had yet to speak. His face was pale. The girl pointed at Luffy triumphantly. He got it. Captain got it. What? Frankie shouted. You read. You're the Sunny's Clabatterman? There was panic in his voice. But that's impossible. She's in perfect shape. The Straw Hats collectively stiffened upon hearing this, remembering the incident in Skypiea vividly. No, don't worry. Sunny smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. Frankie faltered. But the legends say that a ship's spirit manifests once it's damaged beyond repair. That was true, in my case. But now I'm fine, see? Nami gave a strange smile. Sorry, but you're not making that much sense, Sunny. God, it was kind of weird talking to their ship. But she'd done stranger things before. The girl huffed in response, before Luffy suddenly shouted in realization. The parts we used. He shouted, a smile stretching wide across his face. Nami frowned. What? Slowly, realization dawned. First with Frankie, followed by Usopp and Robin. I suppose that could explain it, the archaeologist said in awe. The shipwright and sniper both had tears in their eyes. We used parts from the Mary to build the ship, Luffy said gleefully. That means you're? Yep. I'm Mary's reincarnation. I knew you'd get it. Nami's jaw dropped. Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth. Chopper dropped the book he was carrying. Zoro just stared. Frankie started crying out right now. That's so beautiful. The spirit of their little ship lives on through my creation. That's so damn poetic. Okay, we get it, you can stop crying now, Sanji muttered, though no one could deny that every single person in the room was moved by the revelation. Idiot. I'm not crying, idiot. Don't look at me, idiot. Don't look at me. That's so cool. Luffy shouted. So, does this mean you can manifest whenever now, Sunny? The girl nodded. Once a ship's spirit manifests once, the ship is sentient. It's just that none have ever had the strength to do it continuously after coming so close to death. She smirked. But now that I'm back to full strength, I can appear whenever. We cheated the system. And it's all because you guys cared for me so much." Frankie's sobs intensified. "Well, that's pretty insane," Zoro mumbled. "But I'm not complaining." "Excuse me, Sonny," Robin interjected. "But does this mean that anyone can see you?" Sonny shook her head. "Only people with a deep emotional connection to the ship can see me, or sense me with observation haki for that matter. Oh, I should also mention I can't leave the ship, though. My spirit is tied to it, after all." "That's amazing," Nami said. "This is like a miracle. What are the odds that it would happen to us of all people?" The rest of the crew stared at her blankly, and she blinked. "Right. Never mind. Straw Hats. We're having a party," Luffy commanded. "To celebrate our new crewmate, Sunny. Sanji, food." The chef smiled wistfully. "You got it, Captain." The Straw Hats partied well into the night, eating, drinking, and generally causing havoc on the ship. The next morning, several of them woke up with hangovers. This wouldn't be so bad normally, if not for the fact that Luffy woke them up early in the morning for hockey training. This would not go well. "Luffy, do we really have to do this at 6 in the morning? My head is still aching," Usopp complained. "It's not our fault you're first-time drinker," Zoro said with a shrug. "You gotta keep up, Usopp," said Sniper grumbled in discontent before accepting his fate. "Fine. But I have a question for you two before we start. It's about my hockey." This drew the rest of the crew's attention. "What? You think you're close to unlocking it?" Luffy asked. Usopp frowned. "Maybe? I'm not sure, to be honest. Sanji, do you remember our fight with Rob Lucci?" Sanji nodded, scowling. "Troublesome bastard," he muttered. "Well, that's the thing. He was fast. Like, really fast. I couldn't even hit him unless he in a deadlock with you and standing still. At first anyway. But towards the end of the fight, was able to see his movements a lot more clearly. I actually intercepted him with the impact dial at one point." Sanji frowned. "I remember that. Even though you were under Nami-san's mirage at the time, it was still really impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you'd be able to track high that well." "That's what I'm saying. I think I may have used observation haki back then. Maybe. Hopefully." He rubbed his head in embarrassment. "I mean, the impact dial broke in the process, but I was still able to see better than I have before. Do you think it's possible, Luffy?" Luffy was lost in thought. "Yeah, it's possible. I've never heard of observation haki affecting eyesight like that, but I know it can take a lot of different forms. Since you're a sniper, I guess your battle instincts are so geared towards sight that you can see people's auras instead of feeling them." He paused. "Do you think you can do it again?" Surprisingly, Usopp nodded. "I think so. I remember what it feels like." "Alright, try to snipe me. I'll move slow enough that you should be able to do it, but only if you can tap into your haki again." Usopp nodded and fetched his dial-enhanced slingshot, before taking aim. Luffy launched into a series of relatively slow soaru around the deck as the sniper focused. Much to surprise of Nami and Chopper, who could barely see him at all, Usopp's eyes were following him around with frightening perceptiveness. He raised his weapon, took a deep breath, and aimed. His pellet collided with a barely perceptible blur, which soon materialized into clear sight as Luffy stopped moving. His hand was in front of his face, holding the very same pellet. "Nice, Usopp. That was the real thing," he praised. This elicited a round of applause from the crew, and in Chopper's case, cheering. "Now, this time, close your eyes," Luffy suggested. Usopp frowned. "But won't that just try it? I want to test something," Luffy interrupted. Usopp closed his eyes and gasped. "No way. I can still see you. That's just weird." That's because what you're using isn't actually your sight, Zoro interjected. It's like Luffy said, you're just so geared towards visual sensory that you perceive what you're sensing as part of your vision. That's so cool. I can snipe people with my eyes closed now. Imagine how awesome I'll look. Usopp exclaimed. Nami huffed. That's the first thing you think of? Well, I think you might get your chance soon, Sunny said suddenly. Marine blockade, off the port bow. What? Demanded most of the crew. Indeed, looking in the indicated direction, the Straw Hats could see a score of marine ships ready to fire. Soon, the whistling of cannons was easily discernible, and the crew sprung to action. Sanji began deflecting the cannonballs while Usopp shot them in midair. Luffy was surprised to see Sanji hovering by kicking the air a few times. Sanji, you learned how to use Jeppo? He asked. Yeah, I paid pretty close attention when those assassins were doing it, the chef replied. This is the first time I've had the chance to test it out though. Attention, Straw Hat Pirates. This is Rear Admiral Law Branuffs. Surrender immediately, as your course has been blocked off. Picking a fight with us at sea, now of all times? Nami asked with a smirk. I hope they're ready. She summoned up a dense mist around the ship, making it impossible to aim at them accurately. A rear admiral and 20 ships, Robin observed dryly. You all forced Ekiji and CP9 to retreat, and they send a rear admiral and 20 ships. Either the Marines are delusional, or this rear admiral isn't acting on orders. Which makes him either very brave or very stupid. My money's on the second one, Sunny said. Usopp, would you like to test out your newfound skills? Nami asked sweetly. Usopp started snickering in glee as he made his way towards the Sunny's side cannons. Frankie caught him by the arm, however, and led him towards the front of the ship with confident smirk. Where are they going? Chopper asked. The cannons are the other way. Sunny suddenly began laughing maniacally, which was actually quite the intimidating sound coming from her normally light-hearted voice. I am Sunny, hear me roar. I am Sunny, hear me roar. Luffy and Zoro both grinned as well, the former in glowing eagerness and the latter in sadistic anticipation. Guys? Nami asked nervously. What going to happen? J&. Cannon. Sunny suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs, as the mist around the ship parted from the sheer amount of force erupting from within it. A blast of pressurized air hit the marine blockade dead center, and the force from the resulting explosion ripped apart the enemy ships in seconds. Usopp emerged from the Sunny's crown with an unreadable expression. Don't worry, he whispered ominously. I used the blunt side. Zoro's sweat dropped. What fucking blunt side? The crew thought as one. I am Sunny, hear me roar. The crew continued their hockey training well into the afternoon. No one had any breakthroughs after that, though Usopp managed to refine his aura sight a bit more. For the first time he could remember, the rest of the crew was giving him a wide berth. He didn't know whether to be flattered or offended. Sometime after they finished, Usopp spotted a barrel floating off the ship's starboard. They quickly reeled it in, wondering if it was booze. Robin speculated that it could be a trap, but Luffy insisted they open it. A flare went up into the air the moment it did, and Nami was sure that Robin was right at that point, but Luffy dismissed her concerns, assuring them it would be fine. Sometime later, they encountered a rather violent storm, but it was nothing Nami hadn't dealt with before, and they navigated safely through it. Only to be met with a dense fog with no end in sight. Usopp and Chopper were a bit creeped out by it, but it was Luffy and Zoro's reactions that were surprising. What's up with you two? Nami asked, seeing the expressions on their faces. You're not really telling me that you're scared of this fog, too, are you? I mean, you've been through it before. We're not scared, Zoro said quietly. We're bracing ourselves for who we're about to run into. Nami blinked in incomprehension, but Sanji looked up. After the next island we land on. You were planning to tell us everything after whatever island we're going to end up on next. And you were waiting for that because our last crewmate is here, Luffy confirmed, looking ahead. Frankie smirked. I guess I shouldn't expect anything less from you. To find a crewmate in a place like this. A place like this? Nami repeated. What do you mean? Frankie continued to smirk as he looked out at the fog. In the Florian Triangle. Robin smiled. Oh, dear. What have we gotten ourselves into this time? She asked, though it was clear she wasn't exactly dreading it. In these waters, over 100 ships mysteriously vanish every year. This sea is said to be cursed, Frankie explained ominously. CC cursed? Usopp parroted. Cursed how? But that would be spoiling it, Usopp, Luffy teased. Nami sighed. So basically, only the two of you know what's coming, and you won't tell us, she bemoaned. That's not true. Sunny said excitedly as she manifested in between Nami and Usopp, scaring the wits out of them both. I know, too. Oh, really? How? Nami asked, as her heart rate went back to normal. That's gonna take some getting used to. Sunny pointed to Luffy and Zoro happily. They know, so I know too. She clarified, causing Zoro to blink and Luffy to raise an amused eyebrow. Wait, so you know everything we know? Robin asked in obvious interest. Yep. Your favorite types of food, your deepest fears, your favorite colors, and your cup size. Everything. That last one seemed kind of thrown in there for the hell of it, Frankie deadpanned. Yeah, Zoro smirked. I wonder where she gets that from. As the crew turned toward Sanji. Nami glared at him murderously. Sanji-kun, I think we need to have a talk about corrupting children, she whispered dangerously. With all due respect, Nami-san? I didn't do shit this time, Sanji replied. Okay, we need to test this out. Luffy declared. Hey, Sunny, how is Seal doing? He asked. Sunny blinked. Seal? He's fine. He started a stick collection. Why? They all stared. What the hell? Nami said in astonishment. That apostrophe s. Holy shit. What about Vivi-chan herself? How is she doing? Sanji asked. Sunny smiled a bit sadly. She really misses you guys. And she's worried after reading the newspaper this morning. But she's happy. Really happy. Vivi? Isn't she the Alabastan princess? Frankie asked. Yeah, Nami said wistfully. We helped her out a while back. She's an honorary straw hat if there ever was one. But this is great. Sunday will know if anything ever happens in Alabasta. Along with all of our deepest, darkest secrets, Luffy said with a smirk. Come to think of it, I wonder who has the most to hide? He turned to his crewmates, who all shiver. At the devious look in his eyes, Sunny's cheeks puffed out in indignation. I can't disclose that information, Captain, short of you ordering it. And that would be really mean. Luffy sighed. I guess you're right. I won't ask then. And besides, Captain, the one with the most to hide is technically you, she said with a mischievous gleam in her eye. Luffy opened his mouth to respond, before clicking it shut and turning away. Hey, look, a ghost ship. We should probably check that out and continue this conversation never. Surprisingly, the distraction actually worked, as the crew was haunted by an eerie, ethereal voice echoing through the fog. Yo-oh-oh-yo-oh-oh. The Straw Hat Pirates turned around ever so slowly, not wanting to greet the sight that awaited them. One size caught up with what they were hearing. Yo-oh-oh-yo-oh-oh. 6 out of 9 of the crew members present on board paled in fear as a rundown ship, over twice the size of the Thousand Sunny, slipped out of the fog and approached their vessel. Sunny giggled in delight, while Luffy and Zoro both wore mad grins on their faces. Gather up, no time to lose. Go, Usopp's stuttering reached an all-time high as the ship approached them. Time to round up Bink's booze. Ghost ship. The Straw Hats shouted as one, Even Luffy and Sunny joining in. Yo ooh 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 ooh.